Piga picha ngine. Tumia hii kibeti. Piga mimi. Leta.
Popi.
Malindi no.
Good girl.
Give me another one.
Good boy.
We empty this and use it for.
Yeah, by the way, we can empty
Tim kali vile. Anaitwa nani? Taska. Amekula.
Melala.
Nataka uiweke at a certain angle.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our scientific conference. We apologize for the slight delays and also for issues with the power, but that is kind of late, so we will adjust and we ask for your patience and adaptation. So without further ado,
with the permission of music, in case you feel you are unwell, you can let us or just come to me or to Dr. Vivian, so that we see how to help. You are unwell, thank you to me or Dr. Vivian with the permission and beauty.
thank you very much. We are here for any of your issues, so if you have any technical difficulties in the systems, and just contact any of the secretaries or myself. We will also ask that all presenters to please avail their presentation to the info desk for screening.
All right, it's my singular pleasure and privilege to welcome the Dean, Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, the Master of Minority, Professor J.E. John Monday, who will be chairing our session this morning. It's always a pleasure to introduce yourself. Professor of Surgery. Thank you very much. Now, some instructions. As surgeon, I would like to warn you of the risks that you may take. This, as you step out, just watch and confirm the level of also confirm that you will not be affected by the loss. Our stance that for eyesight. I think that just last secondly, both by the without much further ado, I was all of us are senior. Good morning. My presentation is on policy space. How how we utilize our policy transform value colleagues. I am happy that for the last just as a way of defining, we don't use it on the same page. Policies, use those guidelines, frameworks, designed by the organization to achieve their goal. If you may go by the next point, someone is something that is 7 p.m. That is policy. When the headmaster speaks at last meeting at 8, that is policy. So in essence, as a society, policies help us to live without a gun. And when we talk of policies, in that broad definition, we have policies, written, and policies as written. There are policies written, which comprise the normal policies of strategies, plans, and also the instruments. Thank you. Then is make sure we have generated fuel, just in case we have some more fuel. So, basically, as I was saying, the broad framework of policy away from the region, then we also have the laws. Sometimes even the judgment of the courts and also the policy because they are committed. Then if we look at animal resources, I want us to wear the names of domestic animals, wildlife, and the fish. And if we may briefly look at the domestic animals, basically livestock, which is one of our drivers of economy, its importance cannot be overemphasized. Authentic estimates will be about 12% of gross domestic product. Our official data speaks about 4%, 4.2, 4.6. Was an estimate, maybe down for capturing other products and livestock, or this is just physical dairy, which is formally marketed. We also have the sector of wildlife, which is again at the heart of tourism. We have fisheries, down at about 4%. If we consider the big economy. So we as a team here must be thinking on how best to use this sector so that we can have the right food resources. And that becomes a need for next. Next. I'm sure if you're part of Kenya, you're part of the basic structure. The constitution has a basic structure. The livestock sector also has a basic structure. Our animal resources sector. Our basic structure comprises of the national constitution and the international obligations that we subscribe to. Then we have the The sessional paper of 2010 or 2012, that is the vision of 2030, that looks at the focus of healing. And then we also have the first sessional paper of 2020 on the wildlife policy. Then we have the sessional paper number 2 of 2020 on the veterinary policy. And then we have sessional paper number 3, again of 2020, on the lines of the policy. These are the main laws that our sector relies on. And we, as sector, struggling with key areas. The policy instruments are extremely important for us, so that we are able to speak with one good. Under the fisheries, we have oceans and fisheries policy. In terms of how the animal resources link to the veterinary service, we know that we scale the veterinary service is done at the private sector level and at the public sector level. How do we do this? And our linkage is on providing expert services to the sector. And these expert services, again, we go through the three methods. The companion animals and livestock have been overserved. Wildlife and aquaculture have been underserved. So this is the kind of question we want to go out in last year as our social mobilizer. We need to move and intervene some of those underserved areas. The veterinary profession is extremely relevant when you look at human health, animal welfare, food safety, veterinary pharmaceuticals, medical research, and one of the key areas that this body is our relationship with the sector. Those are ones in activity that we realize that we face lots of challenges, coordination with the professionals, consultants, the other practitioners, animal production, volunteers. Now, so this is an area that we, as the sector leaders, must be able to focus on that of creating space. All of you who follow this the other day, that's the going forward, we have to be able to remove the role of medical doctors as the glucose in the hospital. And see that now. So a nurse and the director of the veterinary hospital is that's me. And probably maybe those of the culture different from the role of the pharmacist, different from the role of a nurse. So that's information that we must always all the time be able to share. Next. What are the other policy instruments available to us within the sector? We have the livestock bill that is in Parliament today, and it's looking at creating a regulatory framework for the previously implemented the entire livestock sector. It's only the delivery of the time services by the regulator. The rest of the players is straightforward. So the livestock bill looks at streamlining operations within the sector and focusing on the critical provisions of in veterinary regulation. The livestock master plan again is trying to answer the long question of data, data for looking as part of the implementation of the policy basically obtain accurate data for data planning for safety. We also are fast-tracking the livestock identification and traceability strategy applications. Hopefully by the end of the year, this should be up and about. Basically, guide the animal identification process is key for trade, security, and other safety. These regulations for now, in the future, they will be under the animal disease, but for now, they will be known under the animal disease act. Then we have the three veterinary needs. The veterinary, the animal need, the veterinary hospital need, and the animal welfare protection need, which is key for us because I know some of them are very dependent. So we are mandated to speak to the current realities. And the current realities, we must view the animal is in the life. The animal slaughter, that is not, which have been collapsed, speak to the animal. The public health is a bit wide and scope. Why is that collapsing the meat and product, but also creating space for the other products or animal that the vets never really focus on, like honey. So this will become part of the prevention scope within vets. For the animal welfare and prevention, we have to last for a while. Organizing the and then last but not least, food safety and policy. Then the animal in the house go together for the other. The last bullet is very, very important for ADA. Implementation of ADA at the brand. Those of people who have been in the life for a while. The separation of regulation of vet medicines and human was almost lateral. The long drawn and further. But the never die. So as we made this one, finally the past the health sector is forcefully coming back to regulation. And the Kenya Food and Drug Authority, so far the MPs seems to be giving release food for it, but I don't think you need to so giving I don't know if you look at it here. This role of meat do not allow collapse. That meat is basically why we have DMP. So this is something that the previous person can practice. The whole up the sleep and it's not that happening because not help the same time. Next. What are the opportunities for us entirely is to support the sector and take advantage of these very, very challenges. What do assistance livestock? What do we do delivery of services like works? What do we do to fund control of the system? What do we do to improve political goodwill in our space? We have a chance to know our politician. Remember, when the office was by us. When the politician, don't get the politician do the same thing. Because political will is the key for our sector. So this is a challenge to all of us. We must look at the professionalism of the vet. When the vet does not do follow-up treatment, when the vet is based on the phone, you know the innocent actions out there, you are shrinking practice. You are affecting giving practice. So please try as much as possible to your professional plan. This is what will enhance and retain us as relevant for the sector. We must also look at all and the vets. Basically, discipline by veterinarians. When you want to try, my mother told me that you say, "Don't," and you want to see. Countries like Japan spend very little in wars or trying the goods. They spend more time in implementation. That is the challenge that we must rise to as professionals when we get to address our sectors. So for me, the honor is the mass to convert all these challenges into our opportunities. Next. So as I finish the opportunities, I can see the key is up. The electricity of my target. So it's important to take note. So, as we consider the opportunities, we must look at our 4 core cardinal areas: curative services, preventive services, the pharmaceutical industry, and public health, and of course, not forgetting aquaculture. Next. This again is our way to radio. At least in our research and the colleagues. Don't publish 1,000 doses of food and mouth disease when most advices are 5 to 10. Disease resistance and selection correlates. Next. This, I believe, is a long discussion. Last night, probably going forward, the first week we can have long discussions with our students that at 4 year at the exit. Because viability of veterinary private practices is something that we must address. Because it's the future, we must see how best. Now, request that PDA is partial, or maybe we can make the double of informing how viable are our veterinary practices, private practices, and subclass. Next. So, what do we do? Just play our roles, take your skills. Don't teach the university they are not trained to teach. Don't treat animals if you are not up to date with the board. And let us ensure that we have indicators that will take us the next level. So, very important, and for the senior vets, let us bank our monies. I believe my own developments look at the so that they are able to support delivery of private practice. I think I'm done. Thank you very much. should have told you that, next to that, yes. Morning.
Yes, good morning, colleagues. My name is Jane Dino from the Veterinary Medicine Directorate. I've been asked to talk about VMD in 10 minutes. I could talk about VMD the whole day, so I'm trying to talk in 10 minutes, but I will try. Please, put the presentation. Yeah, the Directorate is a state corporation, it is only state corporation with a name directorate. So sometimes we like adding the letter C in our name, depending on who is listening. Next slide, please. Because it gives us challenges sometimes. Convince people that a directorate is a state corporation. Next slide. Yes, we are established under the Veterinary Surgeon and Veterinary Professionals Act, and we implement the regulations under that act, which was created in 2015. That is as for now, because as we have heard from the previous presenter, there are threats, and it looks like everyone is coming up with a bill at the moment wants to snatch veterinary medicines and think veterinary medicines are toxic. Next slide. For the governance of the institution, we have the policy direction and a council appointed under the regulations, and the day management is the chief executive officer. In future, we hope to operationalize all the departments and units. Yeah, impact on that currently. Next slide, please. For our vision, we hope to be comparable with our equivalents globally. And the reason we exist is to safeguard animal health, which ensures that human health is also safeguarded as the environment. And how we do this is by regulating all aspects of veterinary medicine, through registration, regulating the trade, through import-export organizations, around the value chain, all the way to this. So you agree with me? You are trading with medicines which are not registered, you are trading. So, if you are importing or exporting without our authority, we all those things without our authority. Next slide. Now, those are the medicines we regulate. There are 6 categories of classes. You notice that for 5 of them, the pharmaceuticals, biologicals, and devices or equipment used to be the paradigm of PPD, the pharmacy and poisons board. before the application of DLD. And the pesticides used to be pest control products, both. Therefore, we the mandate for those two. Veterinary medicines are further categorized based on who to tackle these professions. Tackle them based on let me say toxicity or how important or how unsafe they can make it their vaccines. And we have 4 categories. Category 1 are those medicines are classified as prescription-only medicine. And these are further classified into 2 other categories. This prescription-only medicine can only be had or dispensed by veterinary surgeons. And then for the class 1, these are the products which are very dangerous, even in very small quantities. They include the opioids and the psychotropic drugs. They are controlled. Whereas the 1B consists of other prescription medicines, prescription-only medicines, which also require that before they are used, a veterinary surgeon must prescribe or make a diagnosis of it. And also dispense it. Next, we have category 2 medicines, which are also prescription only, but the depends on who can handle them. Surgeons, pharmacists, and the veterinary technologists. I think from the act, you know which people are classified as veterinary technologists and their qualifications. And they can handle these categories under special circumstances. That is, either you have worked in a veterinary pharmacy, which is handling veterinary medicine to be used with animals for a period of 5 years. And also, if those veterinary medicines require special use or special handling or they present hazards to the users, to the target species, or to the environment. So for a technology to be able to handle that, those are recommendations. Next slide, please. Then we have category 3, which is for the all-life veterinary medicine, but as the table says this. This can be handled by those veterinary surgeons and all categories of staff. This includes those antibiotics and so on. Then the category 4, this is the alternative veterinary medicine. Now the general things is they include this medicine can sell over the counter. I think that is what I can call them for better understanding. Next slide. Now I mentioned the veterinary pharmacies. They are classified into 3 categories. You can be a manufacturer, a wholesaler, a retailer. And these are not mutually exclusive. You can use the 3, you can 2, or you can be different. Depending on whether you have met the requirements. Next slide. Now for the functions of BMD, there are many. I think I don't want to go through them. They are given in regulation 6. But what I want to emphasize is the last function, those of time. Not the last function, please. It's on the requirement by BMD to publish the list of registered or retained veterinary medicines and the licensed veterinary pharmacists. By law, we are required to notify the veterinary affairs. This is important for especially the people who know veterinary medicine. Let me say we have not been doing this in the past, but we are striving to start doing that. Let me know what is registered. Next slide. On fees, under Regulation 7, the council has been given powers, and one of the powers is to set fees, and as certified, that's all the fees for the various categories of services. Right? I think that is on benefits. I want to state that the breach of any offenses, breach of any provisions of the regulation is an offense, and the section on offenses, I want to say that that side it doesn't mean it's only people who take care of people that then as we here, you can commit offenses and they are also that side. You can commit offenses as employees of failure to observe confidentiality or failure to conflict of interest. And therefore, specifically, I wanted to show you other than not obeying any provision, there are also specific offenses which, as the owners of companies, committed. For example, if you write your officers, next slide, I think that's the last, second last. On the penalty, most of our penalties, actually all of the penalties committed under these regulations are charged sentence, either you pay 100,000 fine or you for 12 months. Not my last part, right? Let me say that at DMD, we are committed regulations without fear of favor to ensure level playing field for all. But we also expect that the vet pharma industry and the veterinary paternity will also discuss which is illegal.
Now, the next presenter, Dr. Rafa. Dr. Rafa, you will take the floor, and then thereafter, immediately, there is some protocol on sanitization that I've seen it since the start. So, how you use those vaccinated and also, yeah. I've noticed that these are rectal vaccines.
Thank you very much. Basically, what I want to do is share some observations from where I sit. In this regard, let me see that my name is Bravo. I want to finish the podcast as it starts. Now, can you go to the second slide? Basically, basically, I'm going to share some observations I didn't say on the regulation of this profession, so that we can be in the same plane as we move on as practitioners. I also introduce them and salute the practitioner and others who are attending the conference. Okay. Yeah, but it's not my fault here. So let me start and say that regulation of the profession is basically about compliance with standards. And you find that these standards are contained either in the regulation, in the guidelines, the rules, procedures, and also in the various laws. Now I'll get lost here if the picture is not in. The slides will guide me. The slides will guide me. So what is that regulation that is following of the laws, the regulations, and even the constitution. So what we are saying is that complying with the law enables all who wish to go about their profession with this, knowing that their contract will be fair and serve the best interests of all. This one has been said by the BMD CEO. But what I want to stress here is that where there are no rules or guidance, the consequences are that men and women conduct themselves as they please. And in the process, they do not take into account the effect of their conduct on others. So you end up in a situation where you have what the director of policy referred to as chaos or oppression. And under those circumstances, then no standards are observed. And as a result, then we have no provision of quality services as such. Let me go on and say that provision of quality services has been recognized in our Constitution of Kenya 2010. And there's an article, this article 46, which addresses itself to the provision of quality services and also inputs. In the same regard, it also addresses itself to information which is necessary for the consumers to gain maximum quality for the goods and the services. This means that the health of the human beings and also the animals and the economic interest of the public will be protected. Gentlemen. Can I bring a flash? Okay. Let me go on. The next thing I want to say is that the regulation of this profession, or let me say that there is nothing arbitrary in the regulation of this profession. Everything is in black and white, the various laws, regulations, and even the constitution. In particular, I have the main one, the Veterinary Circles and the Veterinary Professional Act of 2011. Now, under this under this act, we have 3 sets of regulations which are already published. The first one is the PSVP Regulations 2013. Now, PSVP Regulations 2013 contains all the standards that are applicable to veterinary practices. And it also goes ahead and indicates how they can be implemented. The next one is the Code of Ethics, which is veterinary surgeons, veterinary professionals regulations of September 2015, which guides on the regulation of the professional conduct of practitioners. Thank you. Probably let's go to the next slide. The next, we have talked about, let's move on. Let's move on. Yes, and then the third regulation is on the veterinary medicines directorates, which guides on the regulation of veterinary medicines as such. So what we are saying is that currently there is no gap in this act. And if this act is fully and effectively implemented, then we shall end up with a lot of understanding in the profession. We shall also create employment, and then we shall also have, this profession is supposed to be another profession. But I don't know that we are there in Kenya, but if we do implementation of the provisions of this act fully and effectively, we are likely to get to this stage and end up, that's the status of being novel. Now, next one, please. Now, those are other laws which also affect our profession, and there are provisions within which we can also apply the enforcement. Next one. And now go to the establishment of Kenya Veterinary Board. Now, I want to give a short history so that we are the same thing. The board was established first in 1953 during the colonial times and a veterinary ordinance. Now, after independence, now this ordinance became the Veterinary Surgeons Act. And as implied by the name, the only regulated veterinary surgeons up to and until 2011, when it was renewed and included the regulation of veterinary professionals. Now, besides including the regulation of veterinary professionals, there were other changes for the benefit of regulating this profession that came in peace, which you can get from the act. Let's not deliver into that. Next. Now, what I want to say here is that the regulation of the profession is a collective effort. It requires collective efforts and a lot of collaboration. So I want to outline some of the players who are involved in the regulation of this profession. And number one, I'm showing the different practices. Next slide. So that what we are saying is that for the veterinary practitioners, besides being conversant with the laws that we are supposed to abide under, that's the laws affecting our profession, let us ensure as much as possible observance by the others. Now, I want to say this is about sensitization. Yeah, we have ability to sensitize others on what affects this profession. Now, for example, if I'm starting a clinic and I see somebody else who is not qualified, having a clinic next to them, and maybe I have an advantage of knowing them, it is also valuable to let them know that this is not within the law. Because, as the Bible says, there are people who perish for lack of knowledge. So let us do that help as we regulate the profession. Now, the other category is on associations that regulate veterinary profession and are recognized by the veterinary board. Currently, we have the 4 of them. Yes. Next slide. Now, these are now the government agencies. Now, the government agencies, I think, play a very key role in the regulation of this profession. because first and foremost, they have the authority from the government. They are also in charge of provision of services. They are also involved in employment of veterinary surgeons and veterinary professionals, and also on the policy matters. So in this case, they have a very big role to play in the regulation of this profession. Now, the next one is on institutions offering animal health services. Let me say this. For an institution to offer animal health services, and in this case, I'm also including veterinary medicine, they have to be approved according to the law by the board. And approval is dependent upon meeting the standards which are already stipulated in the regulations. So, up to now, there have been approved about 23 institutions to offer animal health and production. These are some of them. And Chairman, I'm now aware that there was an amendment in the Universities Amendment Act. So probably that amendment did not have express authority now to inspect or to approve courses in the universities. But let me add that, and this is personal, I think, as far as standards are concerned, I really don't think why we fight standards, because at the end of the day, we require quality services. So if we are fighting standards with the backlog, then it's not right. I'm happy to say that we are still working with some universities on not openly, but through gentleman's agreement, because they are determined and they are concerned, and we want to ensure that they maintain the standards. Because the predicament here is you do not regulate the training or along the training institutions. Yet these graduates come to register. When they come for registration, you cannot vouch for them because you don't know how they have to pay. So you see this predicament is causing a lot of confusion, and I'm sure it will be sorted out as we move on. So let us mention achievements, some of the achievements in the profession in the next slide. Now, what is number one is registration of practitioners. And you are all aware that we register veterinary surgeons and veterinary professionals. Those are the numbers we have registered, which in summary, there are about 9,000 paraprofessionals, 9,300 and 3,075 veterinary surgeons. Now, the list is implemented in the sense that even if somebody is removed from the register, the number still stands. That is the position. Now, registration of infants. As you know, internship was NBC in the DSVP Act 2011 for the first time, but it was actualized in 2017. So, since internship was actualized, about 4,147 interns have been registered. Some of them are completing, others are being placed, and others are in the process of completing. Now, registration of non-government organizations. This one again is also listed in the Act, and it says that for an NGO to offer animal health and welfare services, they need to be registered by the board. The other condition is that that unit of animal health and welfare is to be headed by a vet. So now that's the way it seems, and these are the 22 that you have registered so far. Again, an appeal that for those practitioners working with the NGOs, and you know they are not registered, so we might not be aware. So please bring it to attention, or their attention also, for the purposes of complying with the law. The next one is on CPD. Now, let me say that all professional regulatory bodies have incorporated CPD as a requirement for renewing the license or renewing the registration. And I think we should be, the courtesy of the PSP Act, our profession was left behind, was not left behind. So I think we are lucky in that regard. We have so far accredited supervisors and supervised a total of 761 activities. Some of them virtual, others physical. Now, the other achievement is on inspection of veterinary practices. This one is key so that we ascertain that quality veterinary services are being provided in the animal source industry. And of much as you can see that we are just looking at a few practices as the ones we inspect. Generally, we inspect all of them, all the practices. And what I want to point here is that there is a misconception by some of us as practitioners who actually assume that this inspection is only for those who are quacks. But it's actually everybody is supposed to abide by the standards. Now, if I go to the next slide on inspection, just slightly behind, you realize that during inspection, we have arrested about 600 people so far. I want to say that this arrest translates to job creation because the people who are practices always want to continue the practices. So they are translated to employment of those practitioners. The next one is on consultant colleges. The consultant colleges are in the Act, and we have already established one. But let me say that you cannot, according to the Act, you cannot be part of a consultant, so you don't collect. We have established, and go to the next, we have established an examination code. We have also, I think the other is, let me go to the challenges. The next one minute so that I leave this time. The next slide. The next one. The next one. Now, these are, let me mention two challenges and then I will conclude. The first one is the profession of not doing the profession. This one is still not good because still some source of selfishness. Because the best analogy to give here is like a chicken with the need chicks. The way to protect them is the way to guard our profession. The other challenge is on the navigate human resource because the app expanded the functions whereby we now require about 202 staff. Formerly, 1 now we are 20, so we need to move to that very one. This one is critical. That's what I wanted to say. But lastly, let's have the last slide, please. I'm winding, I'm just looking. Okay, the second last. You can see regulation is not very popular. The more you do the regulation, the more the popularity as even that gentleman shows. Thank you very much.
Let us appreciate the CEO for that timekeeping. And invite Professor William Hill to expound on the value of the specialist qualities as indicated by the CEO.
Good morning, colleagues. I am William Okello Ogara. I've been teaching on the faculty for over 30 years. During this time, I consistently, over a period of almost 20 years, taught vets and reviewed very many of them. A tragedy happened that I went to work at main campus at some time. And during this period, I've missed the opportunity to know some vets. That's why I'm happy to stand here today, so that those who are not humane person, all those who have not had the privilege to meet also can see and relate the name to myself. William Okello Ogara. There is not only Okello with a double L and single minus with a single L. I'm here to talk about the specialist colleges. I think, and I don't know, this thing is very strange, yeah, but it's okay. I've told you my name, it's not on the slide. Specifically, I'm talking about the College of Public Health, Epidemiology, and Economics. But at the same time, I will touch on the others if possible. So just keep moving the slides. So the veterinary specialist, that probably is the outline I'll talk about in the light of time. I have to skip some, but anyway, that is the outline. I don't need to read it. Please, the next slide. So the veterinary specialist college is an international practice, and it is across the globe. You will find it. There are a few examples, and this will include College of Veterinary Pharmacology and Toxicology, American College of Veterinary Parasitology, American College of Veterinary Surgeons, and so on. Their purpose is really to guide the development of training, examination, and accreditation of specialized disciplines in the veterinary profession. We have listened to very good presentations this morning, and you realize that the presentations are really focused on strengthening the position, the niche of the veterinary professionals. They would like you to be loud and be known to occupy your space and occupy it properly. So as we evolve, you can see there are policies, there are regulations and laws that are coming into place. Many of it boiled over time, just to strengthen the science and the practice and the space of the veterinary. And hence, and that underpins the need for the veterinary specialist colleges. Move to the next. In Kenya, you know, it use the title of consultant or specialist implies skills, experience, and knowledge up beyond the basic degree of the veterinarian of veterinary medicine. A veterinarian may use the title of consultant or specialist only after registration by the ABV through a recognized college and in accordance with the Act, with the regulations. Now, when the CEO was talking, he said there are certain things which are there. We have not quite implemented the requirements properly. But at the same time, the purpose of the regulations and the law as we evolve the profession is not to stifle the individuals, but to create an environment of pride, a sense of belonging, and understanding that the space is ours, and it is our responsibility to strengthen it as is required at international knowledge and science. So, move to the next slide. All these colleges, everything must be anchored in the law somewhere. And I say the purpose is to improve the quality of training, standardization of competencies in the veterinary profession, the regulations, the mandates. These mandates the Kenya Veterinary Board to develop guidelines for the establishment of colleges in various areas. At the moment, we have 3 colleges, and the procedure for creating these colleges is first and foremost is the team of these professionals and applying. So the first one that is in place now is the College of Veterinary Public Health, Epidemiology and Health Economics. We also then have the College of Veterinary Science, College of Pathobiology. Now, there are two more there which are already listed. But they don't have membership yet, but these three already have membership, except the College of Veterinary Public Health, Epidemiology and Health Economics is already established, which is actually advancing the processes of the establishment. So the other colleges also have the right, the opportunity to continue to develop theirs and to strengthen theirs. The current the College of Public Health and so on was established on the 17th of December in 2019, inaugurated on the 3rd of March 2020, and now it has specific founder members, which is created as per the procedures and requirements stipulated in the regulations in the Act. So at the moment it has Professor Jackson Ongui, Professor Christopher Walker, Dr. Christopher Walker, Dr. Francis Gakuya, Dr. Bernard Bert, Salome Wendoike, and William Magana. So that one is up and running now, and that's where we are. The college is there only for purposes of strengthening the profession. It does not fall within a business domain. It's non-profit. The main objectives of the college is to advance quality in veterinary practice in Kenya by increasing the competencies of those who are active in the specialized fields of veterinary public health, epidemiology, and health economics. It has objectives, that is developing of guidelines for advanced training, accrediting consultants and specialists and experts in specialized fields, which are now being included in that particular college, to identify in consultation with the continuous CPD subcommittee to develop and facilitate continuing professional development programs and encouraging research, other contributions, and which will make that particular college look like it is what's the ownership, the clarity of purpose, the scope of work that is required, ranging from the curriculum of extended training, the content of new areas of development, actually catching up with international and national challenges and lining them up with strengths that will actually make the college be responsive to those challenges. Key thing is problem solving in contemporary times, and therefore, in this particular, we have identified categories. We have founder members, we have members, honorary members, and then, of course, with requirements. If we move to the next slide. If we go to the requirement, these requirements are well stipulated in the regulations. I think there's 3 slides of requirements, and I'm not going to read them. Can you move, just show the requirements, please move. So, just see the proportion of time in the specialized area, at least so far. Now, you are going the other way around, please. Just like that. What's happening? Yeah. Well, for all the members, the primary requirement is always registration and qualifications exceeding those proposed as necessary for appointment of ordinary members. But you must be recognized as a level specialist, 10 years experience, and you need to have that significant qualifications. And then, in order to be known in that section by your peers, it is by the work you do, the teaching, the research, and publications. And publications, you are either offered 10 significant publications in peer-reviewed journals, and other, if you know those publications, your peers and colleagues know you in the practice area, then move on, just move on, don't go on. Then the members will be veterinarians registered by the Veterinary Board, of course, have at least 15 years of proven defined working experience as demonstrated by research, scientific publication, attendance of seminars, workshops, conferences, and your professional development points to speak for you in that particular field. Or a master's in equivalent qualifications, and all the other requirements almost like the other. Move on, or you must have a PhD and similar qualification from an institution is recognized by the ABB Commission for University Education, and so on. So that's specialist. And the honorary members, we may confirm honorary membership status for persons who have made exceptional contribution to the specific disciplines in the college. Honorary members shall have the rights and privileges of members of the college, except the right to vote or hold office in the college. That is honorary members. The sponsors will also be considered. The scope and significance of this will come focusing on specific thematic areas. And those specific, when you look at that specific thematic areas, then of course, bullet 1 and 2 will apply, but important also is diagnosis. Diagnostics. Why am I touching on diagnostics? You have seen the challenge we have had with the coronavirus. And coronavirus has been one very clear challenge in contemporary times. The diagnosis of this disease changes as the strains change. It is, the publications are coming out daily. Capacities are demanded on a very dynamic basis, and laboratories must keep up pace. So that's why I'm stopping on diagnostics, because diagnostics is going to be key to everything else that we will be doing beyond mentioning the diseases and the challenges. Therefore, important capacity building, applied research, and action. Move on. So, I think my time is not very much. Can you go all the way to the last slide? Because all of that are relevant in the diagnostic system. So you go, move to the very last slide, governance structure. It's okay. I have my own the closing remarks here. And this is just to share, because it's not always at how this chance. The Kenya Veterinary Board and the Kenya Veterinary Association. These are organizations, entities for the promotion, growth, and establishment of the profession. However, the profession is one that cannot be divided in terms of areas of deployment, practice, or affiliations in our discourse. Significant is the image of the veterinarian in the bigger picture in Kenya and elsewhere, and as it occupies a need in the socio-economic development of the country. The profession is a game. And we are players in the game. We score when each of us plays his or her role appropriately and correctly. Our commitment is our collective destiny and collective future. I put this across today because we all see there's all sorts of platforms. And I'd like to call upon vets to upskill our personal communication in the way we address issues and what we want to address, and go less on antagonisms which are transported from the veterinary domain to non-veterinarians and from the to other officers in a manner that I would really call disturbing. Let us gel our action towards the development of the veterinary profession, specifically for our dignity. And let us bring ourselves in the public domain as a force in this country. You go to some places, you talk about it, they say ours are own. Thank you very much.
You know, when the professor speaks, he has spoken, really taken a lot of restraint in my introduction. But due to time management, may I invite Professor Ogara, please come and sit with your own on this side. Then, let's have the regulatory bodies present, CEOs of ABB, as well as Zero. We must also threaten by displaying what you are made of in terms of the institution you stand for. I've also been told that you want to check the organization, you change the leader, because everything rises and falls with leadership. This session has built on policy, and Daktari said that it's like when we say we eat supper on this time, that's policy. When we say that training will be undertaken with standards, that is policy. We cannot say that because you're in the private sector, you don't hear what happens to the family or any other outfit. It affects your livelihood, it affects your income, it affects your professional conduct. I will request that whoever is handling the virtual audience will check and share with us the questions that they are posed to these presentations. But for now, we also facilitate questions from the audience. I would advise that the speakers take the respond. Who has the mic, the mobile mic, so that it is question. Okay, I will provoke the chair of the rather CEO of the KBD. It is being said that there is no Kenya Veterinary Board. True or false? There is a board, but there is no board. Or your chair will answer that. And if so, what is the way forward? Because I think we need to have a policy direction or directive for the matter, because there cannot be a vacuum in terms of leadership. Anyone with a question? Okay. I need a mobile speakerphone mover.
Okay, good morning. My name is Sam from Sam. I just want to ask about KPP. So, how truly independent is the Kenyan by order? I ask this because I may not be clear. Are these government employees or are they employees by a veterinary fraternity? Because if you, and it's me I'm wrong, if you get government support, it removes independence.
Hello? There are hands this side. This starts the anyone who has a hand up has stayed for the conference and has right.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Mohammed Kainan Hassan. I'm the CEO for Cost Development. Thank you for connecting with my former sectors. I must really, I take this opportunity first to congratulate the registrar ABB. And I say this because some of us, having studied in the fishery, were lucky to take out other assignments of the government. And then many times, because of the CPD requirements, we really used to have some challenges so that we can maintain our registration setup. This being the challenge, I was able to talk to Dr. Wanda from my office and the registrar. And I had to explain my challenge as being a CEO on a different government assignment. What will happen if I'm not able to accumulate the required CPD? And I think that personal challenge was addressed, and I must thank the leadership of the board and the staff. I really wish the board to be very considerate of many of us who are assigned to other duties out of the mainstream veterinary profession. Thank you very much. I also want to ask Professor Ogawa, there were additional 2 more colleges that you said that was not mentioned in your presentation. And you said there are no membership. So I wish you share with us the other 2 consultant colleges so that we can interest some of us to be part of those colleges. Thank you very much.
Very well. Next.
I'm taking questions, statements.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Samuel Mbuku. I'm the chairman of the Animal Production Society of Kenya, the FSK. I take note of the presentation by the Director Policy, and it was very right that the livestock development and transformation agenda is underway, and that regulation on the animal health components has been done and completed. I think probably it was not economical of the truth. At the moment, we are also trying to regulate the animal production side. And as we speak, we have taken over the animal production and television bill and draft which is underway. And we did sit down and agree that we need the inclusivity of all professionals in development of sport. And for that matter, I'm sure KBA, ABB, the EBS will be represented in this conversation going forward. Thank you.
Okay, I apologize for the comment of the person that I asked to handle this event. I said no, but it's, so please, we take statements, we take questions and answers.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Rena Wangila. I work for the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations as a national epidemiologist. So, our main concern really is to support the government in enhancing surveillance. To build capacity through the in-service applied veterinary epidemiology training, and we hope that when these students have acquired the required or the necessary competencies and skills, they'll be able to go back to their respective stations and implement what they have learned in class and during the field-based training. Of concern though is that we realize that the funding or resource mobilization towards the animal health sector to the counties is wanting, and the director of policy, Dr. Wanga, has highlighted that in terms of opportunities or challenges that is currently facing the industry. So maybe back to Dr. Wanga and all the relevant stakeholders, what are we doing as a profession, either as regulatory bodies or professional associations, to make sure that the policy makers at the county level are channeling the required resources to enhance disease surveillance at the counties and implement the necessary actions for disease mitigation? Thank you.
Very well. Thank you very much, Madam. I think we give the speakers 2 minutes each. Also keep their agenda. Those who have not supposed there is no thing written on the board. There is no thing written on the board. Clinical board is present because it's a body corporate and the first publication. What is missing is the board of directors. That was the board of the and therefore, clinical board is very much in place. What is missing is that's the classification we need. And the remaining of appointing the board of directors is solely the mandate of the public sector. So, at the time, my board is board is in place. The ones that just any issue that probably require but it requires how we what is saying that the government supports the KDB so the member that will be responsible. If you do it how it needs to go. I think the way I'm very sensitive as they do it as so physically, KDB has been done. You know that the national organization or you what is there. So we must do some
shorting the arm for the board because the board does public duty. I think this is what government has been doing. I do not expect APP to continue making money for government because that was the essence. Get out there and put your own side. But because of the public nature of public services, that's how I think government has been. And I believe the GPS communicating and validation found the task force developed young productivity to realize their mothers. They are still on production where the rest of the world. So you must give it everything and trust so that we can continue to structure the throughout the enactment. We have a
It's management side.
maybe at a number they come to governments of their own federal. And the way we are trying to do it, the moment they able to do implementation plans for the federal policy and the local policy. Particularly in the regional budget for the that's what we are. So I think that is the implementation of the country. The challenge is, but when we can insist on the that's not the
Then we have a professor there.
The specialist college, two components. One is that there must be a starting growth, and then they have to apply the AVD. 3 teams have applied, and then the veterinary public health is in the forefront and moving, plus the other 2. But the 2 that I said and I've seen listed in the AVD is one for pharmacologists and one for microbiology. Those are the 2 that I've seen listed, and the founder members have not come forward to try to. Yeah. So thank you.
Very well, very well. The veterinary surgeons, we met yesterday before I found an members in this. What I would like to say in general also, speak on defense, the requirements are that there has to be postgraduate education, I believe, for some levels of cadres. And as the college that's well established at the moment, we definitely have very many members in the faction, the specialist college of veterinary surgery, we have worked with, and part of that. This is for the matter of speak on the matter of CPD requirements in the of COVID and status at the level of I know that there are very few exemptions except medical. There's a question on that.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Probably allow me before I go to that, I say that the issue of AGP having moved directors. It's a board of AGP, the directors form a board of AGP. I think that is an issue that probably requires advocacy. So I think from our side, it's like we are in the management, but somebody said depends in the overhead. Although we are still here and there, but what I would propose is that probably the associations, this is an interest of the associations can advocate for this. Maybe we can see how they go about it so that move on. Now, on the issue of what Professor Vara said on the issue of the colleges. Now, the College of Veterinary Surgery is actually in the last stages of establishment. The founder members are already in place, and what is keeping this college from being established today, and I put it in my presentation, it is the fact that we have no vote, because that is our vote issue. But the members are there. There was somebody who was advocating for this. We did a lot of work, and I think we got the last member, but unfortunately the time of the vote had expired. So they have the members. Once the board meets, I think we have to sanction the process, and it continues. And what I want to say again here is that it is the experts who come forward and say that I'm an expert in this field and would wish to form a consultant college. So really that is the board just takes stuff from there. It has to come from the experts themselves. Now on the issue of CPD, I think we have posted on our guidelines, on our website, the guidelines for exemption. Probably I might not wish to repeat all of them, but if you look at the regulations, they allow the board to consider other exemptions, and which the board has actually put in use. I remember they have exempted on gate. There was an issue of CEOs government working with government organizations. They were exempted. Among them, I'm not remembering all of them, but there's a limit in the regulations which allows the board to have 10 exemptions. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. As I see guidance of the next step, in terms of statistics, may I say that it's been, except that when you present and nobody asks your question, it can be personal. So may I ask what really is the now that we are video and 1 minute, please. Must have a game plan for sure. The session was the policy governance.
Thank you, Chair. I think as we have had this meeting and even outside the threat is pharmacists want back the medicines. What we are doing, the matter is already in Parliament, so we are really MPs expressing them on the policies which led to the creation of PMP, why it was important to separate veterinary and human medicine. Not only a Kenyan affair, it is international department, the OIE requires that the creation of veterinary medicine is value of veterinary service. Kenya is a signatory to OIE. And there were also other policy issues. There was a policy to develop, then it informed change of law. So we didn't want to sensitize them to know that the environment has not changed. They are the same parliament that approved this law. So what we are doing is lobbying.
Very well. Thank you. Very well. Now, may I request that we all appreciate our four presenters who have done so that as we move on to the next session, we'll be guided by the humanity to your stations. This, let's give a clap of thanks to I think also my boss, so I have to be careful. Otherwise, I won't have a job in you so much, Professor Sandies, for that leadership. Our time is well spent. I just would like to inform us that you can keep this is safe for your laptops, some of us, just in case you have a packet to do. And so that was our session on legal enforcement framework in the animal resource industry. We want to go to the next session before we go for tea. Next we invite the council chair, Dr. Kari, Samuel, to take us through the stability
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Kari Samuel, and this is going to be a short session, hopefully. But one of the things I want to mention before we go there is the fact that veterinary medicine is a very interesting business because ophthalmologists, dentists, ENT, gynecologists are trained in one class. Gynecologists are easy for women, so having said that, when we go outside there, the practice separates us and differentiates the kind of clients we are going to be dealing with. Some of us are going to be dealing with one, and these are the practitioners that we know that the technologies and production system. Others are going to be dealing with food animals, which is purely business. And therefore the question is, because the veterinary profession has more than 70% people dealing with food animals, which are actually kept purely on business premises. The next question that this session is attempting to answer is, we are here as veterinary doctors to guarantee health for the animals. So good health. So what is what this session will do? Because we are saying health, so for this session, I want to request that we start with a presentation of commercialization of livestock sector, and this will be done by one of our long partners at the Veterinary Association, even in the sector, and this is Madam, who is the chief of party for ACP Foundation. And she's actually going to be us to do that presentation. Caroline Wanjeri. So welcome, Caroline Wanjeri, with a clap, please. Please put up our presentation. We hope you can be able to go through this in the next 20 minutes. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. On behalf of KCB Foundation, I don't have a presentation. I think this is the first time to be in the room with so many doctors and professors. I feel like the only one that is in. So I'm humbled to be here on behalf of KCB Foundation. I take this opportunity to thank Kenya Veterinary Association for organizing this very strategic conference, bringing in players in the medical sector. This year's theme on transforming the animal resource sector for sustainable socio-economic development comes at an opportune time. At a time when, as a country, food security and food nutrition is very critical. These events cement a commitment from all stakeholders towards strengthening the growth and stability of the livestock sector. As a bank, we are committed to improving the livelihoods of the communities that bank with us, and this is our only way of saying thank you. And we are happy through the partnership that we had with the Kenya Veterinary Association and different governments, because it is through this that we've been able to give back as a bank. We achieved this through KCB Foundation, which is really the CSR arm or the corporate social responsibility bank of the bank. So when I stand here, I am not Miss Moneybags. Miss Moneybags is seated here. She's called Jane. Jane, you can wave at the crowd. Jane is our regional manager for the Coast region, in charge of all our branches. It is for this reason that we invest in platforms like this, and so that we can deliberate, and the experts can meet and deliberate and see how we can improve the sector. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the programs at KCB Foundation is in Full Mind, and we say livestock is well, because indeed it is well. And we have to read that well from our farmers, from our cooperative society, and they need to start seeing that we are sitting on gold. And as a financial institution, one of the ways that we have come in to do that is to invest even in the cooperative societies that are led by these farmers, to bring corporate governance structures within the cooperative societies, to give access to loans. I saw when one of the presenters was presenting one of the key challenges in the livestock industry is lack of finance. And for us, it's to formalize, because initially, if you walked into a bank and ask for a loan, the first thing they ask you is, do you have a history? Do you have a record? Majority of these communities do not know that. And so we work with other partners to ensure that we can give them that technical capacity to be able to formalize their businesses and give them money that we can all lend amongst themselves. The initiative that is in Full Mind covers the entire livestock value chain, targeting farmers, mostly in the semi-arid and arid areas. And our aim is to raise the pastoralist economies by promoting and raising awareness of techniques and approaches in sustainable livestock husbandry. It also includes, as I mentioned, access to finance for cooperatives, ranches, and even beach management units for those that are within the lake region. For producer organizations, we train them on business development, we train them on financial literacy, as I say, we train them on corporate governance structures, and what happens is that we are able to transform them to become better. Therefore, I'm happy for us that we are able to deliberate with experts, and I say this with a lot of humility, just sitting there and listening to the experts speak. And I think it just helps to see how we integrate into one another. You know, the experts at the financial sector, how we all come and meet together with the communities. In light of the insecurities that are in our country, and especially with the livestock communities, we have partnered with different county governments to increase traceability. I think through partnership with county governments, we've been able to tag using a technology called RFID. We've been able to tag about 40,000 livestock. We want to do a bigger number, and I know we're working with the different counties just to increase that. But more importantly, just to explain from the previous presenter who was here, is to formalize our livestock sector. Because if we are to export our meat, then we have to be able to trace our livestock from the time it was born, from the time it was born, and from even the history of the nutrition that it has gone through. So we are happy together to work together on the tagging program, the RFID tagging program. So today, we have this program active in Baringo, we are in Taita Taveta, we are in Narok, we are in Kwale, we are in Laikipia, we are in Kilifi, we are in Samburu, we are in Tana River, we are in Marsabit, and we are now here in Mombasa. So we are very glad to be here today. Ladies and gentlemen, for subsector that accounts to 30%, I know the numbers that somebody was presenting or asking, is it 12%? Is it 15%? It is not counted very well, but I can tell you with the certainty, livestock contributes activity. So for a sector like this, we cannot ignore. It's unfortunate that it's not been given the emphasis that it should have. But I think as a bank, we are committed to even work with legislators to pass laws that will help commercialize this sector, because it is through this sector that we can sustainably feed our nation. It is through this sector that we can provide a dignified life for our communities and for our farmers. I therefore salute everyone that has made this become fruition, and hope that as we deliberate in the next 2 days, we'll be able to find even more areas of partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now to the chief of party. I want to welcome the council chair. Samuel will speak on leads, recognition, national federation. According to your program that was supposed to have been done by Nicholas, we had our ABA chair, chair, and then it will be done by the council chair.
Thank you so much. It's a good presentation. Yes. So as we go through this, I think I will try as much as possible to be very quick. So my name is Dr. Kari, someone for those of us that we not interacted, and the council chairman for the Veterinary Organization. I also work for the epidemiology and economic section of the capital of the Veterinary. I'm also doing some work with Forever and one research application at EAP, which is of private happiness. We are doing something, we do very people for building the capacity of the government. So I will be focusing on the leads, and I want to take us through how far we have gone with regards to livestock identification and traceability. Because the leads, let's go to the next slide, please. Because the leads have been an outstanding need for the country since independence. One of the things that we need is to understand the background of this. And in the understanding this, we must acknowledge that the country has launched a livestock identification and traceability system because it has depended on the database documentation. What has been happening in the country is the order and branding. Order and branding has just go and apply for a plant which cannot identify the animal immediately. It identifies other animals. A lot of people cannot trace back the animals or products individually, but then it makes us just be able to identify groups of animals. So these are hampered trade for some reasonable markets, because some markets would build proof understanding of where is this animal coming from, how has it been raised, and is it from diseases, is it free from antimicrobial residues, is it free for human consumption. So such markets we have no great certification system because of the lack of that condition of animals. Cattle rustling has also characterized some of our regions in the country, which has the loss of lives. And of course, inability to export, as we have spoken about that. Yes, so in this country, there has been quite a number of things that have been done, and just want to give you brief background. In 2005, there was a pilot that was done where we were trying to install RFID borders. In 2009, there was also some work in Saburu, West Pokot, where we were also doing the movement of bonuses. In 2013, bonuses which are slightly different now, or bigger,
Because remember, bonuses, for them to be able to track, they require batteries, and that is why the battery size makes the bonus quite big. And this is what was done in 2013. The BDS continued to Uganda to do that same trial. And remember, these bonuses they proved not very efficient because when some animals were lost, they were not actually able to be traced. So we realized the tracking aspect, because in livestock identification, there's an identification component where you want to know which animal is this. And there's also the tracking component where some people want to know where is the animal that cannot skip the diet and be able to skip the system. So that is currently not possible in livestock. And the sole reason is that we have no good technology that can guarantee a battery life, which is equivalent to the life of that animal. Big animals' life is 5 years, that they will need to be there. Daily animals, we are not going to 10 years. So we need a battery that can last that long. That is why trucking has proved as a challenge in the livestock sector. And vehicles which are charging their own country. But in wildlife, that's why we have a big collar, and we can also be able to spend 150,000 about here, or there about one animal. So, for the 2014, there was also some microchips that were done. Those ones again brought some public health concerns, because when you implant a microchip below the skin, and the animals are taken to the already so you do not know whether they are going to get up on a plate and whether you are going to be swallowed by human beings and what the implications of that will be, not education. Then we have 2017 date, we have the technology that we designed pilot together with KCB Foundation and the BVS and of course other partners who are listed here. We had World Vision, and also the amount of trust together with us. So those are the kind of things that have been done. So truly, it is not necessary to be living on a pilot in this country as well. That's all. Because since independence up to now, we truly should have a lead system in place. So next. So this is how it works. This works. We have to identify an animal individually, either using the RFID tag or using those other technologies like the microchip, or even using the ordinary tags. Then this, if it is going to be electronic, you have to have a way of transferring that number, which is that identification device, to the system that you're using to capture the information. If it is going to be a mobile application, like during our pilot, we were using the mobile application. Then this application must be able to channel this information into the dashboard. And this dashboard is what is going to be accessible to only the authorized users. Okay? The authorized users are going to be at the national level, county levels, the state and the ones that we have ownership of that. Yes, so the system capabilities, which is bare minimum, we need a system that can be able to capture all the things that have been done in terms of health of the animal. If the animal is being injected with antibiotics, we need that captured in the system. If the animal is actually identified, we need a system that can capture all the information about that particular animal, be it the color, be it the breed, be it the sex, and so on and so forth. When that animal is also treated, we need to say, was it treated? And with a particular focus with antibiotics because of AMR and those other challenges. Stage of ownership, we need to also acknowledge that livestock identification or even a system to do leads. It's not just a system like a system to record diseases. It's not just a system like recording facts or other things. It is transactional. And when an animal changes ownership, it has to be also checked in the system. That is why most partners have not been getting trying to go when it comes to establishing livestock identification. We also need to know import and export records when animals come from other countries. Remember, other countries are also having needs. How are we going to treat those animals? The system is that.
Then we also need to know, and the slaughter, what happens? Are we going to be slaughtering animals where if we check the system, they were also treated yesterday with antibiotics? So we need to know that. If we slaughter, are they going to remain in the system? And if we slaughter, where are we going to treat? How are we going to treat the purification devices? Are the purification devices supposed to be reusable or not? So the system must be alive to those dynamics. And this next bit, those are the dynamics, those are the kind of modules we are talking about. You first and foremost identify the animal, and if it is already in the system and you need to update some records, update it there. Then we also need to identify the system must have capability because of our setups. Okay? Because of our setups, we need to identify a system that can be able to update or even identify back animals. Then registration of animal is never complete without linking it to the owner, because no animal is on its own. Animals must be linked to the owner, just like the amount of labor and any other asset. Register premises where they are housed. We must also be able to register to do all those other things. Yeah, so this is what we are talking about. Primary production, what is happening must be captured by weeks. Then we proceed to feedlots, which are supposed to be marketed and these are our animals at quarantine facilities, export processing results, the proposed EUs and the certificates, and then of course the markets. Then we have what we need to think about is, remember these have got national database and it must be able to be of benefit to disease records database. It must also be of importance to the Kenya Stand Book. It must also be importance to the insurance records. It must also be of importance to the banking records, so that any bank sitting in the bank can actually key the ID number and be able to see how much assets you have as far as the restaurant is concerned. Next. Yes, so this is kind of the things you are saying. The financial issues and the access to credit can actually be solved using a credit order stock identification system, because it does a matter of identifying how much this person has, just how to contact the buyer, and so on and so forth. And the same is insurance. That's yeah. So the traceability we are talking about, we need to reach a point where you go to a supermarket and you can be able to identify where was this animal raised, where was this meat, where is this coming from? Is it in a farm in Malindi? How was it traced? And it should actually guarantee owners access to some basic information about the animal which the owner actually needs to. So we are proposing a system to use kind of QR codes, and then you scan that QR code and get the bare minimum information about the product. Next. Yeah, so benefit to the meat producers, again, all these animal producers can be able to verify and be able to sell animals based on quality. Next. So for sustainability, we hope to have this system to be giving incentives to the producers. We hope to make some systems inaccessible to overall the system, and we hope to be able to so that the system can actually sustain its own self. We also hope that the farmers can actually be the ones who are financing these next. Yes, the next steps I think is that's encouraging collaborations, and of course taking this to the next level next. So this is a presentation that came up to the need. After we did our pilot, we did a presentation to the ministry. And after doing that presentation, we were told this is a group school that we must establish a legal framework. And that is why we developed this legal, this is the lead strategy document, which is in place. Next. And after that, we also started developing the regulations. The regulations were developed by, of course, a lot of stakeholders. And of course, we have, since the development of security, we have done a lot of things that is passed through by the group meetings and several officials. And of course, you can see we also want to introduce funded by NCD and these are the partners and the market trust organization. And we have those stakeholders actually in various regions in the country. So there are several things that we have done to be able to have the current regulations the way they are in the state they are in. Yeah. And we have also done a lot of awareness solutions so that issues can be brought up so that we have a system that is acceptable by everyone. So awareness solution has continued in our avenues. The only thing that I would want now to bring to our attention, because the rest is just the outline of whatever is already the Ministry of Livestock in Agriculture, the website has actually had draft regulation. We will organize to make sure that we have the most recent document up there so that all people can check. We have not closed anything and we are not closed to any views, but the process at which we are now, the document is in the policy, the directorate of policy, so that it can be very soon pushed to the cabinet level and become enacted. And we are seeking to enact this at the Animal Diseases Act, so that then we can start that process. So ours today as a meeting is to actually say and give our blessings to this process, so that we can go to the next level. As KBA congregation here, I think it is important, Mr. Chairman, that we pronounce ourselves so that then our solution can be complete. Thank you very much. We have Caroline and Chapter somewhere. Please come. The front. Team of Particles Foundation. We'll take a few questions. The audience. Somebody have a question? All right, I'll start with my professor, Professor Irani. I'm going to present some.
Thank you. My name is Professor Kurani, University of Nairobi. My question is to Dr. Haredi. Bearing in mind the limitations of the rodent policies in terms of the lifespan of the battery, have you gone ahead to retag those same animals? And then also in terms of the ear tags, what is their lifespan in terms of how long can those ear tags last? And you have the equipment available to various countries that are using in terms of the readers.
I'm Dr. Mangaki from Director of Data Sciences. My question to Dr. Haredi is, during this kind of the projects, how far are we going to involve the various stakeholders, especially in the inputs, make sure that the data, especially the treatment data, project data, is entered into the system, so that the whole history of the animal incorporated for mathematical purposes.
Thank you very much. Dr. Kenan from Cost Development. And my question goes to Dr. Kenan in terms of livestock identification. The purpose, I think, for this patient security primarily may contain incidences of livestock. And the many times, the larger livestock population is in the asal area. I don't know whether these pilots were done in the asal areas and how useful they were to the nomadic and the pastoral community, which are others of large number of livestock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mine is just to there's need for you to avoid that administrative proposal.
Right. One last one.
Thank you, Chair. And again, I appreciate that you indicated this consultation. And I was just wondering why the membership of the animal production society of Kenya has not been consulted on this, because I see lots of collaboration, lots of partnership, especially in the variation of leads. If we are talking about them, very critical component with the leads. So I just want your view of this and whether we have a space at the moment. Thank you.
All right, I think we can take questions. Yes. All right. So those of us who are online, we apologize for the problem with audio, and I've been informed that has been resolved. So thank you for the questions.
Thank you so much. My name is Joseph Kichu. My question also is to Dr. Hariri on the disabilities in the ear tags. I'm really glad to know how long my ear tag can last, especially in the daily setting. Previously, I was working in a foreign country where disability was based on languages. So you get a language on the left leg, subcutaneous. And this was working well. I think to this document that somebody made, and that's sort of not really more important than the society. So it means the case of the slaughterhouse and know how to condemn it. That's one section of the very close to. I think it would be much better because we can language, you can get the information from the language. You can feed the information to the language which is a transponder. And this is the way to go because it's an ear tag and something to stand with the ear tag. I guess I'm going to scratch it or something. Thank you.
I think we can take those ones. Let's leave the presenters.
So thank you so much. I want to start with the questions from Professor Kiholani about the room and molars and they're in the failure. One of the things that we need to understand is the rumen application is actually a very invasive technology, and we can have some cases of sonorous, the size of the molars. So we actually did not recommend the use of molars in this regulation. If we look at it, we have given each species, if it is cattle, we have given the recommended. If it is the companion animals, as the tool is asking, we can give even microchips. So one of the things that we need, microchips, we are very keen on not using them at this stage until we organize the infrastructure such that we can take stock of all animals where they are for slaughter. And are the people slaughtering alive to the fact that these animals have a microchip. Some microchips are very mischievous. They move some 10 years ago, they planted here and so room and balance is not recommended for use on the home. Then lifespan for ear tags. Different ear tags have specifications, they have anabolic tests, and you have that information is provided by doctors to tell you how long you can stay and what conditions. So that will be dictated. If you want if it is for daily cows, it has to be a very strong tag because the lifespan of a daily cow is much bigger than that of a big cow. So that is going to be dictated by that. The other thing I want to answer together with large institutes concerned about microchips and probably I think I'll talk about Dr. Dr. Mwangani is asking the involvement of stakeholders, people like inputs. We have tried as much as possible to even do other undocumented stakeholders engagement, which was heavily supported by the SCP Corporation and other partners I mentioned. And all these players have been very good. And to be able to make sure that we are not left out anybody, we also put out advertisement in the newspaper. And we also left up in the ministry's website so that everybody can actually feel free to give inputs. But remember, even if we give you the draft of its regulation, it will always have comments. So the spirit is we try and facilitate the progress, and then we go on because it's an independent document that can always be applicable. Then Dr. Kenyani is saying the main purpose is control livestock theft. For this particular approach, we avoided going that direction, Dr. Kenyani, because we know cattle rustling in Kenya is a very complex phenomenon. And we mentioned that to most communities will be chased away and leads, that will be the end of leads in some of those regions. So our approach is we are doing this for food security, and once we enforce and actually replace the legal framework and identify all the animals and make it mandatory for all the animals. Because one of the parliamentary group meetings that we have there, they are the ones who say, if you're serious about helping us, make livestock identification mandatory. Just the same way it is mandatory for you to identify your cow. Just the same way it is also mandatory for you to own an ID. Failure to which you also produce a police certificate or something. Then the administrative setup, I do want to dwell on that. I know that. But what we are proposing is that leads should be set up as a very serious division so that you can be able to coordinate all these others. Remember that database is going to be very critical, and what we are trying to propose is that we should integrate it with all the other existing relevant databases for it to realize maximum benefits and for it to be very beneficial. One of the key things I would want to encourage our members is leads is actually the primary thing in the livestock sector, and actually it can help and solve many other problems. So I think it's a high time we become deliberate on looking at access. Then Bob is talking about animal production society. That's what I mentioned, and I said we actually have tried as much as possible to involve everybody. But all those comments are always welcome. We can so now, I'm just thinking a few questions online.
Sorry, before you read the questions online, I just wanted to add to Dr. Kenan's, I think, Post Development Authority, and just what Councillor Chair has mentioned, the fact that, the intention, when you go to the community, the intention is very important because it can either bring more conflict. And for us as a bank, we are looking at all these communities we're working with, we need to be a champion of bringing in peace. But how do you do that without necessarily entering the issue of cattle rustling and the rest? And that's why it was easier to go with the issue of food security and financial inclusivity. I will tell you through the Mifugo Nimadi, we have been able to give us 114 million, which we wouldn't have had because how do I take a cow? I don't know where it will be, but once it's tagged, then I will know, I will have a trace of the movement of that cow, and I'm able to take it as security. Through that, again, we've been able to train 154 cooperative societies that were being run in a Juakali way, and now they run them as companies. They go to the next level where we actually lend them as a bank, and they lend to the individual farmers there. So it is going there with a mission, not just to deal with the societal issues that affect them, but also bringing sustainability and financial inclusivity for them.
All right. Movement of us. Johnson Munga, the number of use of RFID in cases of theft, given the fact that the signal cannot be transmitted remotely.
Yes, I think that is a very important question. Eh? People are asking, why are you using ear tags when you know people can chop off the ear when they want to do mischievous? We are saying in the regulation that the left ear of each and every animal will not be belonging to you or the structure. And if you lose it, we treat you just like the way we treat you when you lose your ID. You have to produce a police abstract. Because these custodians, the way we treat these things, I think it's the reason why we still don't have a system. You have to produce a police abstract if you lose the left ear of your animal. Number two, the microchip that we are using, that Kitu was talking about, and even the question that you asked online, the microchip is using the same technology with the RFID ear tag. The only difference is that the microchip is implanted below the screen, the skin, and the RFID ear tag is actually done on the ear. You can choose to read the microchip, the RFID ear tag visually, or you can use to read it using the transporters, the RFID readers. So the issue of effectiveness, we believe, and we have assessed this, and based on even the other countries that have done it, we believe it is something that is doable, provided we enforce mandatory identification of animals. I think it's something that we have to study for the success. Thank you.
Karibu kwa kipindi cha Mifugo ni Mali, kipindi kinachowafunza wafugaji mbinu bora za ufugaji na kuwakinga mfugo wako kutokana na magonjwa mbalimbali. Ugonjwa wa miguu na midomo ni mojawapo ya magonjwa ya mifugo ambayo ni rahisi sana kuambukizana.
Huu ugonjwa wa miguu na mdomo usambazwa kupitia kwa wale ng'ombe ambao wameshikwa wakitangamana na wale ambao hawajashikwa, na pia na zingine vifaa ambazo madaktari wanatumianga.
Ugonjwa wa miguu na midomo husababishwa na virusi ambavyo huathiri ng'ombe, kondoo, mbuzi na nguruwe.
Dalili ambazo zinaonekana kwa ng'ombe ambaye amekocheka ni joto mwilini, kudondoka kwa mate, na pia kulekaleka kwa miguu, na pia kusaka meno, na pia unaweza kuona matiti na midomo kuwa na vidonda nyingi. Jambo la kwanza ya kwamba ugonjwa haina tiba, na jambo la kufanya kuzuia ni ya kwamba tunatumia chanjo kila miezi 6, na pia kutenganisha wale wameshikwa na ugonjwa na wale bado, alafu pia kuripoti mlipuko wa ugonjwa huo wakati wote ukitokea kwa ofisi ya Veterinary ile iko karibu, ili tuzuie kwa sambaza ugonjwa.
Kwa maelezo zaidi, wasiliana na daktari wa mifugo aliye karibu nawe.
Karibu kwa kipindi cha Mifugo ni Mali, kipindi kinachowafunza wafugaji mbinu bora za kulisha na kutunza mifugo.
Umuhimu wa lishe bora katika ng'ombe wa maziwa ni kwamba utaweza kupata maziwa mengi ambayo utaweza kuuza na upate faida ama fedha ya kujimudu nyumbani. Pia utaweza kuuza wale ng'ombe wenye watakuwa wakizaliwa kila mwaka, utauza upate fedha pia nyumbani. Dalili ambayo inaonyesha ng'ombe wana afya mzuri ni kwamba kukua kwao itakuwa ni haraka, ngozi yao ni laini na nyororo, maziwa ambayo yanakamuliwa ni mengi, na pia ng'ombe ambayo anafutia macho.
Ili kuhakikisha afya bora ya mifugo, hakikisha kuwa mifugo wana majani ya kutosha na pia wanapewa madini kulingana na uzito na umri wao. Hakikisha mifugo wanapewa maji safi na ya kutosha. Wapatie dawa za minyoo mara kwa mara. Kwa maelezo zaidi, wasiliana na daktari wa mifugo aliye karibu nawe.
Is that we make a difference. Our desire is that the livestock farmer will reap benefits that they have not reaped before in applying better feeding methods for their cows, better marketing for their products, and that way we are all winners. The bank wins for their investors, the county government wins in a community that has been empowered.
Sisi serikali na wafadhili wengi wangependa sana kufanya kazi na wakulima, lakini kwa sababu kila mtu anafanya kazi kivyake inakuwa vigumu. Kwa hivyo tunawaomba jiunge kwenye cooperative. Kwa kwenye hizi cooperative tunaomba sana mtu angalie kushoto kulia nani yuko kwenye cooperative.
The KCB Foundation now has a great opportunity to collaborate for a good cause which will benefit the economy of the communities in Narok. From Narok, we can feed Nairobi, Nakuru, and Naivasha. KCB Foundation is going to make an initial investment of 30 million shillings, which will create for farmers and break the circle of dependency and poverty among the people of Narok County.
Katika hii partnership between the county government na KCB Foundation, I believe we are going to the next level kama farmers wa Narok County.
Tunafurahi sana kupata development partners kama Kenya Commercial Bank ambaye siku ya leo tutasign MOU ya kuendeleza hiyo agenda ambaye iko kabisa katika County Integrated Development Plan, kuona ya kwamba tunaenda kudeliver kwa hiyo agenda ambayo iko katika CIDP yetu. We are partners, we are friends, na wakati mumekuja kwa agenda kama siku ya leo kuendeleza hiyo partnership on behalf of our county yetu ya Narok na partners, we want to say we are very happy, we are very excited.
And we try to make sure the vaccine is a live vaccine, it can cause the disease. So we treat with long-acting antibiotic, that is 30%, it can stay for a whole week. Good, so it's done. Okay. So this is now showing the vaccine is there, and this does, the ear tag does not come. First one. Okay. First one.
This one? So go ahead and press.
Yeah, just press.
There are over 3.4 million working donkeys in East Africa, working endlessly in some of the harshest of conditions. At times, these animals are overworked or suffer with years of medical neglect and end up dead. However, Their labor plays an important role in the lives of the most vulnerable communities, depending almost entirely on them for livelihoods. In most instances, the income from a single equine can support a whole family. Youth in urban centers depend on donkeys to earn their daily income, where donkeys are a means to an end. In the arid and semi-arid areas, women use donkeys to support their households with domestic chores like fetching water and firewood. In high productivity areas, men and women use donkeys to ferry their farm produce to their homes and to markets. Since 2012, Brook East Africa has been supporting donkey welfare improvement programs in Kenya, Tanzania, Somaliland, and South Sudan. Brook East Africa, through its partners, provides treatment for the working equines and works with local communities, women, and youth groups. We also offer help to working equines in need through our partners, vets who are always on the move, hopping from county to county, sometimes attending to animals in far-flung areas of East Africa. We are also involved in advocacy activities, lobbying government and security agencies to put in place policies that lead to improved animal welfare in the region. Brook East Africa continues to seek partners to strengthen its resource base and reach more people in East Africa. With your support and partnership, we will be able to continue our donkey welfare improvement programs, reaching more vulnerable working equines in more areas throughout East Africa. Beyond that, we endeavor to keep up the critical role of collecting information and data, working towards our target of directly reaching over 400,000 working equines in East Africa by 2021, thereby positively impacting more than 2.4 million people. To support Brook East Africa, visit our website, send us an email, or give us a call.
We are the heartbeat of technology, with our finger on the pulse of healthcare that has significantly impacted our region.
Cosmos was started by my father, Prakash Patel, who is also a pharmacist. And then he decided early in the 70s and 80s that he had a desire to make Kenya self-sufficient in medicines. At that time, Kenya was importing a lot of medicines, yeah. So in 84, we started manufacturing at the present premises, yeah. That's when I came back from England. My background is also a pharmacist. My father decided that we needed to attack 3 pandemic diseases of Kenya that was faced. Yeah? So first and foremost was malaria, second was TB, and later on came HIV. And at the same time look at essential medicines, because he said this is what Africa is going to need, this is what Kenya is going to need, and we need to do something for the people.
Cosmos has always been a company focused on quality. It's the foundation stone of this company. And I think, 30 years, 40 years on from when the company started, we've achieved that.
Cosmos operates a literal world-class facility with a total built-up area above 300,000 square feet, 5 manufacturing blocks, warehouse with over 180 API and 6,000 SKUs, on-site finished goods marketing and administration offices, staff canteen, and 24-hour operation. Our production capacity is quite wide, with over 1 billion tablets manufactured annually and 20 million packs of medicines sold annually. In addition to being recognized by the Pharmaceutical Society of Kenya and the Pharmacy and Poisons Board, Cosmos also has USAID, WHO, GMP, and European Pharmaceutical Inspection Corporation Scheme (PICS). Our current therapeutic areas of manufacturing specialization include diabetes, hypertension, antibiotics, anti-inflammatory, HIV, TB, cough and cold, anti-diarrhea, and others, as well as veterinary products. These medications have impacted the lives of millions. As a snapshot of that impact, more than 300,000 patients are currently on Cosmos diabetes and cardiovascular medicines countrywide.
At World Animal Protection, we know that every animal counts. We're a global animal welfare organisation and have been campaigning for over 50 years to end animal cruelty. We work to achieve global change. Every day, billions of animals are experiencing unbearable cruelty. We tackle the root causes of their suffering so that we can make the biggest difference to their lives. We give a voice to the voiceless. Our world is changing fast. As people face urgent issues like the climate emergency and depleting natural resources, we give animals a voice and ensure their needs are met because we all call our planet home. Right now, we're prioritising issues where change can transform the lives of the greatest number of animals, overhauling the global food system. And ending the cruel exploitation of our planet's wildlife. We know that the fate of animals' lives rests in our hands. Our passionate teams inspire and mobilise individuals and organisations to create change. We support local and global movements that are fighting for a better future for animals. Our knowledge and expertise give us a powerful voice at the most influential levels of government and business, where we establish animal welfare as a global priority and a local concern. Though the challenge is great, our determination is greater.
What makes a dog smile? Is it being called good boy 1,000 times? Or it's a bowl full of canine dog food? Because every serving of canine dog food is a bowl full of cheer. Canine dog food for happy, healthy dogs.
Hello, participants of the 55th Annual Kenya Veterinary Association Scientific Conference and 15th World Rabies Day celebration. I would like to say welcome from Action for the Protection of Animals Africa to this event. APA is an animal welfare organization whose vision is an Africa where animal welfare is core to society. And the main mission of this organization is to ensure that animal welfare is integral in livestock, companion animal, and wildlife, so as to improve the lives of our animals and the interactions with our humans and environment.
And we at Action for Protection of Animals Africa want to see animal welfare becoming the core in the way we work, the way we grow our animals, the way we interact with them. And it's because of this we will be working in 3 project areas. The first is in disaster management, where we will want to see animals protected during disasters and having their resilience build after the disasters so they can be part of who we are, our core.
When disasters happen, it's not only the humans who get displaced, but also the animals, whether livestock, companion, or wildlife. It is a known fact that when disasters happen, that the livestock that people run away is their initial source of food and their initial source of income while they are trying to stabilize themselves and disaster aid comes in. Therefore, it is very important to maintain rescue of animals in disaster and in wildlife areas, as this is a source of income for a country.
Rabies, Rift Valley fever, malignant catarrhal fever, what do all these have in common? These are diseases that affect our wildlife, livestock, and even us. We at Action for Protection of Animals Africa are working with national and county governments to develop plans that will see all our animals better protected, carrying out vaccination programs, and even teaching farmers and livestock owners how to better protect their own livestock.
The second area we'll be working with is animals in communities, and this area will be mostly centralizing in the area of dog population management and rabies elimination. As you know, globally there's a goal to eliminate transition of rabies to humans from dogs by 2030, and after that eliminating it in dogs in the rest of Africa and Asia. This is very important because dog population management and rabies affect various areas in our society. Depending on the number of dogs, you can either have a sustainable, healthy city, or you can have a city full of strays. In farm areas, dogs can also spread rabies to livestock, causing losses at the household level, and especially if they bite and the owner of the household dies and he's an income earner. Dogs also, unfortunately, in wildlife area carry diseases like rabies and distemper, which when they enter wildlife zones can kill and have wiped out whole packs of large cats and wild dogs. Therefore, it is very important to maintain dog population management and rabies elimination. As in disasters in management, we shall also be working in the areas of community, academia, technical persons, and at government level.
And redefining how we also live with wildlife, redefining how we manage our environment so that it is optimal for our livestock and our wildlife, and ultimately for ourselves. We are also going to work in the area of companion animals, wanting to see dog population management, rabies management, and other diseases controlled within companion animals, and the companion animals are treated well and become part and parcel of our families and our livelihoods.
In regards to wildlife, which is our third category, we'll be working in a specialized area or areas. The first one being disaster risk mitigation and management. The other one will be working where there is a confluence of human, animal, and livestock. And this is intervention in areas of human-wildlife conflict and zoonotic disease mitigation across these borders so that we can have sustainability in areas where humans and wildlife live together to ensure productivity and livelihoods in the livestock sector and in the wildlife area.
We in APA come with a combined experience of 25 years working in Africa, Asia, and even in Latin America, where we have the experience and the expertise to help communities, farmers, animal owners.
If someone were to ask you what a rabid dog looks like, what would you say? The typical image conjured in the media is a deranged, manic creature foaming at the mouth. And although this can be the case, unfortunately less obvious signs are far more common than most people realize. Actually, in the early stages of the disease, rabid dogs can look surprisingly normal and alert while they shed the world's deadliest virus in their saliva. Being aware of the clinical signs of rabies can be life-saving for anyone living in or visiting rabies endemic areas, and is especially critical for those working with animals. In this video, we're going to show you what to look out for in dogs and other animals using footage from mission rabies projects around the world. Rabies has a huge impact on the welfare of dogs, but the behaviors are caused by the rabies virus and not the dogs. So every biting dog is not rabid, and every rabid dog doesn't bite. Rabies in dogs is a disease which can be eliminated through mass dog vaccination. By knowing the signs of rabies, you will be able to support efforts to control this disease and to protect yourself, your family, and your community. Some of the footage here is upsetting to watch, but it is the reality of this disease, affecting communities all over the world. We will be covering aspects of rabies control and post-exposure prophylaxis in detail in our other videos. Rabies can appear in either a furious form, characterized by hyperactivity, or a paralytic form, characterized by weakness and paralysis. But both forms rapidly progress to coma and death. The signs of rabies can vary hugely between animals, but the only consistent aspect in all cases is death, which always occurs within 10 days and most often within 4 days of the first signs of illness. As such, rabies should be considered in any animal which dies suddenly after a short illness in rabies endemic setting. The WHO considers a dog to be suspected of rabies if any of the following signs are present: hypersalivation, paralysis, lethargy, abnormal vocalization, and unprovoked abnormal aggression. That could be biting two or more people or animals and inanimate objects. Let's go through the signs one by one. But remember, many rabid animals will only show one or a few of these signs at any one time. The rabies virus can cause paralysis of the tongue and muscles of the throat. This can cause the tongue to hang loose, the jaw to hang open, and saliva to drool from the mouth. This saliva often contains high concentrations of the rabies virus. Here we can see the dog is unsteady on her feet, and you can see her tongue hanging loose. In this dog, you can also see the neurological signs of the dog twitching. Signs of weakness, slow movements, circular movements, and malcoordination are common in the paralytic presentation of rabies. Neurological signs of trembling, shrinking, and convulsions are also common and are frequently mistaken for distemper. This can progress to seizure-like activity as seen in this dog. Some dogs with rabies can appear lethargic, as if they can't keep their eyes open, but then when stimulated, quickly become alert and aggressive once again. Other dogs are generally subdued and withdrawn, showing the signs more typical to the paralytic form of the disease. The rabies virus affects parts of the brain controlling primitive behaviors, and so a common sign of rabies is aggression. In dogs, this can result in an urge to bite objects, people, and animals around them, especially things that move. Dogs showing the furious form of rabies will often attack objects put near the cage or placed inside, as is shown in this footage of dogs later confirmed to have rabies. So it is especially important to handle these dogs with care, to make sure that the areas housing possible rabid dogs are clearly signposted and that all individuals with access are trained and vaccinated. As the virus affects the function of the muscles in the throat, there can be a change in the sound of the dog's bark, with a strained or hoarse tone. The rabies virus really is a master of deception, and trying to paint a specific picture of what clinical rabies looks like in dogs will lead to missed cases. The signs of rabies between animals are consistently inconsistent. Some dogs are inappetent or unable to drink, while others continue to eat well. Some dogs appear even playful, while others are manic and aggressive. An indicative sign of rabies in people is a fear of water, or called hydrophobia. However, this sign is not observed in dogs, and so the idea that a dog that is still drinking is not rabid is a misconception. You have seen a number of puppies throughout this video. Rabies in puppies is often overlooked because biting and nipping is a normal behavior in healthy puppies. This can mean that people don't think of rabies after a bite or a scratch from a puppy, resulting in many human rabies deaths. Indeed, the risk of rabies in puppies has shown to be higher than in adult dogs in a number of studies. For possibly because they are often missed during mass dog vaccination campaigns, or delayed being taken to a vet for vaccination, or simply because they are cute and cuddly, making chances of interaction with people higher. Bites and scratches from puppies should be managed in the same way as any other dog bite, and it is important that puppies of all ages get taken for vaccination during dog vaccination campaigns. The signs of rabies only get worse, never better. So in places where the clinician is uncertain, monitoring the animal in quarantine will enable the trajectory of the disease to be assessed. Clinical signs invariably progress over a period of hours or days, as in this case progressing to coma within 24 hours. Sadly, all dogs with rabies progress through to coma and death within 10 days of first showing signs, with no effective veterinary treatment currently known. The disease has a 100% mortality rate. Interesting to note that rabies is the only disease with 100% mortality rate, and so in cases where the animal is suffering, the kindest course of action is humane euthanasia to prevent a painful traumatic death. Dogs are the reservoir species for the rabies virus, and so transmission from dogs presents the greatest risk. However, any mammal can be infected with the rabies virus and has the potential to transmit the virus to people through its saliva. Most animals show the same spectrum of signs described for dogs. Both furious and parentical forms have been reported in cats, cows, and other species. In the early stages of rabies surveillance programs, often cows are reported with signs of rabies, more often than dogs due to their close association with their owner. Rabies in cows is only the tip of the iceberg. So where there are rabies cases in cows, there is inevitably a large rabies reservoir population nearby. As for other animals, cows can exhibit the paralytic or furious form of rabies. Care should be taken when examining cows with hypersalivation, with many reports of people reaching into their mouths to check for an obstruction, but the animal turning out to have rabies. Cows with furious rabies can pose a considerable risk to communities due to their size and horns. We hope that one day the videos of these animals will serve only as a historical record of the disease. Rabies in dogs has been eliminated from many parts of the world through mass dog vaccination, but the disease still poses a very real threat to people across Africa and Asia. Mission Rabies is a charity working to develop methods and systems to support governments to implement effective dog vaccination campaigns on a huge scale, protecting not only the dogs from rabies but also preventing the risk of this horrific disease to people. Click on the links below to find out more about their work and find out how you can support making ours the final rabies generation.
Right. Let's get started. So we start. All right. I want to invite Dr. Paulo Gesa. Paulo Gesa is the Vice Chair of the Kenya Veterinary Association, who is going to handle the session, the opening ceremony, and then we'll come back to science. So, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Paulo Gesa.
Our chief guest. Our chief guest. Lawrence Muhaka, our Administrative Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, Director of Business Services, Director in charge of Policy Regulations, Policy Research and Regulations, my able chairman, Independent Association, our partners, all my representative, KCB Foundation representative, CEOs of semi-autonomous government agencies that are present here. I mentioned the name as time comes. Dear members, dear partners, dear exhibitors, our hosts, and the management team are here. Good morning, all of you. Don't this afternoon. Sorry for that. I have to apologize first. We have run a bit late, but I'm told the previous session was a bit exciting and we did not leave some questions. Maybe that just shows the interest. But at the same time, also, I want to appreciate you all for taking time to get the invitation. It has been a while we've not met. For reasons we all know, because of the pandemic, COVID, we are not left behind. We are affected in all ways, just like the rest of the society. We had a minute silence, nobody better now about it, lost some of them through COVID. And for that matter, as we've been given this opportunity to meet, please let's maintain the COVID prevention protocols so that we go back in one piece. And as the Director Policy Research and Regulation said, Malindi Hospital is just 3 kilometers away and the vaccination is ongoing. The second dose you can get it wherever it is. So in the evening, during lunch, please take time and pass by if you're not getting vaccinated. We will try and see if we can catch up and save some time during this session. So, no stress to the program. I want to recognize our partners, without whom we will not have been able to be here. We work together, and all the activities that the association does, we always do with us. And for this day, as we do our 15th scientific conference, and between World Herpes Day celebrations, you come in and you are here with us. And because of time, I know some of you will be given time to talk, some of you have already spoken. I'll only mention, and if there's a representative, you can just stand wherever you are and wait. But the rest of us, please take time and pass through the exhibitions that are outside here, so that you know what else our partners can offer. So also take note of the representatives. If there's anything, you can engage them in the next 2 days, for these 2 days that we're going to be here. So I'll start with one of our major partners, Group East Africa. Please, if you're there, thank you so much, and we appreciate the support. Information once more, I'm sure you've heard from them what they are doing with us. Cosmos, you are rebranded, and your branded location, and we appreciate you so much. We work with you. CKL Africa, another company that was also rebranded, please don't confuse the name. Dynamics Limited, where are you? Okay, I'm sure that within, even if you are not here, you can get them understand. And we are very, very pleased and happy, and we really want this to go on for years to come. We really want to work with the University of Nairobi. The Dean is here, leading his team. We really appreciate the Dean for coming over and this. Kilifi County, your staff, your support, we cannot quantify it If you put together the time, the materials, and all that has been done to make this very successful, you cannot, it's not easy to go to at least come to this. Wild animal protection. We feel you are doing quite a great job, and we promise to work with you towards wild animal protection. I saw them with someone said indeed. Thank you so much. Medicine Limited, Medicine Limited, somewhere of Karuto. Okay. OID. I'm sure we all know what it means. Okay. Kenya Veterinary Board, our professional regulator, thank you so much. The Veterinary Medicine Directorate, I think we will see her the field day, she's here. Thank you so much. Power Food and Agriculture Organization. Amanda. Amanda Gotoyle. You are very supportive. Diamond V. Just make them present your thanks. Next year, we really appreciate your service. Thank you so much. Elgon Kenya, if the representative is there. Elgon Kenya. President, Representative, thank you so much for that. My senior. Seva. Seva. I've seen the attendance. Make sure we visit that. Ultimate Dresser. Ultimate Dresser, thank you. You blessed us in the morning. You also blessed us in suppers. Thank you so much. Atlantis Life Services. My friend Dr. Kari and his team. Atlantis Life Services, Life Services. Biodin. Just clap for them and say. Action for Protection of Animals, Africa. And last but not least, I think this is a big argument. Let's have, I think I've already mentioned. We really appreciate you, partners, and we will still engage. Not only this opening ceremony, with some of you will have a chance to be able to tell us what you are doing. Our chief of guest, I think our chief guest, I think you are aware. We started 2 days ago on Saturday. We had activities in the field, and we really appreciate the fact that you joined us. We witnessed some of the activities on Saturday and yesterday, Sunday. And today now we are convened here for our scientific congress. And members, I think, we're really privileged to have the chief administrative secretary in our village to bless this occasion. Much as it's function of the association, we work across from private sector to government, and each part left the right to know what it is doing. So we are blessings from the government, both national and local governments. They are aware we're here, and that's why the chief guest is around. Back to the program. I want to recognize the chief executive officers of the semi-autonomous government agencies within our ministry who are here. I'm sorry, I may not give you time to speak. It's very difficult decision because one of them is my boss. I don't know if I'm just going to come. But Dr. Chang, you can help me. Another minute. You know what? We won't say this again. The love, the weapons, the just make them each just say them and say them. So I'll start with the CEO, Kenya Veterinary Board. Right here.
Very much. Lovely, best of honor. The only thing I want to add to our practitioners is what is the motto of the veterinary report, which says let us uphold the veterinary standards for quality services to promote the production the end shall contribute. Thank you very much.
He is not himself because he's just been represented here. I think he was our first presenter. And I think you can also introduce yourself to the camera as well. Guest coming.
Sorry, Master of Ceremony. My name is Ita Rafa.
Okay, next is the CEO Kentek.
Afternoon. I'm Professor Alex. Just that with the trypanosomiasis being an infectious disease now, we have a lot of investment in system building, which we are going to do with the EPS. Luckily, the European Union funding consortium for national and international research institutions and governments, but they actually going to allocate funds to enhance that capacity on data collection and system building. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared. CEO, PMD.
Thank you very much. The biggest element we have in the house of BMD is that every other bill is coming up. Which will be undoing all the gains we have made so far.
Thank you. Last but not least is the Chief Executive Officer, Kenya Animal Genetic Resources Center.
Maybe most people will not go to so let me dance. Yes, right at this. My fellow colleagues. Good afternoon. Dr. David Scott, Managing Director. I know some of you are partnering with our agents. Public-private partnership, very, very critical to the service delivery. Thank you so much. Better, sure that living in this time. You also partner with ABS, thank you, with mother for many years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Malindi. I'll also request our Dean of Veterinary Medicine, Professor J.D. Mandek, introducing himself.
Allow me to face the chief guest,
I'm Professor John Dennis Mandley, the Faculty of Medicine. I'm calling for cutting not eats, but desire disease. I must be quite interacting with you and the others Saturday. I say that the father gives back to vegetarian without giving back to vegetarians, they cannot have members. So we gave back to veterinarians on Saturday, on Friday to graduation. We also received first years last week. So back to them after 5 years. The others are now. We thank God for the opportunity to come, transform, and this year partnering in a practical manner. Actually, that was best for internship at the government. We also thank God for the opportunity for you all to receive our students attachments. That's it for now.
Thank you. Just proceed. Okay. And then maybe the approval. Okay. We look for the one, especially this way. I asked someone to check whether we have a representative from the county government. As we look for him, two people, if they're here, they can just start as well. We guest who is the chairman of the Animal Production Society, Dr. Samuel Mbu. We want to see how we can work together. So that the farmer and the livestock better. So he's with us, and we really want to work together. We really appreciate you and your team for being able to join us in the event. We also have a union of veterinarians, the Secretary General, Dr. Kibore. You have a mask where I didn't see you, but I was told you might be around. Are you there? Anyone else see him? Okay, fine. If it's not there, maybe you have gone to court with the other issue. So, we need you. Just when the officers wanted. Oh, you're the chairman. Fine. Everyone benefit. From the captain, please, put your to a link last which one? Oh, okay. Salimia, do one. Let us run this one. The guest of honor, colleagues, all protocols observed. Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Tarot. I'm the contest committee member, agriculture and fisheries, and government committee. And I'm also the chairman of the sector for agriculture and livestock, the FCPC counties. I want to say that I'm here as a colleague to learn, and that the two levels of government normally respect one another. Because as Dr. Dr. most of the time, a lot of engagement, especially when we are looking at these policies and the regulations. We discuss and then deal with the way forward, what will be the role of the county, what will be the role of the national government. So it has been very critical that especially some of the documents we really engaged, and at the end of the day, we found the direction to go. So for me, I'm here to leverage the new innovatives and not want to be left behind. We want to say that if you are left behind, a lot of the excluded from the welfare cycle. Then you have to the welfare cycle, then you are not aware. So they have done something very new, and they want to understand how people can become the consultants we have heard about and the specialists. I think now that's a new thing, which now we are going to engage ourselves at the counties so that we are not left behind. Thank you very much.
and they are happy to be part of this discussion. Thank you, Veterinary. We will now want to hand over to the chairman to proceed with the rest of the program. But before I do that, I still want to emphasize and remind you to maintain the use of health protocols for the prevention process. I know this is Cuando una chela de regala porque quizás me vamos. Y todo así, una queremos que. Our chief guest, all protocols observed, our members, good afternoon. When you speak from someone who has spoken something reproductive, how to proceed becomes difficult. I have a team. Okay. I want to be 2 minutes to say something. We had a discussion meeting. We have good things that we can do together. Karibu, Mr. Samuel Ndu. Our chief guest. Thank you, Chairman, our chief guest, the Chief Administrative Secretary, Minister of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries, and Cooperatives, Mr. Chairman, Kenya Veterinary Association, Directors who are here today, the CEOs, distinguished guests, members of ABA, both here physically and through the virtual means. My name is Samuel Mutu. I'm the chairman of Animal Production. I'm here to bring good message from over 500 members of the Animal Production. We have been working closely of late with the veterinarians, and we are thinking that it's the time that we come together, increase our partnerships, increase our collaboration, so that we address the fundamental issues of transformation of the livestock sector in Kenya. And we are in discussion with the Mr. Chairman, so that we can bring that on the table, discuss, have a conversation on how things forward. Not as veterinarians, not as animal production specialists, but as a team, as a strong team, so that we unlock so many possibilities which are challenges, which are in our space, so that the livestock industry can thrive. So this collaboration, this partnership will continue both in production and also the environment, the legal environment, so that we all realize that as an entity that makes sense. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we continue. Thank you. The other person that I must recognize is the chairman of the Union of Veterinary Practitioners, Dr. Paul. Kindly. Dr. My equal, so I have to give them an opportunity.
Our chief guest, the CS, the chairman, KVPA, and all protocol observed. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Benson Kibore, the chairman of the Union of Veterinary Practitioners of Kenya, and also
In addition to that, I'm the Chief of Staff for Livestock, Fisheries and Comprehensive Development in the county of Elgeyo-Marakwet. As we talk about the business of welfare to animals, as with the business of welfare of the practitioners. And that is very important, because at the end of the day, it is about that which you take home, that which you build yourself with. I want to appreciate the KBA for a well-organized conference. And this is just urged to say that Union of Veterinary Practitioners is here. At the moment, we are building structures. At the moment, we are opening chapters for our county, because we must negotiate. You should not spend money. You should not go to a bank to borrow loan to go for further studies that benefit the public. It is the responsibility of government to set up money aside to train you, because those skills you acquire come back to benefit the public. This is our irreducible minimums of the recognition agreements that we are taking and we are doing right away. I want to say this, that we will work together with KPN. We've scored right now, and I want to appreciate each and every one. We are now in court for a very defining and definitive case. That which as the implementers of the Constitution ignored, issues of one health in our counties. You should not suffer handling a rabid dog without the necessary protective gear. Someone else, a county should not be budgeting money to buy vaccines, yet science has proven that you can control the disease at the animal level. Schedule 4 of our Constitution is what we are in court to define and redefine. Asante sana for the support, and I want to assure you that as Union of Veterinary Practitioners, we will stand with you, and we are on the move. Let me tell you and finish this way, that you should not wait. Don't see the chairman of KBA that he will act for you. Come forward, be a member. Come forward, be part of the journey to redefine the profession. Look, for a very long time, we left the decisions to other people. It is us to make the decision and the future for ourselves. Asante sana bwana chairman.
That is good news. Yeah. Looking forward to the the votes over the case. Now, I want to welcome my team, National Executive Committee members. Kindly, you are here, come and just say hi and your name, your position. Seems like the chairman, vice chair is outstanding. Why are the rest? Where is the truth that made this possible? I want to give them an opportunity to say their names and their position, finishing with the vice chair. I'll start with the elderly, all of them who is the council chair. Give the way.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Nared Samuel. I'm the council chair for Kenya Veterinary Association, the outgoing chairman. Thank you. The former chairman. Thank you, my senior.
Jambo. My name is Daniel Kise, number 9. I'm chair of committee called Governance and Administration. I'm a veterinarian from Benue County.
Our net committee member and the chair of the publicity and
Good afternoon, everyone. Dr. Pirit Chiunga, Honorary Treasurer.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Kelvin Osore, Assistant Treasurer and Chair of the Membership Mentorship Subcommittee. Thank you.
Good afternoon once more. I think now we come here and I'm the Vice Chairman of the organization, Resource Mobilization Committee of the Women Subcommittee of the NET. When I'm not doing KBI activities, I work at the Kenya Animal Research Center, where I'm the Director of Research and Technical Services. As I said, there's been a challenge. We came to office during the pandemic and we did the campaign order. I'm a bit excited to meet some of the people who work with me and have the chance to thank them. You're aware the time is almost ending. I'm still around.
The next member that has come in, you are.
Thank you, Chair. Take number, next member, and thank you for voting for me. Great place going international. Thank you very much.
I'll just say something. So many things you know, when we, I'm glad Career said our joy, because it is my work here, doing the KDA elections. So Career is still stuck with the transition. It's interesting because I've been in the ceremony for that. I hope you all know the thing that we have two activities here with the field day and we have the conference. The field day was so much a success. I've never seen such achievement among veterinarians. And I'm sure the locals around here are still thinking what was happening because things happen so fast. The surgery team did a lot of things they've never seen. You know, in human theater, we are not allowed to see what's happening. But they had an opportunity to see what was happening on the island. And I want to say that we were not just doing those things in vain. Now that it's sanitizer, I can show my whole face. We were not doing all those things in vain. KPA is a strategic partner. And I've seen the recognition that KPA is a strategic partner by the way our partners have come in. They have come in from all walks of the profession. KPA is both public and private. So when you hear private, public, private partnership, before you think of anything, think of KPA. By virtue of our membership and by virtue of our activities. What we do is partly government, partly private. And these functions of KPA have been there for many years, and there are people who have played this foundation for many years. Some of us are just continuing with the culture that was established. And if we fail, I'm sure the founders or whatever, some of the things that we question, why do you do this? Why do you do this? So we are also accountable to the past leadership, besides our own aspirations. Our activities on World Rabies Day were basically anchored on the strategic plan for elimination of rabies, 2014-2030. You know, 2030 is just around the corner. Has two main components. The first one is conducting mass vaccinations, targeting greater than 70% of dog population coverage annually for 3 consecutive years. Now, we did vaccinations against rabies. That was done in the entirety of Malindi sub-county and part of Margarine sub-county. The other component is dog population management, which comprises education, legislation, registration, sterilization, holding facilities, euthanasia, and community access to cabbage and dead robbers. This component, we only did part of it, which is sterilization. And we did that by spaying and neutering. We have never utilized these skills before, and we've made use of them. I'm sure, Professor, you are happy to say now your department, your side has played a role. So we are going to explore more and more opportunities that are within us. We are open to all the partners, to anyone with an innovation, with a new idea. We will not block your way. You bring the idea, and we work towards that goal. This conference in Sandies is coincided with a time when Kilifi County is facing drought. And our theme, what's our theme? Animal resource, industry driving sustainable development goals. One of the questions that we were not able to give a complete answer is, what are we doing about the drought as veterinarians in the Kenya Veterinary Association? Thankfully, the CS has an answer, and I think he'll talk about it. So maybe as veterinarians, we need to think of when we come to a place like this, and they have an answer, what can we do? What can we tell our partners to support him so that we can be relevant to the recipients of our services and activities? We might have missed on that, and that's an oversight that I think will not repeat again. So I will just give a brief breakdown of what we achieved. We were able to do mass vaccinations, and the vaccinations that we did in total were 3,669, of which 363 were for rabies. Okay? 3,306 for lumpy skin disease and CPP, the long name. We were able to do 28 stays and neuters, and we were able to handle 4 cases of transmissible venereal tumor and 5 cases of cat flu. I believe we have impacted the communities within Malindi. Can we clap for ourselves, please? My final word is to the ministry, and I'm glad they're here. There are a number of the ministries, so many. As KBA, as I've said, we are strategic partners. We are, from the time immemorial, KBA was the key leader in terms of vaccinations until when we had devolution. Then every county went on its own. So you can plan a vaccination within a county, but if they have their own program, it might be difficult. So we want to support from the ministry. Support in terms of resources, because like this event was successful because we had 10,000 doses from the Directorate of Veterinary Medicine, veterinary services. And we have 1,700 doses from the county. That's for rabies. But we had other doses of the LSD and CPP from the same county, that's Leaf County. That is why we were able to be successful. So my plea to the ministry, kindly when you are allocating finances, KBA is a partner you cannot ignore. You ignore us and you continue struggling because you are ignoring a very important partner who can implement things for you. So my plea is support us. We have an animal resource industry that we are developing project for animal resource industry. Animal resource center, we have plans and everything, even the big use, but we don't have the money. If the ministry can jumpstart the process, we'll be very happy. Lastly, we have a very serious issue with the Kenya Veterinary Board being started. Our chief guests, these vets are operating without a board. And within your ministry, the solution lies there. My plea is please have this issue addressed through the CS. Let us have a board, then we can move on as an industry. We are not complete. As much as we are here practicing, we are not complete. Finally, I want to thank all of you for coming, for sacrificing, for your money, for your time, and I hope you enjoy it. Those who had an opportunity to go on the beach, I hope you swam, you tested the salty water, you had an opportunity to interact, and I hope none of you took Mnazi, but you took the other one called Madaf, which is safe. The other one is not tested. Mnazi, I'm probably the alcohol is every hour is matured. By the next day, it's not when you drink, you will be choking. So I hope none of you took, because as you go for Australia, you might go for another 15 minutes. I want to welcome my former board chair, the director. Even Gina is a break, but I hope I'll get it right. Director, maybe has read it. Policy Research and Regulations, Dr. Wanda. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. 2 hours. Then 4 hours. We are tired. Because ABA, I find it the answer to most of our problems. ABA is the only place on the gem where we all owe those posted home, those still in service, those private practicing privately, those in government like we via private sector, those in counties, those in national. So this is the only common vehicle. Former President Moi used to say, it's a bus driver, that this bus has been copied as people are saying, but the good and bad. But the business is to drive, make sure the conductor as they go on. So giving our spirit of togetherness, each all, I can't be more than happy. Because this is actually what is happening today, tomorrow, and the future. I want colleagues to add the chairs in, know what kind of needs come. I just wanted to share with you my historical experience. When Professor Gara put some of us from PHPT interested in KBA and Professor Susan Hoover, basically KBA was a PHPT affair where it's paying registration fees for 1,000 shillings to such a manager. But KBA has been transformed to where we are. And I want to urge the leadership that the sky must remain the limit. And the only way the sky must remain the limit is the KV objectives and mandates are very clear. If we can just keep the straight and narrow mandates, we will have no problem in terms of delivering what we want to give. Our former peers, who is now the Speaker of the National Senate, used to tell us when he was in the ministry that if you tackle issues, you will get solutions. But if you tackle personalities, you will get who will finish that for me. If you tackle issues, you will get solutions. But if you tackle personalities, you get war. So one of the critical points that we must forever live with is the institutions live longer than us. And we must do our best for them in our time. I remember I have sat in the Kenya Veterinary Board for 6 years. 3 years as a board member, and 3 years as chairman. We had challenges, but I want to thank you people because you have religiously paid your fees to the regulator. That gave the regulator ample opportunity to think about our survival. And as we left office in March, in a veterinary board, from being a squatter in 1953, we left it a happy owner occupier of a 5-star home. And this is something that I want to urge KBA. You have a page, you have a plot. I think we can't be so poor. And some of us are staunch KBA members. We can replicate our capacity. And if I look around here, we cannot fail to get 200, 100 million shillings. Just to ensure that KBA is able to look like the other professional bodies which are younger than it. And the hotel. So I think for me, call it let's join hands and move. As I finish, one of the things I will be letting you down, I don't make confession here. As your chairman for the past 3 years, I observed the trade among vets, which I want to leave that quietly shaped off. Because the world is tough and tough. And the trade is the PhD trade, the PhD that Dr. Malindi gives. So you want the real highway. That is not obvious. So I want to encourage all vets to maintain ourselves, tackle issues. And since you are very lucky, Dr. Bubu is struggling to get laws and regulations for the animal production professionals. As we have lived this part for years. So mine is to believe that we have laws, we have regulations, and we have a very, actually the most robust code of ethics in Kenya is the veterinary code of ethics, which the mega board gave us. So my plea to you, let us be guided by those instruments because they equalize us. The small, the weak, the strong, the rich, the poor, those laws make us equal. And if we can follow them forever and ever, we shall have peace. Of course, a lot of times when politics comes in, remember politics are one dimension, and there's no order. Nobody wins. In politics, there are two things. You either win or you're being rigged out. So you see, that's not an arena that you want to play. So for us, as the technocrats, as professionals, let's play in an arena which has rules, and the arena that will help our publics, the arena that will make us drive these sectors that really require us. And that is why one of our critical focuses as a people and as a country is our ethics that must drive us to improve. I used to have a priest who used to preach for 2 minutes. When he wakes up, when someone would go like this, church, thank you for coming, and don't do anything on your own which you not do when your son or daughter is watching. That is someone goes. Another someone another day, don't do anything to me which you cannot do to your own relation. So that is a simple message for all of us, because we are serious experts. We are talking. I don't see why we are not riding the industry the way it should be. All the sectors that we control, we cannot afford to be unemployed at this time of age when Kenyans require services. So I think through KVA, the board, the DMD, let us close funds and provide services for people by just doing one simple thing. Follow the straight and narrow of the acts of the nation, of the code of ethics, and the issues right there. It will be very easy to get space for our sisters and brothers who are we are training day and night. Your high professor says he has just conceived. But I feel bad that they should come out. The country needs them and they remain members. So it's only us who are going ahead that will ensure that we open the opportunities. And everybody admires where you are. How do you know this? We thought we had finished our challenges with the effective regulation of veterinary. But the whole world knows. You can't regulate veterinary. From the house, the whole world knows. The policy speaks to you. But because we do not know our value, the people who know the value of vet medicines think so. Chairman, I said this during my presentation, but I think you are not here. Mobilize your branches. You are work with us. Those of us who came for you, do not allow PMT for by developing. The only way you fail to allow is by taking trouble, speaking to your leaders who are the and I think that should be a preoccupation number one, so that we continue making sure our industry does not transmit microbial risks into our food stuff as we watch. I think that is my belief, because I know it is the biggest voice we can ever have. Jointly with the other professional bodies like Animal Production Society, professional organizations, this your sector. Those very, very remarks, I wish to thank you. And now I will invite the Director of Veterinary Services, Jackie, to make his remarks, and thereafter invite
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's very wonderful. Very FAO, OI, very grateful to have this chance to host you here today. Also, congratulate the leadership of ADA having been able to organize this for us. It's a biopsy to were able to meet like this. I think the last time we met, 2019. Gadgets to be able to run business. Certainly, surprise us a very wonderful arrangement. The venue is ideal. Also want to thank the and the partners. I realize that almost all the partners are back with us. Great for your support. All of you. Yes, is also a partner. And ways I'm happy to partner the organization of this. But of course, these are still initial times. We still have and have been reminded to be careful and to maintain the MOH guidelines. COVID pandemic. Incredibly lost hope that God gives rest to their families and their souls rest in peace. In my few months, I think I want to focus on the essence of the occasion. Rabies as a global menace and disease as a noted that we know kills up to 9,000 people per year globally. We are told most of them are in Africa and Asia. And also, the majority happens to be children below 15 years, largely because of their natural vulnerability and the fact that they're the closest to our pets. We also know, and this is why vets become very important in dealing with the rabies, that 90% or more of the human cases of rabies are dog mediated. They are transmitted by dog bites, and dogs are our patients. We have responsibility for that. In Kenya alone, every year we lose almost 1,000 people to rabies. That is why in 2014 we joined hands with the rest of the world in their global strategy for elimination of rabies. We joined the rest of the world by launching our own strategy based on a One Health platform with a target of 0 by 2030. I want to remind you that the targets have not moved.
is still 2030. Since 2014 to now, I think we have done like 7 or 8 years. We need to look back and see what is it that we have done and whether in the next 8 years we will indeed be able to meet the target. Chairman KBA alluded to a bit of what our pillars are. One of them is what we are here and this week participated in, that is mass dog vaccination, backed by a very affordable tool, the rabies vaccine, post-exposure prophylaxis. That's where we engage on the One Health, improved surveillance, and we thank all those partners who have worked with us to develop the right modern instruments for surveillance, and of course, public awareness, especially on responsible ownership of dogs. So far, through the Directorate of Veterinary Services, we've been able to support this strategy through the counties and provided up to 387,200 doses of rabies vaccine for free vaccination, with a target of being able to vaccinate for 3 years consecutively up to 3 to 4 million dogs that are estimated to be the population of Kenyan dogs based on simulation. Of course, we continue having challenges of capacity. Diagnostic capacity is not everywhere, it's expensive, both in humans and in animals. We in the Directorate of Veterinary Services have made it our target and objective to make sure that every regional veterinary lab is able to do rabies diagnosis. The funding is still limited, but we thank our partners who have been able to chip in. OIE is in the forefront, supporting us from the vaccine bank of the OIE. FAO has worked very closely with us. We thank you very much, FAO. WSU, the World Washington State University. Partners at implementation level are now and other animal welfare groups, KBA, a worthy partner at the delivery. And so this occasion then should also mark that partnership. Gladly, all those partners are represented. And we are very, very grateful for every support that we get from you. Of course, the other challenge we continue having that cuts across the various aspects of veterinary or delivery of veterinary services is the challenge of devolution. Not that devolution is bad, but perhaps it's because then how resources have been able to be provided through devolution is still a challenge. And those who are in the countries will tell you, many times we give them even vaccines, but they are not able to take the vaccines from the cold chain because of lack of support. So we want to encourage them. Dr. Mongela is here. I was telling some of those challenges. We encourage you to go back and still find your voice. Not long ago, I remember, I think we had the CS, we had an intergovernmental meeting where we engaged governments, specifically on animal disease control. And we know then the challenges that our county fellows are facing to be able to provide veterinary services across board. Then, of course, there are those other challenges that have to do with our interests as partners or stakeholders, and some of them have been alluded to here. I don't know whether there is a pharmacist in the house. Is there a pharmacist here? Any pharmacist? If there is a pharmacist, then I can comfortably tell you what I. Sometimes, I think my mentor, Professor O'Hara, mentioned it here, the CEO, KBB, and a slide on this. But when things start going wrong, they don't necessarily go wrong because
the bad people are too many or too powerful. They go wrong because the good people have chosen to keep quiet and do nothing. I had an opportunity to attend some of those meetings with pharmacists in that board. And I listened, and at the end of the meeting, I asked myself, I think the people who have given us so much trouble in terms of controlling all these hours, and I couldn't believe it. And then I realized the challenges we have is not because the pharmacists are too strong. The challenges we have are our own. Too much negative energy that we bend against ourselves. And Wanga alluded to this, the feeling that it can only be right if I do it myself. Yet we are all professionals from the same school, and we are here, Professor, because you gave us all degrees which you have passed. KBB registered us and said, yes, you have the competence, go and do it. And since some of us are in the service for over 30 years now, nobody has complained. Okay? So let's learn to focus our energies in a positive direction. Our enemy is not as strong as you think. The problem is the weaknesses you create within yourselves. So, as the CBO, I know I have a voice. It's not a political office, but I have a voice I can use, and I use it. But many times, you get the office and tangled in a lot of things that are out there. Not because it's actively involved, but because of the position that office holds. Okay? And many times I realize actually the best answer is to keep quiet. Okay? Keep quiet. Watch. When I'm called upon by the relevant office, I will give advice based on the law and the experience I have. I think I want to leave it there. Before I sit down, then I have this honor to be able to invite our chief guest, Lawrence Omuaka, Chief Administrative Secretary, give his remarks and address the veterinary representative. And I think I want to call upon the MC to conduct a proper invitation. I'm not very good at that, so I use your confidence. Thank you.
Those wisdom reflected in us, and expected that the DBS to invite. He's already invited. So to chapter 3 factorial. Yes, something about combinations of what? What? 3 factorial, 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Asante sana daktari. Director of Veterinary Services, Dr. Nyaga, not Nyaga, Jagi, Director of Policy and Research, Dr. CEO of various Sandies present, Dean of Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Professor Malindi, our partners who are here, Chairman, Kenya Veterinary Association, all national and county officials present, distinguished guests, and participants. Good afternoon. Recently, I was went to Tanzania to chair ministerial meeting, Minister of Agriculture. And when I started the introduction, they utaeleza kwa Kiswahili wewe unafanya kazi gani? So nikaanza mimi ni naibu wa waziri wa kusema hapo tulisema wewe ni chief administrative secretary. Wewe si waziri. Nikamwambia hao watajua hawajui. Sijua nilifanya Kiswahili hadi chuo kikuu cha Nairobi Kikuyu campus. Nikamwambia sasa mimi jina langu ni Lawrence Ohata ambaye ni katibu mwandamizi wa kilimo kwa wizara ya kilimo, ufugaji wa wanyama, ufugaji na uvuvi wa samaki, vyama vya ushirika, uchumi samawati. Wakauliza, mama yako ni Tanzania ama gani? Hata sisi tulikuwa tujui, tufahamu uchumi samawati. The blue economy. I know Carol is not understanding uchumi samawati. That's the blue economy. So that's my position. I'm very pleased to be here. It's rare that we're invited to such organizations, but I've learned a lot. I've learned PEP. Although the third one, the other P, is still troubling me, but I think I'll master it by the end of the conference. It gives me great pleasure to participate in the 15th World Rabies Day celebrations and the 55th KVA Scientific Conference on this 27th of September 2021, which we are pleased to host through the Kenya Veterinary Association. This conference is very timely, since it addresses a priority of agenda for the ministry towards rabies eradication. Rising populations of stray dogs has greatly complicated the efforts of the Kenyan government to eradicate rabies. 28th September is an anniversary of the death of Louis Pasteur, the French chemist and microbiologist who developed the first rabies vaccine. On this day, we in Kenya will mark this year as World Rabies Day. So the celebrations 2021 here in Kilifi under the theme Rabies Facts, Not Fear. It is a fact that 95% of human death due to rabies occur in Asia and Africa. It's also a fact that one person dies of rabies every 10 minutes in the two continents. You know, when you lose one person every 10 minutes, it means we are losing 6 per hour and we are losing 144 per day. And that's a very big alarming rate. So in Kenya, it's estimated that up to 2,000 human deaths occur annually due to rabies, but you don't have to fear. We have the solutions with us. The government of Kenya, together with other stakeholders, adopted the rabies elimination strategy and launched a strategic plan in 2014 with a view of eradicating the disease in the country by the year 2030 to achieve zero human death. And we, as we had discussed the other day with various doctors that we were with, I realized that there are some countries that have completely eradicated this, and it has been through mass vaccination, which we did just 2 days ago, Saturday and Sunday. I saw Dr. here in a full surgery gear, and I'm happy that we are able to vaccinate 1,330 cattle, 1,765 goats, 205 sheep, 5 donkeys, 1 rabbit, 23 cats were vaccinated, and 14 spaying was done on them. And then dog with 340 dogs which were vaccinated, and 14 Spain. So we did a good job. I'm very happy with our doctors who are working in this season. Without complaining, from morning as early as 8 up to late in the evening and Sunday. By the time I was waking up here, everybody was aware again. You were in the field doing a good job. The government has continued to support the stepwise approach, the implementation strategy, and that's why the national government contributed 10,000 vaccines to be used, and in partnership with the county of Kilifi, the county government of Kilifi contributed 1,700. So some of the initiatives include the pilot studies, launch of National Rabies Elimination Committee, dog ecology studies, awareness creation, among others. I therefore continue to call upon all stakeholders to join the efforts and create synergies for speedy realization of rabies-free sectors in Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important to note that efforts to realization of this strategy continue to be complicated by growing numbers of stray dogs in the country. Particularly, the district continues to encourage the county governments to enhance collaborations and play the much needed pivotal role in the implementation of the rabies control strategy. Being a rabies endemic country, the conference also contributes to build community awareness of the disease and its prevention. The conference will raise the profile of the national and local rabies control programs and acts as a springboard for year-round capacity building and awareness. Every year, 59,000 people die from dog-mediated rabies globally. Each rabies death is vaccine preventable. And although we are doing free of charge yesterday for the last 2 days, I'm told you require about 1,000 shillings to vaccinate you. Now, we think 1,000 is much. When you get the disease, we'll have about 20,000 for you to be treated. We don't staggered. There's 0 days, there's 3, there's 7, and so on. So to get all those jobs, we will require to spend over 20,000. And if you are lucky, you will survive. So it's nasema kinga ni bora kuliko tiba. In Africa, almost all cases are transmitted through bites from infected domestic dogs, while accounting for the higher turnover of domestic dogs. It is mentioned that vaccination reaching 70% of the dog population is sufficient to break the dog-to-dog transmission cycles, and therefore they need to invest in veterinary disease control. It's worth noting that each one of us has a key role to make rabies elimination a reality and all humans suffering. The ministry remains focused to exploit all possible means to strengthen veterinary services in the country in order to for us to continue playing the critical role of offering primary health care and safeguarding the humanity from the zoonotic diseases, which contributes 6% disease. Unit within governments dedicated to control and prevention of diseases in the country. I know and I strongly believe that together we can make free from majority of diseases affecting our Kenyan people. This will require us to work together and embrace the One Health approach. Finally, I want to take this opportunity to wish you enriching discussions in the 2 days conference. We're continually learning, we become better scientists, and we serve the communities we live in. Big thank you, His Excellency the Governor of Kilifi. We went to his office today. We also visited the County Commissioner, the team, East Africa team, KCB, Cosmos, and all the other partners that have helped us make this day a success. I think I'll push a few, if I may react to 1 or 2 issues that were raised here. We already made our board as a veterinarians, and I'll first assignment on Tuesday, on Wednesday, when I'll be in the office, is to see the CS so that we discuss this, so that we can settle. So that one I'll follow up with him. That really is prerogative to appoint. There's also another issue that was raised. Despite the fact that we're doing a lot in control of diseases, animal diseases, and specific diseases, as an association, you are not funded in any way by the state. So I'll also discuss with the PS to see they should at least allocate some little money to support the government dedicated 5 billion towards the drought in the country. Already, I think 2 days ago, Friday, they released 2 billion towards that. And we were working closely with the Ministry of Devolution to ensure that all counties that are affected should again be receive this money. There's a principal gathering in South Coast schools. You know, we have a school feeding problem there, and it's like all students who are not going to school. Yeah, because of there are no means, and at home there's also nothing to eat. And as they go to school, when food is brought, also parents come. They force a parents' meeting. And Yeshiva is provides so it's very serious, and that's why we're saying as a government we declared the disaster, and we are going to ensure that we do that. We also have insurance, livestock insurance scheme for livestock in ASAL areas. The World Bank looked at our program, the way we organized and they already have said they want all the other countries from Africa to emulate what Kenya is doing, so that we support our farmers. And you don't wait for the animals to die. When the drought is really biting, we partner with the farmers. We buy hay and distribute, and also ensure that water is there. With those preliminary remarks, therefore, declare this conference officially open. Asante.
Thank you so much, sir, for this one. I think we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, isn't it? Yeah. Well, we appreciate it. Let's go. Sana. I think we have come to the end of that session. Just a quick announcement. So we'll have one or so presentations. Guest might leave. We have a press conference for the press team outside there. And then after that, I think the other logistics. So thank you so much, let's continue with the program.
Thank you, President. So thank you. So I guess we have a
presently outside. We're going to have just one presentation as the briefing is going on. Then we will proceed for lunch. So it's now my singular pleasure to invite Dr. Samuel of Usama. Dr. Samuel of Usama is going to, comes from OIE, and is going to talk about OIE's involvement in this nation in Africa. Dr. Osama. Let's note the presentation, please. Okay, thank you very much. I work for the World Organization for Animal Health, or we now call World Organization for Animal Health, but the OI is an acronym that organisms formed is formed in 1954, which means it's Office of International Research. Technically, the World Organization for Animal Health and all the organizations, but it's an acronym for disability. Now, I don't think I want to go back to tell you the stories about the OIE and just go straight because the day has gone. So can we go to the second slide, please? Diseases listed by the OIE and the category of multiple species diseases that infect infection. There's a link there. I hope you'll be able to get this presentation and then you can go read it yourselves. Next slide. That's why we want to control the slide myself. Can you go back, please? Again. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So you do it when I tell you this. Now, there we have a map of the world showing you the risky areas to contract well-behaved babies. Now, half of the world population is actually under the risk, and 95% of the deaths due to the well-behaved babies occur in Africa and Asia. Next slide. Now, we have tools to address rabies, and one of them is the standards. I'll not go through this because you will have the slides hopefully. But there's specific chapters in the OIE literature that relates to control of rabies, and that relates to chapter 1.1, chapter 1.4. Next slide, please. Chapter 5.1 and 7.7. Next. And chapter 8.14 and chapter 3.17. You can read them for yourself later. That's just one of the tools that we're using globally, which is also applicable enough. The next one is the Performance of Veterinary Services tool. This is an OIE tool that supports the governments to identify their food overlapping needs in terms of enhancing the delivery of veterinary services. It is important consideration in this regard will be the critical competence of the veterinary services that we apply when we look at the country to see if it's in line with the has the capabilities to address issues of rabies. And again, I want to read them, they are there. There are several copies that you can read there, and just one of them is to look at professional and technical staffing and copies of better services, the role diagnosis, animal welfare issues, communication. It's just a few. Next slide. Then we have a One Health approach.
working with the tripartite as FAO from the WHO, and as well with the Global Alliance for Rabies Control, we have actually embarked on providing strategic and technical guidance to build advocacy around rabies prevention. Now, with the treatment, you'll find that in that link when we open it. But with the tripartite regard, in 2015, the global framework for the elimination of dog rabies was formed with the vision of zero human death from dog rabies by 2030. That's right. Under the One Health approach again, we relied on veterinary fraternity during the 4th general session in Paris and adopted resolution 26 to eliminate dog rabies by 2030. Now, all countries that are members of the OIE have actually signed up to this, have agreed to this. And in the OIE, it does not matter whether you are a big country, a small country, an island, you all have to cooperate. So, by consensus, they agreed to adopt this project. Now, with the tripartite, in the developed business plan in 2018 to guide the national entities and entities to develop national intervention plans and define their own needs. We would meet the this control by 2030. Next, the next thing that we have is the rabies vaccine bank. Probably is what most of you may want to hear about. It's a virtual bank. We don't have rabies vaccines stored in one particular place, but we have an arrangement whereby we talk to a particular winner of the tenders industry that we have won the tender to supply the vaccines, and at the core, for need, they provide that vaccine that particular time. So we have this a fund that actually manages that. So we don't necessarily keep the vaccines in a free somewhere. No, we have an agreement with particular companies, which are based on the tenders, to provide rabies on behalf of the OIE. And the most important thing is that with that arrangement, the vaccine actually is an impetus to trigger implementation of mass-dose vaccination campaigns. And then while using the OIE vaccine rabies vaccine bank, it's usually an attraction to donors who may provide more support to actually provide to a specific country. Next. The bank is operated in three different ways. One, you can get the vaccines from the OIE. OIE will provide the vaccines like we've done in Kenya. The DBS just talked about it. We provide Kenya with 800,000 doses of vaccines a few years back. And many other countries, as I'll show you. That's one approach. The other approach is for an international organization to procure the vaccines through the OIE vaccine bank mechanism for a country. Like FAO or WHO can ask the OIE, would you please provide vaccines to Tanzania, who shall pay for them, and then that can be started. The other is the member country itself can ask OIE one to access your vaccine bank. Now, why do we have to do this? Because the vaccine bank is very high quality vaccines and cheap. It's very cheap compared to the traditional. I don't have the figures because figures vary depending on where you are and who supplies the vaccine. But in the end of the day, accessing these vaccines from the OIE vaccine bank is actually more cheaper and they give good quality vaccine. So a country may write the Director General of Veterinary Services saying, I would like to purchase vaccines from the OIE vaccine bank. The Veterinary Services will take the company that they have an agreement with, supply country X. With so many doses, they are going to pay at least 7 countries. So are we getting that clear? Because most people come and say they want vaccines and they want OIE to be. Okay, we can do that, depending on how. But we can also encourage you to purchase through the facility so that you can have them cheaper and
very good quality vaccines. Unfortunately, not anybody can buy. It has to be the director of veterinary service at the national level, not the county directors. No, Dr. Jagi, this case. One who will ask the OI want vaccine for this country. So through him, you can actually get these vaccines from the OI at a very cheap rate. Now, next slide. Next slide. This just to show you some of the vaccines that have been delivered. I don't know whether you're able to see all that. But what's important is that out of 39 countries have globally benefited from the vaccines. And of these, 23 are from Africa. So you can see the support that is giving to the African continent. The next slide. The other thing that we're trying to do to support rabies work is through the capacity building. Now, this is member countries. I mean, the needs of the member countries in pursuing the objective of the rabies are not just limited to providing the vaccines. We are also helping the countries develop national rabies elimination strategies that we've done. At the moment, we are doing it for Burundi, Eritrea, Rwanda, South Sudan, and Uganda. We don't many other countries, but at the moment, it's what we are doing. At the moment, we have developed scaled up rabies elimination. Someone can write a proposal for scaling up the rabies elimination. And if Dr. Njai was here to adjust to it. So the proposal there is 10 months. We have actually helped them to develop it, and they can take it to a donor to get funding. We are also helping countries in training specific workshops like risk communication and awareness raising that we did for Kenya, Tunisia, and Mali. In training people on how to vaccinate that we did in Tunisia. These are the targets. Aligning policies and strategies, support countries for aligning strategies between countries, for example, neighboring countries. You want to control rabies, but then the policies and strategies are at variance. So we help countries to actually come up with that, like it's been done for Algeria, Morocco, and Tunisia. Evaluation of the vaccination campaigns and dog population management is another area that is supported from countries. Provision of education materials, media campaigns, and responsible dog ownership. Besides this responsible dog ownership being in the code, the Judicial Animal Health Code, we also actually have workshops where we promoting existing tools to enhance capacity. So the corona information of rabies is another area. We conduct workshops and training in that area. The next slide. The other thing that we do is laboratory training. This is establishing of appropriate level of laboratory capacity is very important in achieving elimination of dog-eared rabies. So in Africa, the OIE has supported the training between home, national veterinary service in Nigeria, home, and the other support in South Africa. And right now we are doing the same in South Africa and Ethiopia. And the training arrangement is that you get. And it's a south-south technology transfer. It's not north-south, south-south. You understand what I mean? So we get a professional, qualified laboratory with very good capacity, working with another one to actually uplift their standards. Now, why do you do that? Because once you participate in the training program, you are able to actually effectively participate in an annual international profit register, which is kind of balances reference to corporate rates in France. You can now be easy to achieve ISO certification and accreditation, and you can also provide good capacity for this training. The other one now, next slide, is actually the second last. We also support countries through projects. Like we have had one running on in Namibia from 2016 to 2018, And here in Kenya, we had strengthening of veterinary services in developing countries project, which ended in 2019. And in this particular project, we actually provided the 800,000 doses that I talked about to support vaccination in Sierra County. And also, working with the Washington State University, we were able to provide some support in the dog equality studies. We have been done at Washington State University, but the activity was carried together with the vaccinations in some of the states. In North Africa, Tunisia, Nigeria, there's been training on vaccinations. So with another project that the OIE has supported in Africa is rehabilitating veterinary facilities to prevent rabies in dogs. And this project was carried out in Lesotho in 2016. And the last slide is the World Rabies Day. We provide support countries on request, not every year. We have a limited sort of money, 200,000 euros every year. This year, Kenya was lucky, we gave them that money. Uganda got a bit of that money last year. Kenya had got it again, 2000 in Kisumu, and we had the Mombasa one, so we are lucky here. Other countries, we also provide funds to them. Tanzania has benefited. Right now, we are discussing Rwanda, who will Burundi, how we are going to support them. The trick to this is that you have passed and passed. OI does not respond like electricity. Super and they like no. We have a plan. Like if you want these rabies support for next year, we start by asking in February. This year, we were only after a week or 2 weeks before this event, and we said, okay, fine. Because the country that had previously allocated money has been quiet. So I used my own education habits. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sana. I am informed that the is still on. Yes. So kindly let's just do one last presentation so that when we come in the afternoon, we have a bit of time. So therefore, it's my honor and privilege to welcome Dr. Noti. Raphael Noti is going to speak to us about ending rabies, solving the complex rabies challenge in counties through collaboration.
Thank you so much, Veterinary. I hope the presentation will be up shortly. Yes, thank you. Yes, so my name is Raphael Pinoti. I am the CEO at Blue East Africa. And so it's a huge privilege for me to actually be here are for economic purposes for the people who use and mainly use in Nairobi, but then dogs are mainly for guarding. Let's get to the next one. Now, the status of rabies in Nairobi is this. We have taken a small little snapshot from actually what we'll get from the county government for that number of years, but then also this data now in this slide. I'll show you the county government one, which is the next slide. This one is actually from Veterans. These have been the cases of rabies in the different species. And you can see, actually see the dogs take the bulk of the cases, but then cats and goats and sheep and horse and leopard. But then also we've seen donkeys really begin to come to so really the dogs are the ones that are carrying this. Next slide. Now, if you look at this slide between 2014 and 2018, actually these are the numbers of cases of rabies that have been reported in hospitals in Nairobi. And I would believe actually this is not exhaustive. But then you can imagine in Nairobi, every year we're reporting an average of 5,000 cases in actually hospitals and dispensaries there. These are cases that have actually been treated for post-exposure prophylaxis. And actually in Nairobi, we're seeing actually most of the cases are with even adults. You know, you can see the red one is for the younger than 5-year-olds, and the blue one is older than 5-year-olds. So really, the adults, youths all the way to adults are quite affected in Nairobi. Let's move to the next one. Now, the very specific case that I'm going to talk about that resulted to an intervention that we've a bit of learning on is a case in a donkey where the young man you see top on the left is Mutua. The one talking to him is Dr. Karuka, CPBS, Nairobi. His donkey, one of the enemies, bit him. And so he called in and was saying, you know, my donkey is behaving funny. It's even biting me. But then going to the ground, our vets really established that he's beaten quite a few other donkeys and dogs. And so then it had to be put down and the sample taken to Kabete Vet Labs. And actually it was confirmed as a case of rabies in that donkey. And so what did we do? Let's move to the next one. There's a relationship between donkeys and dogs, and this we've seen as we moved around. Because most of the people who own the donkeys actually live in the small little rented houses. They don't have farms in Nairobi, and so they have to keep a dog to guard the donkey. And that's how in almost every household where you find a donkey in those sub-counties that I showed there, you always have actually that owner having a dog that is guarding the donkey. So we can move next. Daktari, Dr. Kusama here and even actually the CAS talked about the economics of it. I want you to look at this. I'm putting the donkey there because then the young man who we were talking to and training this group really on why the importance of actually vaccinating their dogs. He was talking of the money that is actually involved in the vaccinations. Yes, the donkey may earn you about 11,000 per month. But then the cost of post-exposure prophylaxis is between 5,000 and 7,500. This is actually government hospitals. When you go to private, then the CAS was talking of upwards of 20,000 shillings. But then I would want you to think about it this way. 5,000 cases reported in Nairobi in a year. And so Nairobians are using around 5,000 shillings for PEP, for those cases. So over 25 million is actually going down the drain, and that's a very conservative figure, in treating rabies in Nairobi every single year. And actually, the figures could be even higher. So rabies is really a challenge economically. Let's move forward. When we got that case, we went and did a bit of interventions. Of course, mass vaccinations. 2001 we fought dog and donkey owners were rich with information, but then vaccinated 1,654 dogs and 431 donkeys, 302 cats were vaccinated in that. And of course, lots of information passed through the media and all that. But then I'll be talking about some of the challenges it is, and probably to ask ourselves what we take home out of this. So we can get to the next one. These were flyers that we took around to really sensitize the communities on that. Let's move forward. Now, the key learnings, and this is now towards my finishing this presentation. The power of collaboration. It is difficult to end rabies without thinking about collaboration. Because then, like in our case, the county government provided at that time vaccines and field personnel. The NGOs actually came with a bit of financial support and logistical support. Chiefs, local administration, the general media. It is all about collaboration. Without really that, it's very difficult actually to eliminate this disease. Not only in cities, but then in rural areas. But the cities is even more complex because of a few other things I will say in the next slide. Concerted mobilization is key because then it is a messaging. People in cities are there and every day they are moving out actually to do something. Somebody is going out to work and they're asking themselves, should I bring my dog or should I actually go to do some work for me to earn my living today? If the messaging is not nice, if the mobilization is not concerted, then it becomes very difficult actually to get people to come out and bring their animals. Let's move on. But then the Liberian community like disruptions. I'll give an example. When we went to this donkey, it had bitten its owner, it had been put down, but then it had bitten like other 6 donkeys that were supposed to be put down also. And it was a big tug of war with the communities. I don't want to release my donkey because I'm going for Kibarua today. So really, if you don't think about coming in and thinking, how do I, when I put down this donkey or this dog or whatever, is there a way that actually I can help this community member to survive? Because the communities don't keep these animals in cities for nothing. If it's a dog, it's for a garden. If it's a cat, then I have rats. If it's a donkey, then probably is carrying sand or something else, is adding me something. And so actually we had to come up with a way of compensating some of them, like this mama. We actually had to buy a new donkey for her really to accept that her donkey being put down. Otherwise it had begun to be a bit of a challenge. All the more emphasis in the need for collaboration, because then when you go and you want to control the disease, sometimes we really don't think about the economic livelihoods that communities live there. When you're looking about at the disease, communities are looking at livelihoods, and it becomes a big tug of war really to get them to really collaborate with you. Let's move on. The power of long found very challenging for us is the numbers. Who knows the numbers of dogs in Nairobi? You go to the census, yes, you get numbers, but I will tell you, as we moved along and trying to do a bit of counting, large numbers of dogs that are free roaming. owned by nobody. Every butchery out in Nairobi, because then of poor waste disposal, has a good number of dogs there. They are even known by the people who operate the butchery, but they don't belong to anyone. Who knows the numbers even of donkeys in Nairobi? We are told the last census state is 572. We vaccinated 431, and that was not even half of the numbers in Kasarani itself. The census says 572. But then also the fluid nature of populations in a big city, where populations are coming in, and when Africans come into the city, they come with their animals. When they go on, they move out with their animals. You count the numbers today, tomorrow actually those numbers will change. How do we work on it? Because then with mass vaccination, you're really looking at 70%. You want to vaccinate 70% of the animals. How do you know 70%? 70% what? This is always the challenge. So then you may really need some long-term interventions. You may really need to go down and you're thinking about the ecology and of these animals and think about long-term of it, so that then you also get to know how do populations move here, how do populations of animals move in and out, especially now that these activities are really localized into counties. That is quite a challenge. Let's move to the next one, if it's not the last one. This is the last one now. Responsible ownership. I think I talked about this. And that is where the challenge is with the dogs, especially in towns and cities. Our waste disposal, poor waste disposal is not really helping in this. How do you catch all of them? How do you catch even a percentage of them? That is probably some of the questions that we may want to ask ourselves even as we get into talking about 2030, 0 cases about this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Christian Union. Thank you so much, Dr. Chidoti, that was a very stimulating presentation. We are ready to go for lunch, but can we allow 1 or 2 questions? Can you come in front or someone? I need someone to represent the mic. Yes, there's a mic. Meanwhile, kindly, this, I think all of us have this watch set. All of us. This is what you're going to use for lunch. So make sure you have one in your pocket. Run it over at the lunch table. Right. Yes,
what is the so thank you very much for the presentations. My question goes to what out of the numbers you said, the human cases. I just want to know whether we have different types, we have dog types, and previous cases. So, not of all those, if you are follow to know which ones are confirmed.
Thank you for sharing. I know people are hungry and tired. Yes. Another question? Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Mugani. The data that we got on human cases, not really human cases, these actually data that we got from the county, the hospitals, and dispensaries, asking them how many cases of post-exposure prophylaxis have you done for this year. Now, the way the counties would know this is the case of rabies, somebody has been exposed, would mostly be by the person really coming to seek medical service and saying, I've been bitten by a dog that had rabies signs. So most of those actually were not really confirmed cases of rabies. But then also a bulk of them, because then you see quite a bit of some other data there from death labs. Death labs, out of those cases, confirmed quite a good number, but we didn't actually go down to the percentages of them, because then we went directly to the health center, but then went to the vet labs. We didn't, do the cross comparison.
Oh, great. Yes, sir. Dr. Nyamwea.
Thank you so much. I just want to follow up with what Dr. Kimutas said. In fact, most of those so-called rabies cases are not rabies cases, they are just dog bites. And there's a disconnect between now the vet side and the human side. Because whatever they record in the dispensaries and hospitals, that's dog bites. And if when you are to follow to find the bites in the dog, is a big disconnect. And then I think the linkage want to establish, which like has to started but to link between the dog bites or whatever the children at the hospital and the confirmation of the rabies as a case. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Osama.
Thank you. It's been very confusing sometimes. I remember a case where we were having someone was beaten by a dog that was ready. And starts showing the signs of rabies. And those people were treating for malaria. So each time the doctors came with malaria, despite the fact that there is a history of the person having been bitten by rabies, the doctors didn't even think about rabies. So it's very difficult to actually to get accurate data on human rabies from a medical facility, because the way they have been conditioned in their training is not to really address those nitty-gritty things. It's a dog bite, that's like a dog bite. They don't eat the rabies. And it's only when it comes to them during postmortem is going to be rabies. So it's a really checking thing. But I just want to say I'm happy to meet Timothy here. He's my neighbor upstairs in the office. And I've never met him. Thanks for COVID. But now we are here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give a hand clap to appreciate your patience for the morning session. I know normally you are not used to sitting down for the day. Now, patient for these days. I would like to invite you on behalf of the Veterinary Association, and before we do that, Lilian has some housekeeping announcements.
Thank you.
So I don't know through which channel that a vaccine should be mobilized for the pre-exposure vaccines availability, because now the dogs are there, treatment is no longer available. So that's a question of thought. Thank you.
Veterinary, you want to say something about what you said?
Well, the vaccines for dogs, or the as a whole, we can access them to the vaccine. We don't recommend feeding dogs this treatment. And unfortunately, it's an animal welfare issue. We actually advocate for good dog management, responsible dog management. And that is a whole lot many things to that. And that's here is the so-called. For human vaccines, the WHO is actually working with countries to actually get the vaccines and the key of exposure of practice within the hospitals. So that's not done here.
Very
much for a lovely session. Our next session will be lunch, and we are asking you to proceed to the tropical village, which is down the path at the reception area, down there to your left. So kindly make sure you have your meal tickets, and let's just, I know we're running a bit late on time, so we can try and be as efficient as possible. I really don't need to late. So let's first for lunch. Can we stand for prayers for lunch? Father, we thank you for taking our meals, Father, that you may bless the food, O Lord, and nourish our bodies, O Lord. Honor.
You can leave your bags here, the room is safe, and make sure that they are.
Jaribu kubypass ile challenge. Bro, niingie hiyo audio yako hapa direct. Bila hii connect. Unapoa sapa ya kuleta kwa yako. Oh ya Dunia chini huko ndani ya plan. Kuna kama hapa hapa. Panda mwisho huko. Oh. Yeah.
Mic test. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Mic check. Mic check. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Mic check.
We are the heartbeat of technology, with our finger on the pulse of healthcare that has significantly impacted our region.
Cosmos was started by my father, Prakash Patel, who is also a pharmacist. And then he decided early in the 70s and 80s that he had a desire to make Kenya self-sufficient in medicines. At that time, Kenya was importing a lot of medicines, yeah. So in 84, we started manufacturing at the present premises, yeah. That's when I came back from England. My background is also a pharmacist. My father decided that we needed to attack 3 pandemic diseases of Kenya that was faced. Yeah, so first and foremost was malaria. second was TB, and later on came HIV. And at the same time, look at essential medicines, because he said this is what Africa is going to need, this is what Kenya is going to need, and we need to do something for the people.
Cosmos has, always been a company focused on quality. It's the foundation stone of this company, and I think 30 years, 40 years on from when the company started, we've achieved that.
Cosmos operates a literal world-class facility with a total built-up area above 300,000 square feet, 5 manufacturing blocks, warehouse with over 180 API and 6,000 SKUs, on-site finished goods marketing and administration offices, staff canteen, and 24-hour operation. Our production capacity is quite wide, with over 1 billion tablets manufactured annually and 20 million packs of medicines sold annually. In addition to being recognized by the Pharmaceutical Society of Kenya and the Pharmacy and Poisons Board, Cosmos also has USAID, WHO, GMP and European Pharmaceutical Inspection Corporation Scheme (PICS). Our current therapeutic areas of manufacturing specialization include diabetes, hypertension, antibiotics, anti-inflammatory, HIV, TB, cough and cold, anti-diarrhea and others, as well as veterinary products. These medications have impacted the lives of millions. As a snapshot of that impact, more than 300,000 patients are currently on Cosmos diabetes and cardiovascular medicines countrywide.
At World Animal Protection, we know that every animal counts. We're a global animal welfare organisation and have been campaigning for over 50 years to end animal cruelty. We work to achieve global change. Every day, billions of animals are experiencing unbearable cruelty. We tackle the root causes of their suffering so that we can make the biggest difference to their lives. We give a voice to the voiceless. Our world is changing fast. As people face urgent issues like the climate emergency and depleting natural resources, we give animals a voice and ensure their needs are met, because we all call our planet home. Right now, we're prioritising issues where change can transform the lives of the greatest number of animals, overhauling the global food system. And ending the cruel exploitation of our planet's wildlife. We know that the fate of animals' lives rests in our hands. Our passionate teams inspire and mobilise individuals and organisations to create change. We support local and global movements that are fighting for a better future for animals. Our knowledge and expertise give us a powerful voice at the most influential levels of government and business, where we establish animal welfare as a global priority and a local concern. Though the challenge is great, our determination is greater.
Hello, participants of the 55th Annual Kenya Veterinary Association Scientific Conference and 15th World Rabies Day celebration. I would like to say welcome from Action for the Protection of Animals Africa to this event. APA is an animal welfare organization whose vision is an Africa where animal welfare is core to society. And the main mission of this organization is to ensure that animal welfare is integral in livestock, companion animal, and wildlife, so as to improve the lives of our animals and the interactions with our humans and environment.
And we at Action for Protection of Animals Africa want to see animal welfare becoming the core in the way we work, the way we grow our animals, the way we interact with them. And it's because of this we will be working in 3 project areas. The first is in disaster management, where we will want to see animals protected during disasters and having their resilience build after the disasters so they can be part of who we are, our core.
When disasters happen, it's not only the humans who get displaced, but also the animals, whether livestock, companion, or wildlife. It is a known fact that when disasters happen, that the livestock that people run away is their initial source of food and their initial source of income while they are trying to stabilize themselves and disaster aid comes in. Therefore, it is very important to maintain rescue of animals in disaster and in wildlife areas, as this is a source of income for a country.
Rabies, Rift Valley fever, malignant catarrhal fever, what do all these have in common? These are diseases that affect our wildlife, livestock, and even us. We at Action for Protection of Animals Africa are working with national and county governments to develop plans that will see all our animals better protected, carrying out vaccination programs, and even teaching farmers and livestock owners how to better protect their own livestock.
The second area we'll be working with is animals in communities, and this area will be mostly centralizing in the area of dog population management and rabies elimination. As you know, globally there's a goal to eliminate transition of rabies to humans from dogs by 2030, and after that eliminating it in dogs in the rest of Africa and Asia. This is very important because dog population management and rabies affect various areas in our society. Depending on the number of dogs, you can either have a sustainable, healthy city, or you can have a city full of strays. In farm areas, dogs can also spread rabies to livestock, causing losses at the household level, and especially if they bite and the owner of the household dies and he's an income earner. Dogs also, unfortunately, in wildlife area carry diseases like rabies and distemper, which when they enter wildlife zones can kill and have wiped out whole packs of large cats and wild dogs. Therefore, it is very important to maintain dog population management and rabies elimination. As in disasters in management, we shall also be working in the areas of community, academia, technical persons, and at government level.
And redefining how we also live with wildlife, redefining how we manage our environment so that it is optimal for our livestock and our wildlife, and ultimately for ourselves. We are also going to work in the area of companion animals, wanting to see dog population management, rabies management, and other diseases controlled within companion animals, and the companion animals are treated well and become part and parcel of our families and our livelihoods.
In regards to wildlife, which is our third category, we'll be working in a specialized area or areas. The first one being disaster risk mitigation and management. The other one will be working where there is a confluence of human, animal, and livestock. And this is intervention in areas of human-wildlife conflict and zoonotic disease mitigation across these borders so that we can have sustainability in areas where humans and wildlife live together to ensure productivity and livelihoods in the livestock sector and in the wildlife area.
We in APA come with a combined experience of 25 years working in Africa, Asia, and even in Latin America, where we have the experience and the expertise to help communities, farmers, animal owners,
Protect your dog from dangerous and potentially fatal core canine diseases. Vaccinate against distemper, adenovirus, parainfluenza, parvovirus and leptospirosis. Introducing Nobivac K9 1, a tried and tested vaccine for core canine diseases.
Karibu kwa kipindi cha Mifugo ni Mali, kipindi kinachowafunza wafugaji mbinu bora za ufugaji na kuwakinga mfugo wako kutokana na magonjwa mbalimbali. Ugonjwa wa miguu na midomo ni mojawapo ya magonjwa ya mifugo ambayo ni rahisi sana kuambukizana.
Huu ugonjwa wa miguu na mdomo usambazwa kupitia kwa wale ng'ombe ambao wameshikwa wakitangamana na wale ambao hawajashikwa, na pia na zingine vifaa ambazo madaktari wanatumianga.
Ugonjwa wa miguu na midomo husababishwa na virusi ambavyo huathiri ng'ombe, kondoo, mbuzi na nguruwe.
Dalili ambazo zinaonekana kwa ng'ombe ambaye amekocheka ni joto mwilini, kudondoka kwa mate, na pia kulekaleka kwa miguu, na pia kusaka meno, na pia unaweza kuona matiti na midomo kuwa na vidonda nyingi. Jambo la kwanza ya kwamba ugonjwa haina tiba, na jambo la kufanya kuzuia ni ya kwamba tunatumia chanjo kila miezi 6, na pia kutenganisha wale wameshikwa na ugonjwa na wale bado, alafu pia kuripoti mlipuko wa ugonjwa huo wakati wote ukitokea kwa ofisi ya Veterinary ile iko karibu, ili tuzuie kusambaza ugonjwa.
Kwa maelezo zaidi, wasiliana na daktari wa mifugo aliye karibu nawe.
Karibu kwa kipindi cha Mifugo ni Mali, kipindi kinachowafunza wafugaji mbinu bora za kulisha na kutunza mifugo.
Umuhimu wa lishe bora katika ng'ombe wa maziwa ni kwamba utaweza kupata maziwa mengi ambayo utaweza kuuza na upate faida ama fedha ya kujimudu nyumbani. Pia utaweza kuuza wale ng'ombe wenye watakuwa wakizaliwa kila mwaka, utauza upate fedha pia nyumbani. Dalili ambayo inaonyesha ng'ombe wana afya mzuri ni kwamba kukua kwao itakuwa ni haraka, ngozi yao ni laini na nyororo, maziwa ambayo yanakamuliwa ni mengi, na pia ng'ombe ambayo anafutia macho.
Ili kuhakikisha afya bora ya mifugo, hakikisha kuwa mifugo wana majani ya kutosha na pia wanapewa madini kulingana na uzito na umri wao. Hakikisha mifugo wanapewa maji safi na ya kutosha. Wapatie dawa za minyoo mara kwa mara. Kwa maelezo zaidi, wasiliana na daktari wa mifugo aliye karibu nawe.
Is that we make a difference. Our desire is that the livestock farmer will reap benefits that they have not reaped before in applying better feeding methods for their cows, better marketing for their products, and that way we are all winners. The bank wins for their investors, the county government wins in a community that has been empowered.
Sisi serikali na wafadhili wengi wangependa sana kufanya kazi na wakulima, lakini kwa sababu kila mtu anafanya kazi kivyake inakuwa vigumu. Kwa hivyo tunawaomba jiunge kwenye cooperative. Kwa kwenye hizi cooperative tunaomba sana sana mtu angalie kushoto kulia nani yuko kwenye cooperative.
The KCB Foundation now has a great opportunity to collaborate for a good cause which will benefit the economy of the communities in Narok. From Narok, we can feed Nairobi, Nakuru, and Naivasha. KCB Foundation is going to make an initial investment of 30 million shillings, which will create for farmers and break the circle of dependency and poverty among the people of Narok County.
Katika hii partnership between the county government na KCB Foundation, I believe we are going to the next level kama farmers wa Narok County.
Tunafurahi sana kupata development partners kama Kenya Commercial Bank ambaye siku ya leo tutasign MOU ya kuendeleza hiyo agenda ambaye iko kabisa katika County Integrated Development Plan, kuona ya kwamba tunaenda kudeliver kwa hiyo agenda ambayo iko katika CIDP yetu. We are partners, we are friends, na wakati mumekuja kwa agenda kama siku ya leo kuendeleza hiyo partnership, on behalf of our county yetu ya Narok na partners, we want to say we are very happy, we are very excited.
And we try to make sure the vaccine is a live vaccine, it can cause the disease. So we treat with long-acting antibiotic, that is 30%, it can stay for a whole week. Good, so that's done. So this is now showing the vaccine is there, and this thing that the ear tag does not come. This one. Okay. This one.
This one?
So go ahead and press. Yeah, just press.
There are over 3.4 million working donkeys in East Africa, working endlessly in some of the harshest of conditions. At times, these animals are overworked or suffer with years of medical neglect and end up dead. However, their labor plays an important role in the lives of the most vulnerable communities, depending almost entirely on them for livelihoods. In most instances, the income from a single equine can support a whole family. Youth in urban centers depend on donkeys to earn their daily income, where donkeys are a means to an end. In the arid and semi-arid areas, women use donkeys to support their households with domestic chores like fetching water and firewood. In high productivity areas, men and women use donkeys to ferry their farm produce to their homes and to markets. Since 2012, Brook East Africa has been supporting donkey welfare improvement programs in Kenya, Tanzania, Somaliland, and South Sudan. Brook East Africa, through its partners, provides treatment for the working equines and works with local communities, women, and youth groups. We also offer help to working equines in need through our partners, vets who are always on the move, hopping from county to county, sometimes attending to animals in far-flung areas of East Africa. We are also involved in advocacy activities, lobbying government and security agencies to put in place policies that lead to improved animal welfare in the region. Brook East Africa continues to seek partners to strengthen its resource base and reach more people in East Africa. With your support and partnership, we will be able to continue our donkey welfare improvement programs, reaching more vulnerable working equines in more areas throughout East Africa. Beyond that, we endeavor to keep up the critical role of collecting information and data, working towards our target of directly reaching over 400,000 working equines in East Africa by 2021, thereby positively impacting more than 2.4 million people. To support Brook East Africa, visit our website, send us an email, or give us a call.
I would like to welcome Mrs. Lucy Njibu. Lucy is going to talk about moving the public to protect animals during COVID-19. Lucy.
Okay, so good afternoon. Good afternoon. No, it's always very difficult to do a presentation after lunch. But I hope I will make you very energized with this presentation. It's out of the norm. This is a scientific conference, but we come from the human world. So I'm going to do a presentation that has nothing to do with science, but more of communication and how we can use our communication skills to enlighten and move the public to protect animals, of which I believe we are part of that movement that is mandated to move the world and to protect and take care of our animals. I was using that to see whether my presentation comes up. And I commend the organizers of this conference for having the best team of webinars in the industry. James Chunguni and your team, I can tell you, you have the best team. We work with them to present our webinars. That is the Kingston Media. So congrats, you went for the best in the industry. As that comes up, my name is Lucy Wanjiko Otula. When I'm in the midst of scientists, I become Dr. Mrs. Otula. So that I belong a bit, Lucy Wanjiko. On my 9 to 5, I work as the head of communication for World Animal Protection, which is an animal welfare charity. And a key sponsor of this organization, when you open your folder, you see World Animal Protection. We are one of the sponsors for this. We mainly deal in animal welfare with a particular focus on animals in farming. And I'm sure most of you have met my colleague, Dr. Yamo, who leads that strand of our work. And then we have the next strand, which is animals in the wildlife, which is led by Edith Kapesime, looking at 2 areas, wildlife trade and animals that are used in pets. For farming, our main concentration is on chicken and pigs. When I'm not working there, and I know most of you, we have met online, I work for Animal People. I'm the founder of Participatory Communications Network and Animal People magazine, which by the end of this presentation, you'll get a copy. We have met online with most of you during the CPD training that Animal People sponsors. Our latest training was a 10-week communication program, which we see a lot of overwhelming support from you, and we hope to continue that partnership with you. So it's really a pleasure to meet you face to face. It's always different when it's online and physical. So I'm going to present you. My presentation is titled Moving People, Moving the Public to Protect Animals in the Midst of COVID-19. We all know 2020, in March, public engagements like what now, I actually think that we are all here because most of us have not traveled since March. So when we had a KBA meeting, we all decided to come for a short holiday. So it's good, so it happened. So when COVID happened, we were not able to move to do our work. But we had targets. For those of us who work in the NGO sector, we know that we always have targets. And those targets are regardless whether there is COVID or not, because you have been given people's resources and you have to do what you said you'll do. So specifically for communication, there's a few targets that so for every strand of our work, you have a target for that. You have to meet a supporter engagement strand. I'm not sure I can see from here. Okay, I have to keep peeping. Maybe I'll stand here. Yeah. So we have to be, please go back a bit. Yeah, so we have targets and we have various funnels that we use. The funnels are either you use Facebook, media, Twitter, emails, and Facebook ads. We talk about this later on, but we have various strategies we use to ensure that you come and visit our website and you come and take action in the work that we do. Our communication work for Wild Animal Protection is very unique, is more digital oriented, is all media, and is about mobilization. We say that we are moving people, and the people we move is you and me, farmers, scientists, everyone. We try and create a movement that protect animals and that has the welfare of animals at hand. So at the beginning of year, those are the targets you get. And your work as the lead person, like me, is to ensure that you are achieving the targets as set. So with COVID, next slide, please. With COVID, of course, everything came to a standstill. We were not able to go out because normally we use events like this to mobilize people. And when I talk mobilizing people, is getting your email, getting your SMS, because those are our key mobilization funnels that we use. So
amidst COVID, there was a lot of death and suffering. You all know that. March, you could see Italy, people dying, France dying, Kenya closing, economy crashing. But we had a responsibility to ensure that at least animals are not forgotten amidst COVID. It is easy, it was very easy, even today. I'm sure for you who work in the field, you received less calls to go and treat animals because we were all locked inside and animals were likely to be left behind. So we needed to act and act very fast to ensure that we are moving together and we are remaining, animals remain at the center. So how did we do it? Two simple things. Next slide, James. We had to use online events. And I am proud to say that actually Wild Animal Protection, if there was a Guinness Book of Records, Wild Animal Protection in Africa would have won the first runners-up for starting webinars in this country as an NGO, and perhaps even leading other corporates in adopting webinars as a key strategy of reaching out to people. So we started with a very simple thing. We really did not know how this will pan out. So we sat with Dr. Mudoga. She's the secretary of KVA. I'm sure most of you know her. Wonder whether she's here. Oh, she's not here. Okay. Yeah, Mudoga. We put her on Facebook Live. We all have an experience with Facebook Live by now. We all do, yeah. I'm sure that was unheard of before March. But we put her on Facebook Live to present to the world and tell our listeners and our followers how you can protect dogs specifically during COVID-19. And what was surprising when we did that, remember this was just a trial, we weren't sure what will happen. We got an overwhelming 1,200 people join that Facebook Live. Our engagement level, when you look at Facebook behind the dashboard, was about 10,000. We had never seen that in our entire, life within the organization. One live, 1,200 people joining. And not just joining, but engaging through commenting, engaging and remaining engaged throughout the session. It was our 45-minute session. Normally, when you do a Facebook Live, you don't get many people joining. Some join and then log off. Some join, they don't connect. But we had one take as a tip when you are on webinar, maybe you need, makeup. We do that, and there's that team led by James that does that for work. So that is one score for a successful webinar. Another one is the event posters. We do our event posters early and on time. Then we circulate through WhatsApp, is our main platform. But beyond WhatsApp, we engage with what we call social bakers. It's an internal term, but it's actually our social media influencers. We have about 20 of them, very effective social media influencers, micro-influencers, whom we have trained about our work. So what they do, they go and mobilize through their own platforms, Twitter, social media, all this, Facebook. But we go an extra mile. We give each one of them a tracking link. For those of us who are familiar with Facebook, especially Facebook for Business, you can give a tracking link. So we are able to see who mobilized what, who brought who through a tracking link. Very much important. So if I'm given a link and I'm told, I give a target, get me 50 people who will engage, and there must be new people every time. So there is a link that I give. So when I send you the webinar link, it's very specific to me. So from my dashboard, I'm able to tell Dr. Sifuna got me 20 people, and these are the names. So that's something that really worked for the work that we are doing. We also have a staff recognition program, still not yet streamlined, but we also ensure that our staff are very much engaged. They also get a link which is specific to them to mobilize. So please, when our colleagues here, the Daktaris, the KVA guys, send you a link. Please, just ensure that you register and attend. They also have a KPI. And this team, you have been really successful and very, 5 minutes, okay. You have been very supportive of Dr. Yamo, Dr. Patrick, Dr. Kevin, who are part of KVA. So the other thing that we have is media personalities. Around Kenya, we have a team of media personalities we work with, about 20, who we have trained about our work, who talk our language, which is very important, so they are able to go out and talk about the work that we do. And of course, our registration is very secure. We send a reminder to your email. We use Marketo, which is an email system, to remind you that we have a webinar coming up. Again, email marketing making a very important connection for the work that we do. If you don't have an email marketing system, I think it's something that you need to invest in because it's a true engagement framework. So what were the successes? What did we get? Next, of course, there is also the choice of day and time. We did a poll, we did a research to identify which is the best day to do a webinar. You have seen every time we have a webinar, whether it's Dr. Yamo or Edith or Patrick, there is always some media engagement, and I'm gonna just show a clip at the end of this presentation. We ensure that our webinars are at the right time of the day and at the correct day. That is another tip that makes our webinars stick. So what have we achieved so far? One is brand engagement. Our brand, World Animal Protection, I'm sure most of you know about it, but we had a challenge in terms of reaching out to the public and making our brand to be healthy and to be known. So our brand awareness level has gone up through the webinars. We also have a lot of media engagement. We have become thought leaders in terms of media actively reaching out to us, not us going after them. They come to us and say, hey, do you have a comment on this? Please do give us a comment. Then, okay, the next slide, which is the last slide. Yeah, so brand growth, accelerated growth for our social media channels from 30,000 to 80,000. And you know what that means. Getting that growth in a year is a dramatic increase. Many people struggle to get there. Then our media presence is high, and then our conversion rate has also gone up. But most importantly, and the theme of this presentation is ensuring that the conversation about animals and the need to protect them remains top of mind at the policy level, at the public discourse, and also at the professional level like this one. We ensured that despite COVID, the suffering that was going on, people were protecting the animals and they were talking about animals. Finally, we can go to the final media link there. I don't know whether that will play. If it doesn't, you can visit our YouTube page. You'll find your colleagues there, our doctors within the organization. We have a couple of media clippings that we have. You can visit our YouTube page, World Animal Protection Africa. You'll find it there and you can watch. So the key lessons learned, just two, is one, you need a pool of people to work with. You need to work with Facebook media influencers. You also need to invest a bit in Facebook ads. Facebook ads is a key mobilization tool. But the final thing is about using your website as a landing page and a key concentration for all the other activities you do, whether it's on social media or on YouTube. You need a platform that brings people together. And for World Animal Protection, that platform is the website. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Give another hand clap to her, please. All right. I can confirm that we are now connected to Professor Windsor. All right. So our next presentation, guest of honor, welcome back. Our next presentation is by Professor Peter Windsor. Peter Windsor will present online. He is coming on and is presenting on responses to foot and mouth disease outbreaks in large ruminants with an antimicrobial-free welfare therapeutic.
Hello, everybody. Hope you can hear me. It's late in Australia. I'm near Sydney, and we're in lockdown. I'm hoping that I can get the screen to share. Says the host is disabled screening. It's very interesting listening to the presentations already today.
Just a moment.
The host disables participant screen sharing. Is that possible to fix that? I was going to join you in April last year at your Veterinary Association conference, and unfortunately COVID stopped my attending, so we try to do this now. Are there any suggestions on how I can get the screen? Try sharing now. Okay, I'll try sharing now. That looks good. Share. There we go. I think we're getting there. Very good. Okay. I think we're on. So hopefully you can all see that okay. It's about improving responses to foot and mouth disease outbreaks. And we had a bit of a breakthrough in mid-2019 with a product that we'd been using in Australia for improved animal welfare during husbandry procedures, things like castration, dehorning and things. We tried it out in foot and mouth disease and it worked brilliantly. And it's also, this is in Asia, in buffalo, which are a bit like the donkeys of Africa. They're the beast of burden. And this is a photograph from use of the product in Niger. My co-authors are Svedizem Lenzele from Cameroon and his colleague, Jacques Mavungu. We've written a paper about the work we did in Cameroon. Ezekiel Onyango, he's from your country, of course, and he told me to tell you that this product here will be shortly registered, hopefully by the end of the year. And he's going to be distributor for this product in Kenya through Animix. My colleague Sisen Kunzi, I've worked with for many years in the Mekong area. He's from Laos, and we have a group we call the Mekong Livestock Research Group. We're aiming to improve smallholder livelihoods through livestock health interventions, particularly productivity and health control of transboundary diseases, etc., etc. We work closely with OAE and in the CCFMD program, and I actually in 2019 went to Senegal and also to the Cairo meetings to talk about this work. So we have a big problem with foot and mouth disease in Southeast Asia and in China, of course, and it comes from the West through the trade of animals and animal products. The history's long, and I had the privilege of living in the Philippines over here in 1998-99, and we eradicated foot and mouth disease from the Philippines. This was after a professor of mine when I was a veterinary student way back in the 1980s. He helped Indonesia down here eradicate foot and mouth disease. So we can eradicate it, but that's because of you can get better biosecurity in these places. It's much harder here, and we've been trying to get some progress made with controlling the disease. We have OAs and Asia 1, mainly O's, several of them in the area. We don't have the SAPs yet, so they haven't come from Africa. What we have done, we've established that F&D is actually a big cost to farmers. It was always said that smallholder farmers, the animals recovered, and of course and there's not a lot of mortality. That's true, but when you measure the cost of treating and feeding those animals, it's actually very significant. And of course, vaccination, as well as improved biosecurity, is what farmers should be doing. But the donors for these more savage countries like Cambodia, Laos, and Myanmar have never put the resources in to provide the vaccines required and the foot and biosecurity interventions required. It's been piecemeal. We did do a 1.6 million doses of vaccination project here in northern Laos, which worked quite well, suppressed the disease, like vaccination suppresses COVID. It does certainly for FFMD, but doesn't, as soon as we stopped vaccinating, the disease reemerged. And we ran out of resources to continue that on. So this is a big issue in Africa. There's not enough resources to suppress the disease to the point of control, and most countries are affected, of course. Especially, you also have the issue in parts of Africa of the months. Okay, why are we motivated to do this? One of the big understandings is that farmers are usually not thinking about preventive vaccination and biosecurity. They are thinking about treatment. And a way to get onto farms and people motivated is to provide a better method of therapy. And most people are using astringents like lemon juice or things that are painful, or antibiotics. And parenteral antibiotics particularly are very expensive. They create antimicrobial residues and safety risks. So there is a place for a new therapeutic approach as to help us as veterinarians embrace antimicrobial stewardship, reducing the use of antibiotics unnecessarily in animal products that could create a bigger problem than COVID has if AMR gets out of control further. So this is what we've done since April 2019. We had a big outbreak in Laos, and it was so successful that the farmers all brought all their animals in, and we were able to treat them all. They unfortunately we couldn't have a control group there, because all the farmers wanted the treatment because they saw it at work immediately. Been used in Nigeria, as I said, and then we had this outbreak in Cameroon where we were able to use a group of animals with trisulfan, group of animals with oxytetracycline, and an untreated control group to compare those appetite scores, lesion healing scores, change dimensions, and all that over just over a 2-week period. And then again, in Kenya, we had an outbreak in 4 dairies, and Ezekiel Onyango treated animals in these dairies, so I can show you some images from those. So the product's now registered in Laos and will shortly be registered in Cameroon and Kenya, and we're looking to get it distributed more widely in Africa. The product is this: it's two topical anesthetics, lignocaine and bupivacaine. The bupivacaine has a more extended period of action. Adrenaline helps hemostasis, and cetrimide is an antiseptic. So this product does have antibacterial properties, but it's not antimicrobial. And the dual matrix, which is like a big band-aid across the wound. So it blocks nociception through the local anesthetics. The sensitization process of non-steroidal anti-inflammatories is usually not necessary, or in foot and mouth disease, or modifying cognition. So we did a lot of work with sheep initially, and it was originally developed for a sheep, and we found it actually worked much longer for a single treatment, at least 24 hours. And we think that's to do with the effects of adrenaline and this gel matrix combining to prolong the impact of. So these are examples of it being used for castration in sheep and cattle and dehorning in cattle, and all that work's well published. And it's also very useful for lameness in cattle, for debriding wounds, sole ulcers, white ulcers, etc. And this is a paper published from my colleague in Portugal. It's now also being used for humans. And this is the case of the disease of leg ulcers and foot ulcers that can be debrided. You apply the product, you debride it until the animal or the person starts to feel pain again, and you treat them. So you can go to deep debridement and get rid of the bacterial biofilm. So it's got a lot of place in clinical management. The results from Cameroon showed over time, this is 15 days after treatment, the control animals, the mean lesion healing score is actually, they get worse. They improve with the oxytetracycline, but they particularly improve with the trisulfan treatment. So it's superior to lesion healing. And it's similar here, you can see it, faster healing, usually by 6 to 9 days, the lesions are nearly completely healed. In Cameroon, my colleague compared a number of different, I've got some feedback coming in there. I hope that's not too difficult for you guys back there. But he compared different treatments for foot and mouth disease, which was often worked out at the same cost of treating with the oxytetracyclines. And so there's no imposition of extra. Now in Kenya, this is outbreak in the areas of very severe disease in the mouth, here in the feet, and also involving the teat, because this is an important part of the dairy cow. And you can see after 6 days, the healing of the teat lesions is very, very good. And all these vesicles to ulcers have completely healed, and now just allowed the animal to go back into milking a lot faster. So the common comment was animals walk more just after treatment. It works instantaneously, so the animals can walk. They usually eat much more quickly because they have no pain in the mouth. They're less stressed. The farmers see the immediate impact, and they return more quickly to normal production, and there was an increase in herd milk production compared to no treatment, and increase in body condition after a week compared to no treatment. So in these 4 dairies, all the respondents confirmed that they would have been encouraged to report FMD if they had ready access to this particular product, because our farmers need to get hold of it and would report it to the authorities to be able to get hold of it. And in fact, in Laos, up here in the corner, is a small vial. We've made it available. This is a certificate of registration in Laos. And there's a video here during your lunch. Ezekiel showed this in between all the rabies and welfare issues. We actually think this is a really good welfare issue. And one of the most exciting things about the whole story is there was the pH is quite low. So we know it's going to be antiviral. Now, we couldn't do this work in FMD because we needed to demonstrate a decrease in viral load, but we were able to demonstrate a decrease in viral load in lambs with scabby mouth or virus infection, which is a big problem in Australia. Even this was done in Spain, and you can compare a control here. There's quite a wide distribution at 3 days after treatment, but ultimately a lot more virus and compared to the animal with a single treatment here. So as you'd expect, the low pH will decrease the viral load in these animals. So this is the paper here from Cameroon, the paper from Laos with the video in it, and all this is available. These are all available online, open access. So you can just Google treatment of foot and mouth disease by a welfare product or something like that, and those papers will come up. My final comment is that in our part of the world, it's necessary to consider the cultural factors in smallholder communities. They don't really buy into effective disease control. They're interested in effective disease treatment. So the provision of therapy allows you to start the dialogue of improved welfare, and this reduces antimicrobial risk, microbial resistance risk, and viral load, so potentially help control the outbreaks, and gets them more involved in this process. Now, people have got a bigger understanding of epidemiology since COVID came, and they understand that vaccines now are suppressive and biosecurity is important. And now, and of course, in COVID, how important treatment is. And these are all relative, entirely transmissible to the world of foot and mouth disease. So that's our big job, to produce food more efficiently, where One Health and Eco Health System Health, where we consider all these factors, find the green spot between food production efficiency, One Health and ecosystem health, and animal and human welfare, to maintain our social license to produce animal food products. Fix these problems: poor nutrition, disease, poor welfare, with better animals, better feeding, and biosecurity with a more appropriate animal health product. So, profitable animals, green, clean, caring system. This is all part of that. So thank you for your attention. I hope I've kept reasonably to time, and I'm happy to take any questions. Somebody's just sent me a thing, you the writer of this foot and mouth disease infection in rarely reserved, no. Okay. Somebody's put a chat there. Okay, I see you got the problem of echo. I'm not sure why that occurred. Okay. Apologies for the echo, but I have no idea why that happened. Doesn't normally echo from my computer. Any queries, questions?
Professor switched his presentation. We apologize for that. We're still learning the ups and downs of technology.
Yeah.
I think we have a problem with the network. and connecting to our gadgets. That's getting resolved. But I believe that we get the recording, we'll be able to make it available for you. You can watch it in your room in the evening of a presentation of Professor. My media team is asking that if every one of us goes online and tweets hashtag KVA 2021, hashtag WD 2021, we'll be able to make, we'll have an online presence. So if each one of us, if you have a Twitter account, if you have a Facebook account, please tweet hashtag KVA 2021, hashtag World Rabies Day. That's WLDRD 2021, so that we will trend online. The next presentation, ladies and gentlemen, is on antimicrobial resistance. And I would like to invite Joseph Karanja. Joseph Karanja will talk to us about antimicrobial one. As the presentation is coming up, my name is Dr. Joseph Karanja. I work for myself with CKL Africa Limited, formerly Coopers. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you. You are all been very supportive of CKL for many years. Even for some of us, when you left school, some of the people we interacted with were people from CKL. So you've been a great support for the organization. And the organization has also been working very closely with you veterinarians and KVA in particular. And even in this conference, we are working together. So I'll make a very brief, and I would call it a very basic presentation. It's like a recap of care of vaccines in relation to AMR. So if you can go to the first slide. So we believe that vaccination is a very key critical part of mitigating against antimicrobial resistance. And we are doing this because, as you all know, we distribute some of the vaccines that we use in the field. So we'd like to emphasize the care and proper usage of vaccines so that we don't get failures of vaccinations. So we cannot emphasize the importance of vaccines because we use them in illnesses that do not have a treatment, an antibiotic or an antiviral product. Vaccines become very important. And if you compare economics, vaccines are generally cheaper because we use very small doses. And we also use them when we want to do mass treatment of animals and humans as well. And so the vaccinations are very key in our daily dealings with disease. So if you can go to the next one. Just want to look briefly at some of the antibodies that arise after you've gotten a vaccination or after illness. We all know this, so it's just a recap of some of the antibodies that we have, like the IgM. Usually after an infection
or exposure to a vaccine, so IgM will be one of the antibodies that will show up in blood after the infection. So, but usually that's an antibody that doesn't last very long. Usually within the first 3 months, that wears off. So if you look for IgM in blood, you may not find it. It wanes out very quickly, and then the other antibodies will set in, like the IgG, which is very important. It's one of the antibodies that will last longer. They can last from weeks, months to years. So if you're looking, for example, at the current vaccinations that are going on theoretically for COVID-19, immediately you get the jab, you will get IgM as one of the antibodies that will be detected in blood. But then for you to get long-lasting immunity, then the IgG has to set in. That is when you'll be able to say you are safe after COVID-19 vaccination. But the immediate one that comes out, that is IgM, will not last long. And IgG, when you look at a sample of blood, one of the widely distributed antibodies will be IgE, and it will be the highest percentage in terms of the antibodies, all the antibodies that you have in blood. IgE will be one of the, IgG will be the most prevalent or the most found. Then IgE, you find a lot when you have parasitic infestations and when you have allergic reaction or sensitization. So you'll find IgE in the blood sample. So if you can go to the next one, I'm going to look at comparing the various types of vaccines that we have. In the next slide, please. So we have two major classes of vaccines. We have the inactivated or killed vaccines, and then we have the live vaccines. So when you look at the inactivated ones, the killed vaccines, these are disease particles that have been grown in a culture, and then they are taken through a chemical process to reduce their pathogenicity so that they do not infect the intended animal that is going to receive the vaccine. So you have reduced pathogenicity of the disease causing particle. One of the advantages of this kind of vaccine is that they are generally very stable, and they are also safer in terms of they will not be able to revert back to virulence because they are already deactivated through chemical or physical processes. And therefore, they cannot be able to mutate back to a disease-causing agent or state, and they cannot be able to replicate. So if we can go to the next one, the problem with an inactivated vaccine is that it may not be very effective in terms of inducing immune response because the process of deactivation may cause it to lose some of its factors that would cause eliciting an immune response. So sometimes when you have deactivated or killed vaccine, you may not get a response through vaccination. And therefore, you may require to do booster jabs with inactivated vaccines as opposed to live vaccines. And the other problem with deactivated vaccine is that they can also revert back to antigenicity and cause disease if the process of deactivating them was not done properly. Then we go to the live vaccines, the live attenuated vaccine. These are the vaccines that are produced by reducing the virulence of the pathogenic microorganism, but you still ensure that they remain viable, they are not killed. So the attenuation of the processing is done through cultures or through passing them through live animals, and usually animals that are not the natural hosts or the natural target of that microorganism. So some of the vaccines that are made through live vaccines, live attenuated vaccines include yellow fever and the others. One of the advantages of, if you go to the next one, of using, or the problem of using the live vaccines is that there is risk of infection. So if the attenuation is not done well and you use it in a live animal, you will start the risk of causing disease in the animal that you're vaccinating. And then the other one that you need to be very careful about live vaccines is that you cannot use them in immune compromised hosts. And the live vaccines also have a problem of the possibility of them mutating from the virulent to virulent strains and cause disease. And the other problem is that they may not be very stable because they are live organisms. They may not be very stable. The handling of live vaccines has to be very different from the inactivated or dead vaccines. But they have one advantage, that we need very low doses of it. And usually when you use live vaccines, you can pass on immunity that is going to be long lasting and develops very quickly. And then of course, we also have vaccines that are made using toxoids, like tetanus. Then we go to the next one, which are the subunits. The other type is when we use subunits. That is when we use a part of the microorganism and not the entire organism to make a vaccine. You can use units of DNA or units of RNA or parts of the cell wall. This is where I think some of the vaccines that have been made for COVID-19 fall subunits of the nuclear material that is able to exhibit factors similar to the virus, and then that can induce production of antibodies against the virus. So here is where there has to be a lot of precision in terms of when you're making the virus, because there is also the risk of transmitting disease using parts of the. If you're not careful, you could pass on some of the entire organism instead of passing a part of the microorganism that would induce immunity. The next one. Then the other classification is where you have combined or cocktail vaccines, where you put more than one vaccine in the product. We have some of the products that we have in the market, like the Blantax, which comprises of black water vaccine and anthrax vaccine. And then we also have the foot and mouth disease vaccine, which has those strains. And we also have the ECF cocktail vaccine. And in poultry, we have the Newcastle disease and IB combined together to make one vaccine. Next one, please. So this is where I want to reiterate on care and some standard procedures and principles in care of vaccine, because if we don't use them correctly, then we may end up with failure. We've had failure, especially of some of the major disease vaccines like FMD. Storage, the correct storage between 2 and 10 for most vaccines, and do not freeze. Do not put the vaccine next to the ice pack. I mean, in contact with the ice pack, because that is below 2 degrees. So you need to be careful that you don't get the vaccine too close to the ice pack. So when you're using the product, you need to shake well. Do not use antibiotics 2 weeks before and 2 weeks after the vaccination, because that may affect the effectiveness of that vaccine. Immunologically challenged animals, you need to be careful with them because they may not get immunity, and they may also come down with the disease you are vaccinating against. Then go to the next. So ensure you use the correct mode of administration, use the correct equipment. When we are vaccinating mass vaccination, remember to change the automatic needles, the automatic syringe needles after so many animals, because that could also be a way of spreading the disease. Protective gear, ensure proper records, ensure that we vaccinate all the animals in an outbreak, and issue a certificate. Use the correct mode of administration. If it is subcutaneous, use subcutaneous. Not all will go into subcutaneous, not all will go into IM. If it is in water, if it is nose drops, if it is eye drops or wing stab for chicken, you need to have the correct mode of administration. The correct dosage, that will be the next one. And the correct regime, the next slide. The correct regime, if it is in drinking water for poultry, if it is eye drop, if it is IM, but it is important to read the instructions of the manufacturer, because different vaccines, especially for poultry, will be given at different times, and the booster at the right time. And then for poultry, as I finish, other than just using the vaccines, you need to have the correct biosafety measures. In addition to the vaccines, disinfection of the houses, foot baths, and wheel baths. For constitution, we recommend you constitute only what is enough, because if you keep it, then it will expire and it will not be effective. The correct times for withdrawal for water, especially we are giving the vaccine in water. Withdrawal of antibiotics and disinfectants, especially where we put disinfectants in water. If you're going to vaccinate, then you need to withdraw the disinfectants and septics to ensure that they don't kill the vaccine. And sometimes you may need to use anti-stress products like multivitamin to reduce stress on the birds, especially as they develop the immunity. So we can move on. Then some of the things that I would conclude with is when you are dealing with vaccines, it's very, very important to look at some of these, as we call them SOPs, standard operating procedures, the order process, controlling the inventories, rotating stocks, order rearrangements of the vaccine, monitoring the temperature in the cold room or where you're putting the vaccines, checking the expiry dates, very usually forgotten the diluents that we need, the proper diluents. Very important also the destruction protocol for the vaccines that are not used or expired. And even the fridge is important, because we are saying you put 2 to 8 degrees centigrade. It's important to monitor or to maintain the fridge so that you don't get the vaccines getting destroyed in the fridge. So in the interest of time, I will stop there. And
Thank
that is
you.
one of the combined vaccines containing black water and anthrax. It is given subcutaneously, 2 ml for cattle, 1 ml for sheep and goats. Just as an example of one of the vaccines that we distribute as CKL. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joseph. Please don't sit down, Joseph. So let's give a hand clap to Joseph. So I would like to invite Joseph and Mrs. Lucy to come. I have 1-2 questions. Then we'll go out to the breakout sessions. So Lucy, kindly. Do we have any questions for Joseph and Lucy? Okay. Omlai, please, you can help me with the microphone. What is this one? So Dr. Omlai.
Thank you. Mine is to Joseph. The last slide. I think at the county level, where I've seen most of the vaccinations being done, there is a lot of challenge when it comes to destruction of or disposal of the used vials or containers which have been used to dilute the vaccines. Who takes charge? Also, I think this will also go to VMD at the same time, so that there's proper guidance to know when people are finished with the vaccinations, where do they take that material to? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Dr. There's a hand here.
Yeah, my name is Lawrence Mongala. My question is the last line also to Joseph regarding on the vaccination for camel and also the pigs, because I don't know whether Cameroon gets black water and anthrax, because it seems that vaccine sometimes is to be being misused. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Any other question? Is the hand at the end?
Mine is to Dr. Karanja. You say the vaccines should not come into contact with the ice packs. What ways have you developed for the distribution of these vaccines? Because if they are not going to come into contact with the ice packs, have you come up with another media that is going to come in between the vaccine and the ice packs? That is in the field and in other places where we distribute the vaccines.
Thank you. Another question? Can we take those ones? All right, Dr. Nyamoya.
Okay, thank you. Mine is on the packaging of the vaccines. You find most of the packaging, the containers, like the one you have displayed, Dr. Joseph, is 50 ml, 50 doses for for, I think it's 50 ml, 100 ml, yes. So if you look at the average stock, mostly you'll have like less than 10 animals, except in hazard areas where you have large stocks. Most of the areas now is about, say, 2 to 10 animals. And many FMDs, 80 doses, CPPP is 100 doses, and the rest, which is not very appropriate if you want to do a few animals. I don't know how you can come up with some of these small packages, maybe 5 to 10, like the rabies one, where if a farmer wants animals vaccinated, you can quickly get it and vaccinate. And number 2, on the poultry vaccines, this is where the mess has been for those of us who are in the field. Basically, all agrovets are stocking these poultry vaccines, Newcastle, Kumboro, name it. And the farmers take the vaccines, they are packed from the agrovet, and then they just go and vaccinate. I don't know, all those distributors, all those in that line of vaccines, whether they ever get to, because most of the agrovets are not made by vets, they're just business people. How we can assist them, because we have had a mess where people say they'll vaccinate the animal, the birds, but they come down with all these diseases. Then last one, you rightly said on records, it's very important, but we can take extra information as we take the records on the vaccinated animals. Like when we were in Voi, I think we took extra information from the farm, because sometimes we never get these farmers on a normal or on a routine work. But once you get to vaccinate the animals, we can design a form other than the manifest or over and above the vaccination manifest, so that we collect extra information, especially like in rabies, where you can get the number of dogs owned by the household and other information, the sexes and others, which will guide us in some of these control measures we want to put in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Omla, you can. So I teach at the university, and I hate afternoon classes because physiologically, when you have eaten ugali, the parasympathetic system comes into play. The housekeeping is a housekeeping system. So then all the blood goes from the head to the stomach. Then you sleep. So I'd like us to just rise up on our feet and stretch so that the sympathetic division of the autonomic nervous system comes into play. I teach physiology, so so kindly just stretch freely so that we are awake. Huh? Thank you. Thank you. So Dr. Mlai, right, please they can, give them the microphone. So after they answer the questions, I would like to invite Dr. Lillian Madai. All right. No more questions, please. Let's answer those ones.
Okay. Just one more question. So thank you, Joseph, for that fabulous presentation. I'm Dr. Muse. And my question is actually a cross between a comment and a question, because we all remember a few years back when there was a failure of the FMD vaccine. So is it realistic for us maybe to take some blood samples before the vaccination and a few maybe days or weeks after vaccination to assess the response of the vaccine in the host?
Right, thank you. That was my classmate. So, Dr. Mlai, you can give the microphone to so that they respond. All right. So take us the shortest time possible. Time is much spent.
Thank you. The first question was about the disposal of the used packaging material for the vaccines. As a policy, we accept back used containers for formal destruction. We're not supposed to just dispose them in the environment. We have a policy, and most people don't use it, not just for the vaccine, even for the containers of other products that we distribute. So if you buy an acaricide and you have a problem disposing the container, just bring it back to us. There is a government way of destroying the used packaging material. So just return them to us. We will know how to handle them. There's somebody who asked about the camel. Anthrax is a disease of all the warm-blooded animals. So even camels can get the infection, and so can pigs and sheep and goats. The only difference is the dosage that you use. For the bigger animals like the camel, we use 3 ml. For the cattle, we use 2 ml. For the sheep and goats, we use 1 ml under the skin subcutaneously. Somebody who asked about how do we separate the ice pack from the vaccine? You need to pack them separately. The reason I raised that is because what people do when they are handling vaccine, they will take a bottle of the vaccine and then they will have an ice pack. And then they put the bottle against the ice and then packed in that manner, directly on the ice pack. That's risky because you're exposing that vaccine to temperatures that are below the recommended temperature in the refrigerator. So you need to separate them. So you pack the medicine separately and you pack the ice pack separately so they don't get into direct contact. That's the way you would protect the vaccine. Then somebody asked about the units. We currently have 100 ml, that product in 100 ml, and they're asking if we can get it to smaller doses. That apparently has been tried before. We tried 50 ml, 25 doses, and that did not fly in the market. So we realized most of it went into waste because we thought people would buy for their animals as individuals, but that didn't work. But if the market demands, we can go even up to 10 animals. But the current package is for 50 animals. That is 100 ml bottle for the cattle. And then there's somebody who asked about poultry vaccines and failures. One of the areas where we've had a lot of failures is in the poultry vaccines. And usually it's a break of the cold chain when you are distributing that vaccine, because you can imagine that vaccine is probably coming from UK. So you have to maintain that cold chain all the way from UK to Nairobi and then to the distributor, and from the distributor to the agrovet, from the agrovet to the farmer who is going to use the product on the farm. So if that is broken at any point, then you are basically giving that bird nothing. It's water, or there's nothing in that package. So that cold chain has to be maintained, and that is where I think our regulators come in, KVB, to regulate who handles vaccines at the agrovet level. Do all the agrovets have a professional on board who can be able to advise the farmers, who can be able to go and do the vaccinations themselves? So that, I think, is the role of the regulator, that is KVB, to ensure that the vaccines are handled by professionals at the agrovet level. And then finally, somebody asked about the FMD, the failures. We all have witnessed FMD vaccinations failed in the last 2 years. I think animals were vaccinated, but they still came down with FMD, and many of them died, and production dropped in terms of milk and so on. And it was not clear whether it was the wrong strain of FMD that was used, or whether there was a break in the chain. I noticed this year, 2021, the vaccine is being distributed directly from Kevevapi in Ebakasi, maybe in an attempt to reduce the chain so that we get it nearer to the users, as opposed to passing it through other agencies. And then there's somebody who asked about why do we put technical information on the package? If you buy a bottle of Brantax, on the bottle there'll be a leaflet attached to it with the information about the product. Now I'll say that is not the problem of the manufacturer. That is a requirement of the registrar of the product. VMD, you have to have that information on that bottle. So it is now the regulator to ensure that that bottle is not going to be used by somebody who is not required to get that information, because it is technical information that is supposed to go to a vet or a paravet to interpret and use the product correctly. But it is a requirement to have the leaflet put on the product.
Thank you. Thank you, Joseph. Let's give them a hand clap, please. Joseph and Lucy, kindly take your seats. Let me invite Lillian to give us instructions on how to go on the breakout sessions. Dr. Lillian Madai.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. We are now going into our parallel sessions, and for those who want to attend companion animal management and wildlife, you're asked to stay in this room. For those who want to attend the session on innovation, you will be going into the room on this room here, sorry. So kindly, the rooms are not so big, so we are going to be hosting on a first come, first serve basis, but you can also still join online and still attend the session. Thank you very much.
Yeah, sure. Hi, colleagues. Hi, everyone. My name is Patrick Mwende. I'm from World Animal Protection, where I work as a research manager. I'm colleague to Lucy Hiamo and Kelvin, and Raphael, who is a assistant. So you can visit there and know more about us. This afternoon, I'm going to talk to you to present about, you're a bit quick, so sorry. Yes, I'm going to present research that we did, and we came up with the most traded wildlife from Africa. This is a report, we launched it in 2019, just before COVID. And I thought I would be able to present it last year, but that not happened. So we are World Animal Protection. Lucy mentioned that. Please, next. Next, please. Excuse, oh, okay. Yes, that's our new strategy. We'll be looking at two key areas to transform global food systems and end cruel exploitation of wildlife, as well protect their habitats. And to start with, you all know Africa is home to highly diverse range of wildlife, and many times when you visit national parks, game reserves, we hope to see Big Five, but here I'm going to present to you a different picture of Big Five in terms of the most traded wildlife species. Global trade of wildlife is quite, it's a multi-billion business, and it is estimated to be worth close to $42 billion US annually. A big chunk of that being illegal, which is estimated to be up to $20 billion US. And looking at some of the key drivers, both in importing and exporting countries. When we look at exporting countries, which is Africa, we know it's a source of income to countries. It's a source of revenue to us. But also the other challenges, such as we have unstable governments in some parts of Africa, like Central Africa. Corruption is a big issue. Lack of economic opportunities is a big issue. Challenges in law enforcement is a big issue. But looking at importing countries where these wildlife species go to, There is affirmation of status. People want to be associated with wildlife. They want to keep wildlife in their homes. There's online marketing. Already more than half of global population are in social media at the moment. There are beliefs. In some communities, believe using wildlife derivative is a form of treatment. And of course, trophy hunting and opportunistic buying, whereby you just walk on the street and see wildlife species, then you see keeping one as a fancy thing. The key objectives of our research was first to highlight the top legally traded species from Africa and to highlight the top illegally trafficked mammals using social media data. So we looked at media articles for the year 2017. And of course, we looked for 10 countries in Africa in those 4 regions. The data source was CITES. CITES is Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora. And of course, Meltwater Media, which is a data tracking media website also. Then, of course, all those taxonomic classes are the ones which you looked at. Study methods, we looked at live animal trade in terms of those exports which are recorded as live animals, and also we looked at different source codes in terms of, was the wildlife coming from captivity, was it from the ranch, was it from the wild, or was it confiscated? And of course, because we are involved in CITES, we had to look where they are classified in terms of the CITES classification in Appendix 1, 2, and 3, which has different levels of protection. Then to look at the skin. Skin is a derivative from animals again. We looked at species that were recorded as wool skin, and whereby we assumed if it's recorded as wool skin that present an individual animal. Then at the media data, we went to Meltwater website, and through there we used to search key terms, Africa and illegal wildlife trade. Then we screened all those articles, and the first species to be mentioned was selected. Then we tried to see the extent of that coverage. Then we tried to compare the total number of articles and speaking about that story so that we avoid duplication of the same story. Yes, so for your information, according to the CITES data of 2011 to 2015, these are the most traded live species from Africa, from 2011 to 2015. We use those years because there's always delay for governments to submit data. It could be 3 or 4 years. So according to this data, ball python is a snake. It's majorly found in West Africa. Ghana, Benin, Togo was the most traded species, then African grey parrot. There's a lot of captive breed in South Africa, and what population is found in Central Africa, in Equatorial Guinea forest. We had some numbers in Kakamega, but I don't know if those numbers are still there. Emperor scorpion, you know scorpion, yes, it's finding itself in exotic pet market. Leopard tortoise and Savannah monta lizard. Briefly, I'll talk about 2 species. This ball python, this is the most traded CITES species, single most traded CITES species. The source, most of what was traded came from ranches. Then we had some proportion from wildlife. And as I mentioned, West Africa is the key exporting region. Then importing countries, United States of America. Next. The second species is African grey parrot. Some of us might have seen it. It might have come to your clinic for treatment also. And this is the most traded bird species. Again, I mentioned captive breeding in South Africa, and 20% of all that exported came from South Africa, then a few from DRC, and of course, Destiny country, Asian countries. As you can see, that picture can tell you the bird in the world, then what happens when it's in captivity. Because we might not be able to create that conducive environment as the one which those birds get when they are in the world. And that's a clear indicator of stress. They try to plug off their feathers when they are stressed and those kind of things. Looking at big five. When I talk big five, these are the ones which are traded in terms of derivatives. And in this case, we looked at skin trade only. Nile crocodile was number 1. Cape fossil is found in Namibia, number 2. Atman's mountain zebra, Namibia again. African elephant, with respect, skin, common hippopotamus. And again, captivity was the major source, 57%. We had the ranches, 38%, and wild, 5%. Export countries, South Africa was leading. Import countries, you'll find Asia. The second species was Cape fossil, again, a species found in Namibia. And all that was traded came from the world. They were all harvested from the world. Namibia exporting, being the one which exported in 80% of all that was traded. And of course, Turkey being the main importing country. This is just a summary to show you in numbers. And between 2011 to 2015, according to the CETIS trade data, more than 1.5 million live animals were legally traded from Africa. The main destination was United States. Then about skins, over 1.2 million animal skins were legally traded between 2011 to 2015. But now destination region changed. That is to the Asia. Briefly touching on media data that we looked at, we used this one to assess Africa's top 5 most trafficked wild animals, because we know it becomes a story when wildlife is trafficked illegally and in case it's caught up by customs. As I mentioned, we used 2 such terms, wildlife trade and Africa, to generate the first set of data. Then through that, we were able to identify close to 7,000 media hits that brought after doing our search using the 2 search terms. Then each link was treated as a separate link. Because you cannot read all those articles, we used the headline and the first text, the opening text that introduces you to an article. Then through there, we picked just the first species that was mentioned. Then we went down to identify, was it traded as live or was it traded as a derivative? Again, this is a graph just showing you what we found when we looked at media data for the year 2017. Tortoise, exotic birds, chimpanzee, karakou, leopard, cat, pangolin were there. Then looking at derivatives, this in terms of can be the skin, teeth, also. Rhino horn was leading in the number of articles that mentioned that trade. Rhino, yes, leon bone was there. I'll tell you where leon bone is used. Then pangolin scales, you see, live scales and all that. You can see leon bone and pangolin scales, they are number 3 and number 4. Next, please. Looking at live animal trade and the derivatives, and you see where that specimen came from. Elephant was leading, was the most reported trafficked animal in terms of the derivative of the. Then followed by rhino, lion, pangolin, and tortoise. Again, we all know elephants are poached for their ivory ornaments and jewelry. But the key thing is to kill an elephant is not just that simple. When the bullet misses the mark, that elephant flees, it dies a painful death. It goes to die elsewhere, and it's quite a painful process. Next. This is an example of rhino again. We are on the predator. Humans are only predators of rhinos, and their horns are used in traditional medicine and also for carvings. But of course, CITES has done some work in that it banned trade of rhino horns. But of course, in 2017, there was a reported killing of up to 1,000 rhinos in South Africa. So black market has a lot of rhino trade. This is the giraffe. There are some subspecies which are endangered. And of course, this is for artifacts. I don't need to speak about that. Next, please. Pangolin. Pangolins, according to our media hits, this was the most trafficked mammal in the world. And of course, you have seen all the craziness in the media about trading of their skills, especially their skills, which are used in traditional Asian medicine, because people believe when they consume those kind of things, they can treat their arthritis, others increase their libido, and many other funny uses. Of course, this is the king of the jungle. Initially, rhinos were spread across Africa, but now up to 80% are found in sub-Saharan Africa, Eastern and Southern Africa. In Kenya, I think we have around 2,500, I think, from the latest census that was conducted. We have seen a lot of wildlife-human conflicts whereby lions have been poisoned, like, is it a year or a year ago in Elizabeth National Park in Uganda where they were poisoned? Sorry. Yes. Again, just to show how these species are endangered, African grey parrot is kept as pet. And yeah, I just wanted to show you 30% of the species that were mentioned are classified by CITES in Appendix 1. Appendix 1 means these are species which are threatened to extinction. So we must act quickly so that we ensure their survival. Again, 80% were recorded in CITES Appendix 2. Again, CITES Appendix 2, these are endangered species, and there's need to see how we treat on them. Because sometimes you can harvest, then have nothing to harvest. Yes, one might argue these wildlife species were from captivity. But one thing you need to know, it's very hard to convert wildlife experiences into your home. It's really hard to provide the needs of these animals in your captivity. Also, the other key thing is, in this captivity, the primary source, the breeding stock, is only sourced from the wild. So there's no way you can do wildlife farming or breeding without taking some population from the wild. And that's why the harvesting, those who have been following us, we did some investigation work to see how these birds are captured, for example, in DRC Congo also. The trees are painted with glue, and a bird is tied there, which has the one of the leg injured, then it screeches, which attracts other birds in flocks. They're all stuck there, then they're extracted. And it was shockingly that up to 60% die from the process of capture to the final market. Next. And again, this is another key issue. We have seen reputable organizations, specialized agencies talking about and giving press release when COVID-19 struck. We saw WHO, OIE, and UN tripartite group gave a statement asking us to rethink our relationship with animals, asking if we want to prevent another zoonosis, another pandemic happening, we have to stop trading in wildlife. We have to stop sale of wildlife in wet markets. Again, zoonotic diseases and how to break the chain of transmission. A paper by Ilri and Tunep showed, among other key drivers, one was we are so much putting pressure on our natural resources. Intensification is key issue, wildlife trade is key issue, and we must rethink how we are going to do that. And again, to repeat it, wildlife trade is high biosecurity risk business. We are vets. We all know up to 60% of emerging infectious diseases are thought to be coming from animals, that is zoonotic. And 70% of these emerging diseases are thought to originate from wildlife. And of course, there's another thing. Have you ever thought of reverse zoonosis, if very reverse zoonosis? For example, the COVID-19 variant that we have, if it mutated and changed to infect animals, you can imagine how crazy this world it will be, having reverse zoonosis. And with that, thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mwinde, for keeping time and for a very interesting presentation. The next presentation is by Professor Mande.
Good afternoon.
Let me introduce
Oh, yeah,
you.
okay. I saw when you left me,
No. It was my phone which was misbehaving. Thank you. So Professor Mande is the next presenter, and he's going to present on the incidence, classification, and management of appendicular bone fractures in dogs in Nairobi, a retrospective study in dogs. He's also my dean, and I'd like to welcome him for the presentation.
Thank you very much. Professor Kiurani taught me in undergraduate, and we are colleagues, and so that's also quite a blessing. I just wish to follow the presentation earlier on wildlife by saying that in addition to the BVM program, the faculty offers the Bachelor of Science in Wildlife Management and Conservation. And so please, if you haven't taken a brochure from our tent, please do so. And even with the BVM program, we have options for those who don't get the KCSE intake right away. So I needed you to know that, as well as the fact that to enter the College of Specialists, we offer MSCs up to 15 of them, and we're using the blended form where you can actually take classes online and come once in a while. Having said that, yes, I wish that we then just move within the time frame. This is a study that we supervised together with my colleague, Dr. Rangani is a South African who came in 2012 and did the study under our supervision. And so we would like to share some of the information that we found. So you move to the next slide, please. Please. If you don't move it, I'll come and move it. Who is moving the slide? Thank you very much. It's from inside. Whoever is inside, please note that I'm also close by. Basically, what we want to know is that every household in this country has animals, and the companion animal, the dog is one of those. Whether you are in Muthaiga or you are in Turkana, there is always a dog. The other thing that we need to know is that these animals have a skeleton. You have an appendicular skeleton and an axial skeleton. And the skeleton does many functions, one of which is to enable the animals move. So therefore, when there are injuries, you have orthopedic conditions, fractures being a most important proportion of the surgical caseload. And therefore, especially when you are doing small animal practice, you really will be dealing with this as a challenge. Next, please. Next, please, so I come into the room. Please concentrate. So in terms of etiology, it's traumatic injuries being the primary cause. The second cause is pathology. Tumors will be one of those things that will rather make the structure of bone to become weak, especially, and therefore vulnerable to fractures. The other one is calcium deficiency and so on. That will be important when we when we discuss the findings. Then the extensive classification of fractures has been done. If you've passed through Kabete, you know these are our standard references, and the ones in red are available online free. You can download. If you go to vetbooks.ir, and that will be good for you. Next. In terms of classification, I will not take you through that. Many of you who are vets know this. Next. You also know that. I think we just need to look at the diagnostic approach. Remember, always history gives you 60% of what you're looking for. If you take it properly, then you're able to move very systematically. The clinical signs of orthopedic conditions are well known: lameness, swelling, the classical signs of inflammation, lameness, swelling, deviation of structure, and so on and so forth. So for you to be able to perform an orthopedic examination, You also remember that, you know, you do visual observation, you check the animal and how they are moving. They will give you a clue of what's happening. And then, you know, after you do that, you need to do a physical examination of the patient in a systematic manner, starting from the front side to the hind limb. Again, starting from the toe, moving up to the shoulder on the forelimb, as well as the pelvic limb. Once you do that, then you need to remember that you need to palpate, and then you do flexion and extension of the joints and bones of the affected limb. You'll be able to elicit pain, crepitation, and so on. Then diagnostic confirmation requires that you do imaging. Most facilities in this country, for now, I'm sure that they are digital radiographs all over in Mombasa and the rest of the country. But ultrasound has some value. If you're doing research, you can do histopathology to see how bones are healing. Next, please. In terms of options for management, you remember you have internal and external methods. You have the closed and open. One, you need surgery. The other, you can manipulate while the skin is intact. And the coaptation options for you is a standard Robert Jones bandage, or modified using a splint within the cotton construct. You'll be surprised at how useful that is. And then you have the standard POP, then synthetic fiberglass, or you have got the other resin. And then external skeletal fixators are not so well taken up in small animal practice, but they are still available for you. Internal fixation, bone plates and screws, you require a little bit more technical expertise to do that, as well as iron pins and supplementation. Again, very commonly used, but I think abused, because you see how the complications come up in our study. Next. So looking for information in the past has revealed that we have issues, because if you use retrospective studies, you can check for trends. You can use them to make decisions on the best options. You can use them to develop a baseline for future studies, and therefore that's quite useful. So Rangani really is the student we supervised, and his thesis is actually online. If you just go to the e-repository of the University of Nairobi and type this title, you find the information. However, for purposes of this discussion, I want you to notice that after our studies, there is still more work that has gone on within the country and Africa, as well as the continent. So next. So there you are. We needed to understand what was happening. I hope I'm okay. Okay. Yes. Yeah, so the retrospective study needed to provide the information on the incidence and clinical, as well as management options for this condition, and using data between 2007 and 2013. Next. So that's a retrospective study. You're looking at secondary data. It's got its limitations, but without funding, that for MSc students works very well. And that's the demographic data that we are looking for: age, gender, breed, and so on. Then the characteristics of bone, and then looking for the frequency, as well as the type and the diagnostic approaches that were used, as well as the options and outcomes. Simple descriptive statistics were used to analyze, and you can see the incidence there of a sample of, okay, we had about 4,000 cases that we were looking out. The only useful data we could get was 402. And so out of this, then we were able to get the incidence as about 15%. You can see the most prevalent breeds within our practice area being the GSD and the crosses. The small breeds have a small proportion. We'll see what happens when you look at the other parts of the world. The male dog is endangered as the boy child in the humans. when it comes to bone fractures, the male dog is the most vulnerable. Then the adult is again most vulnerable in our study finding, but in the other countries, you will see the juvenile being quite affected. Next. You can see that the hind limb is much more commonly affected than the forelimb. William Mugara, I can hear you. And you're distracting me. Thank you. I'm sorry, but I really get distracted. So there you are with the, again, road traffic accidents and trauma in general. So it looks like we need to understand that many people have owned vehicles, and as much as they cause accidents in human beings, we are seeing here that they are a cause of fractures in our pets. And this is a problem we shouldn't ignore. It's for me one of the most important trends that we are observing in our study. Then you can see right there. So trauma of unknown origin, motor vehicle accidents. Then you have human abuse, people who intentionally injure the animals. So you have animal welfare aspects of this study. And then you can see the distribution of the bones affected, the femur first, the radius ulna, humerus, and tibia. This consolidates what we've always done with the small We can move next, please. In terms of options, what we observed really was that, a lot of our practitioners are using the IM pins together with sacrilege wire at about 29% of the responses. The rest are combining these bone plates and screws and providing supplementary support with the sacrilege wire and the Robert Jones bandage at around 27%. Then just about 12% are using the bone plates and screws. Again, this is very important for us in terms of our priorities of the skills we need to impart on our fourth year and fifth year. But also even when you are out in the practice areas, just don't neglect the basics of the Robert Jones and the other devices. Next. The outcomes were generally good, around 50% went well, satisfactory with about 11%, but you can see 41% of the cases did not turn out well. And I want to put it that it is because we are overrating the value of the IM pin when we use it in the treatment of these cases. Then you have the complications out there. Next. This was really the first of this type of research, and it formed the basis for future studies and priorities. And you can see, if we quickly roll down, you can see that in other parts, move, please. Please, move the slide. You're the one distracting them. Eh? Move, okay. Move the slide, or if it is stuck, we'll get to know. Okay. I know it's not the end. Okay. Yeah, so Ben Ali has done that in Egypt. In South Korea, you have Minar. Next, you can see the trends: road traffic accident, falling from the height, juvenile, male, hind limb, femur, and so next. Again, that is in Libya. It's a retrospective study. Then again, you have a study there from Nigeria. You can see the trend: road traffic accident, adult, mongrel, male, femur, and so next. A study in Egypt, the same trend. You can see there they're using OPS. Next. The study again in Ibadan, the same type of fractures being an issue: juveniles, femur, tibia. So you see that trend. Next. I'm finishing. Again, in Egypt, you can see that trend, the road traffic accident. And then we did a similar thing. We just repeated this with Serem last year. Same trend. Next. There is another study there in Rio de Grande. Again, you see the same trend. Next. Basically, then we are saying that fractures are very important in terms of the orthopedic practice for small animals. Clinicians, we need to understand what causes them. You can see the road traffic accidents are made a notorious cause. You can see that the male is at high risk. You can also see that really the hind limb is involved. We need to therefore see how do we enhance research using quality data, standardizing the recording systems, making them digital, because 70% of the data was not useful because of the way it was captured. Then we need to use more centers, more clinics. I'm thinking of Kescava affiliated clinics to team up with us in order to do this study. Next. I want to acknowledge the University of Nairobi for supporting us, first of all, to be here, but also supporting the study. I want to acknowledge Professor Mogoa and Dr. Rangani, who is practicing in South Africa. I believe I have another paper, but for now we can submit to the chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Mande, for that presentation. Sorry for the distractions and the slow pace, but we trust that the team at the media will please improve so that we don't have delays. Now, I believe you can continue.
Yes, I'm quite happy to do so.
Okay, thank you. So the next presentation is on clinical radiographic and pathological features of dogs affected with conditions of the urinary tract, and he'll continue.
Thank you very much. This is a study that, again, we supervise with Professor Mbogwa, Professor Gadombi, for our student, and who is now a general manager of the Farmer's Choice, Dr. Sharon Zigadi. The basis of this being that the kidneys, next, please, the kidneys are important in the way that they're involved in the next. They're important in their functions of filtration, management of blood pressure, management of the immune system. You know, the RBCs are manufactured from the kidneys. So that's very important. But you really also need to remember that if there is a derailment, it will affect the metabolism of animals. It will affect the fluid and acid-base balance of these animals. And so it's an important organ to remember. Remember that the system comprises 2 kidneys normally. 2 kidneys, one on either side, 2 urethri, you have a urinary bladder, then you have a urethra. Next. The issues can be congenital acquired or acquired. They can be of immune cause. They can be neoplastic. They can be degenerative, infectious, or traumatic. Next. So the conditions that affect the urinary system can be divided into 2. You basically have the upper urinary tract disorders and the lower urinary tract disorders. Clinically, what you want to look out for basically are 4 or 5 major clinical presentations or manifestations. One is hematuria, which is blood in the urine, pollakiuria, which is an increased frequency of urination or voiding. Then you have got stranguria, where you have got straining, and then you have urinary incontinence. Next. So with that, I think part of this is largely medical. And for veterinarians, we already know what those terms mean. So we move next. Thank you very much. You have got proteinuria. Proteinuria, which really, again, is the presence of protein within the urinary system. And you have got issues that can predispose that clinical, plus also biochemical entity. Next. So urinary incontinence is another challenging thing to manage. If you have not managed urinary incontinence as a practitioner, then you don't know how frustrating it is both to you, to the pet and the owner, because then, these animals are very smelly because of the urine smell, and then there is scalding and all that. So their causes are also well documented. Next. And again, if it's in the juvenile, there are many things that can generate that disease entity. Next. So despite advances in nephrology and urology globally, we found that there was inconsistency in the inaccuracy of data in terms of description of these conditions within our practice area. And so, and this was revealed through a pilot study for a 1-year period where we had 50 cases, but the diagnosis was very diverse and often very unclear. So a study was designed and was undertaken by Dr. Sigadi, again, which is available on the e-repository. And basically the objectives were to find what are really rather, the findings would enable us to improve the diagnostic, therapeutic, as well as prognostic skill set and practice in this area. And so that was the goal. It really formed the basis for future studies, because after 10 or so years, we want to do another study, but we need to really just see what has happened. And so we have, I need to look at what were the challenges and what really are the proposed research areas. Next. Those are the objectives which are already captured in the title of the presentation. Next. And so this had two components. You had a retrospective component and a prospective component. The retrospective component had 1638 medical records, and only about 254 are useful, showing you how much then that we need to standardize the way we capture records. The population demographics are outlined there, and then we used descriptive statistics to analyze the data. The prospective study utilized 30 dogs, purposefully selected, and then we had the complete physical examination, we had the hematology, chemistry, urinalysis, survey, and contrast radiography, and then postmortem. So some of the highlights of the findings include a prevalence again of about 16%. Next. Then in terms of the gender distribution, you can see there the male is again being for they were most affected. Next. The kidneys. So you have a lot more. I'm sorry for if it's not clear, but nephritis is a problem there, a major problem, in fact. And so therefore, even as we prioritize conditions of the urinary system, we need to bear in mind that after the kidneys, you need to look at how the urinary bladder is manifesting clinically. Next. In terms of the clinical manifestations, these animals would really be wasting. The most common clinical sign was wasting. Then you have an enlarged prostate for the male. And then pale mucous membranes. Remember, I told you that erythropoiesis takes place in the kidneys, and therefore, if it's affected, the manifestation of anemia will be an issue. Urinary incontinence and so on in that decreasing degree of frequency. Next. Those are urinalysis terms, which again reflect basically the presence or absence of protein or pigment or blood. Next. Okay. In terms of the findings, you can see how those because these studies were done using data that involved mainly standard X-ray and very limited contrast radiography. You can see the limitations with which the quality of the radiographic findings was captured. But there is a bit of evidence that you can use this to generate some diagnosis. Next. Again, sorry for the contrast there. Those are pathological findings for many of you who have done or witnessed a post-mortem examination of this system, largely again dwelling on the changes on the kidneys, and then going down through the urinary bladder, and then the prostate for the male, and so on. Next. So in terms of diagnosis, yes, we have a baseline. We have a prevalence of 15%. We have a baseline of the demographic changes, rather characteristics, but the data is old, 16 years. The data was based on old technology, standard X-ray. Now we have digital X-ray. We also have ultrasound. We need to up our game. So due to those limitations of standardization of the diagnostic, therapeutic, prognostic, and medical data capture, we basically need to say that we need to improve our game. Again, check and see what has happened in the last 16 years, first of all. Now that the university acquired an ultrasound, are we taking that up, that technology up? What's happening with the case cover practitioners? How are they diagnosing cases of urinary tract conditions? Next. So that is really the basis that we really need to recommend the use of not just descriptive statistics, but inferential statistics to improve on the competencies that we have, Nanyingi and company, Kimeli, and those who have done this kind of research methodology. Our multi-center studies need to be designed using our partners in the Discover membership. We need to review the way we are doing our laboratory diagnosis. Perhaps can we partner with Lancet and see what's the diagnostic practice when it comes to managing kidney diseases, or rather indeed urinary tract conditions. Diagnostic or digital diagnostic technologies, both for X-ray as well as ultrasound. Can you just get me back to the last slide, because I just needed to hone in that last bullet. Because if somebody has said that by the time you're coming in to treat any condition, you have lost the game. You should try and manage it at the level of nutrition and husbandry. And so I'm recommending that we also go back and check what diet are we giving to our animals that predisposes them to urinary tract conditions, and what nutritional support mechanisms can we provide for dogs with kidney disease, for example, and what is happening in the practices and in households as far as this matter is concerned in Kenya. The next is, of course, acknowledgements, which I have already mentioned. Except for this particular study, I wish to acknowledge Dr. Zigadi, Professor Mbogwa, and Professor Gadumbi for the work that we've done together. And obviously, we wish to carry this to our next level. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you very much.
And I am sorry for the whatever, but please stay alert.
Thank you, Professor Mande. You can see once a teacher, always a teacher. But it's also very useful that you're able to bring out the information that students have in terms of the research projects they have done, so that it's not lost, because quite a number of these projects are done by students and they never get to present or even publish them. So it ends up being lost. And thank you for taking that out. Now, the next two presentations will be done by the media team. These are members of staff, actually of the same department, in surgery, clinical studies, and they have pre-recorded presentations. So media team will start with the first one, which is diseases and occupational hazards of working dogs in Nairobi County, and it's environs by Dr. Willie Mwangi. I hope you are prepared. While they prepare because they're not ready, we'll have, is Cynthia, Dr. Cynthia Njeri here? Okay, so we'll have you first while they organize themselves. So Dr. Cynthia Njeri will talk about canine osteoarthritis. Karibu.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Cynthia Njeri. I am a vet at St. Austin's Veterinary Clinic under the mentorship of Professor Mbugwa and Dr. Joyce Gakombe. I want to talk about joint wellness, a topic that is quite familiar to many of us. So I'll go through it briefly. Once again. So when we talk about osteoarthritis, as we are all aware, is a chronic joint disease, which is usually characterized by loss of joint cartilage, causes joint capsule, thickening of the joint capsule, and osteophytosis, which is new bone formation. It has been recorded as one of the biggest causes of chronic pain in dogs. And it's been published by the American Journal of Medicine that 1 in 4 dogs are affected by this condition. So it's usually best to recognize early so that there is a comprehensive approach at pain management. Next, please. So on the slide, on that slide, you can see the joint. On my left, that's a healthy joint. You can see where the cartilage is, and that is usually when the breakdown of cartilage is what will cause joint inflammation. The next one, the other picture is of it's okay, it's just a histological picture of the same. So next, please. That one shows osteoarthritis, and you can see the affected cartilage. Usually there is damage and breakdown and inflammation of the joint capsule. And when that happens, then there is new bone formation, the osteophytosis, and there is limb dysfunction. And with limb dysfunction, then you have a dog that is chronically in pain. Next, please. So what are the clinical signs of osteoarthritis? We'll have lameness, limping or before walks. And usually you'll find that with the lameness, if it is more than one joint that is affected, then it may not be as obvious. Exercise intolerance, swollen or cracking joints. And with that, you'll find the dog pawing or biting where there is pain. And then there's signs of pain when standing, walking, going upstairs, behavioral changes. And this one is quite common. You'll find a dog that usually liked to be petted and cuddled. Now when you touch, they can become grumpy and aggressive sometimes. Then there's muscle atrophy due to disuse of the limb. Some of the breeds that are affected, and many that we've seen at the clinic, usually the Labrador retrievers, the German Shepherds, and the Goldens. Also, you're also seeing Springer Spaniels, which are becoming quite common in Nairobi, Rottweilers, and also the Great Danes. Next, please. So what are some of the common areas of bone and joint pain? You can see from the image, the lumbar area, the hip, which is quite common, and the stifle, the shoulder, elbow, and the carpus. Next. One of the ways that we diagnose this condition would be, apart from the clinical signs, would be X-ray. So some of the radiographic changes would be joint effusion, periarticular tissue swelling, osteophytosis, and subchondral bone sclerosis. And with that, you'll have narrowed joint space. So this is an X-ray. I don't know whether it's clear, but it's an X-ray that we took of a dog, Bella, less than 1 year of age, and had a limp. So this one we concluded it's more of a more genetically predisposed. Next. This is another X-ray. As you can see on the lumbar area, due to overcompensation, you can see there is osteophytosis or bridging around the so there is I was talking about the bridging around the lumbar area. This is also another dog, but this one was a Labrador as well, about 6 years. And we in the oncoming slides, you'll find how you'll see how we tried to manage, because it was already too far gone, and it was a middle-aged dog. So next slide. So what are the options as veterinarians? How can we help some of these animals and their pets and the pet owners? As we are aware, the advances in the pet food quality and access to veterinary healthcare, pets are now living longer and healthier. The consequence would be increases in chronic joint degenerative conditions related to aging. So, and joint problems would be very high on this list. Some of the immediate things that veterinarians should work on would be pain management, and we use a lot of NSAIDs. But NSAIDs long-term use has been known to have adverse effects on the animals. You have GIT problems especially. So what would be the other option that we have would be joint supplements, glucosamine and chondroitin, which are naturally occurring amino sugars. And glucosamine is a precursor in glycosaminoglycans, which is a major component of joint cartilage and articular cartilage as well. It slows down disease progression, and it has also been shown when it is used early, especially in animals just that have turned just 1 year of age, especially those ones in the group that is predisposed, it has been shown to slow down the progression of the disease, as well as it has been shown to slow down the disease progression, as well as prevent oncoming of the early onset of disease. The other molecule is chondroitin. Usually they go together. Chondroitin sulfate. It promotes water retention and elasticity in the cartilage, and it aids in repair of damaged connective tissue. It also inhibits enzymes in joint fluid and cartilage. So one of the products that we've used extensively at the clinic is joint guard, which is quite easily available from Biodeal. It has also been shown to help with the canine hip dysplasia, which is also another condition affecting the hip joint. And this one, the onset of hip dysplasia is 10 to 13 months. And when the preventative measures are placed early, it also helps. Carpal hyperextension, also caused by excessive force on the carpus, leading to the tearing of the ligaments and fibrocartilage. And because glucosamine is one of the precursors of joint cartilage formation, then that will mean the ligaments would be more, more protected. In conclusion, glucosamine, as we've noted, is a natural product for overall joint health. It slows down deterioration of cartilage, will offer mobility and comfort to the dog, because we are looking also at welfare. Will counter the adverse effects of NSAIDs, especially for animals where the disease has progressed, and it's safe for use in animals. Here I'm talking about joint guard, because human formulations would contain xylitol, which is a sugar that has been known to be toxic to dogs. And it is also easily affordable, and also available. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's give her a clap. Now, you've been sitting for a long time. Request if you could please just stand up and stretch again, so that you don't get some joint pains or some other problems. While I find out what the status is with the other presentations. Oops. Okay, you're welcome to sit down now. Thank you. Oh, you're still not ready. Apparently, they're still not ready. Is Benson Lambda here? Benson? Okay. We've shifted the order of the presentations, so he is coming next with the AMR, vaccination in small animals. Benson Lambda, karibu.
So good evening. My name is Benson Lambda, working CKL Africa Limited. It was a church, I will say, you come closer to the altar. look scattered everywhere. But in respect to COVID, I'll handle it the way it is. So yeah, now we are mostly used to calling us Coopers. So you can start my presentation. Next slide. But the fact that our goal is to make Africa, enable Africa to be a global leader in food production. Over time, we have tried to how best to capture that in our name. And therefore, last year, around October, we changed our name to CKL Africa Limited. So going forward, we are CKL Africa Limited, trying to make sure to have a global outlook, not only in Kenya, but to the entire world, in achieving our goal of enabling Africa to be a global leader in food production. And therefore, next, basically, I won't go much through that. That is what we believe in, creating excellence in whatever we do, and fulfilling, achieving this through the three things that we believe in: teamwork, passion, and keeping our promises. So basically, next. We've been talking about responsible use of antibiotics, and one of the ways of this, avoiding this bug in the house called AMR, antibiotic resistance, one of the key ways of doing it is through use of vaccinations. When you look at the global trend, is that it is projected in the next 30 to 50 years, there will be a lot of deaths arising due to antimicrobial resistance. So our biggest worry is, going forward, what do we do? One thing that we have realized is that the development of antibiotics is not as it used to be before. There has been a decline in the development of coming up with new molecules of antibiotics. So the challenge is in future, when these bacteria are not able to respond to what we have, what will we be able to do? So if we take this initiative as a profession, and going forward, try to, as much as possible, to incorporate other ways of preventing and not curing, rather treating, then we will be in the safe, on the safe side. And as a company, one of the things that we have done is we measure more on prevention. If you look at our catalog, if you look at the products and the solutions that we are coming up with, they are geared towards preventing. Next. One of the things that we'll be measuring much on for this, my presentation, is to elicit our thoughts about vaccination and look at it from the perspective of this will. And it's one of the key things that we need to embrace. And how do we embrace it? How do we use it to fully utilize the benefits that arise from vaccination? One of the other thing is that AMR is not driven only by people with knowledge. Sometimes it's driven because of lack of knowledge. We have used antibiotics where we are not supposed to use them. Whenever, even in human medicine, you find that somebody has a slight diarrhea, he runs for antibiotics and that kind of a thing. A case presents to you, and before you do any diagnostic test to confirm what exactly it is, we say, let's first of all cover it with an antibiotic. But this is first of all driven because we do not have sufficient diagnostic tools, rapid diagnostic tools, to be able to give us a clue of what is happening before we prescribe these antibiotics rather to the animals. And therefore, misuse, underdose, overdose of antibiotics has resulted, rather is driving the issue of antibacterial resistance. Next. Now, how do vaccines enable us to counter this challenge? Number one is by preventing the disease and the proliferation of the bacteria. Basically, this is done by it's rare for you to find vaccine resistance, very rare. But we have found that in most cases, you find antibiotics that has developed resistance, even within 2 years of it being developed. So one vaccine prevents, blocks the bacteria, so to say, before it elicits the sickness, the infection. So therefore, you will not be able to use, you'll not be required to use the antibiotic to do that. Number two is by mechanisms of action less prone to inducing resistance. Basically, what this, how this is done is one by, for example, when you do an oral antibiotic,
as much as the antibiotic will be killing the bad guy, it will also destroy the natural environment of the good guys. And this way, you're also exposing these guys to this antibiotic. And when therefore this animal is not able to develop its natural immunity, over time you'll find that the bacteria that were initially were able to be killed by this antibiotic are not able to be killed by antibiotic. Number two is that vaccines act on multiple targets on the bacteria. And therefore, by the time a bacteria develops resistance to a vaccine, it has to undergo multiple mutations for it to be able to become resistant to the specific antibiotic. And therefore, this way makes it harder for the bacteria to proliferate to the stage of being resistant to the specific antibiotic. Of course, it reduces antibiotic use due to fewer infections. You're not giving the infections a chance for them to come up, for you to be able to use antibiotics, preventing viral diseases that are prone to co-infections. There are those viruses, when they attack an animal, basically opportunistic bacteria will take over, and therefore you need to use antibiotics. Preventing resistant strains from proliferating and continuing to become resistant, and also now number six, preventing the use of antibiotic. And therefore, in this way, vaccines basically will become our savior going forward. If we really want to beat and to be able to sustainably operate in this market, we really need to embrace the use of vaccines to reduce the use of antibiotics. This is something, when you look at it from the perspective of a practitioner, it also gives us an ample time for us to be able to deal and to have broader options of being able to deal with the AMR. Basically, then how are we able to what are the strategies for us to employ and be able to deal with antibiotic resistance? One is, of course, being responsible stewards, being people who responsibly use antibiotics, not only recommending them annually, but also being sure exactly what you're using. One thing I have found that in the market is that most of the times not all of us, but some of us, and especially the quacks, we are not responsibly training the farmer, training the pet owner, training the animal, the person who is in charge of the animal, that when I administered this antibiotic to this animal, there is something called withdrawal period. And therefore, strictly in the next 5 days, you're not supposed to withdraw milk for human consumption from this animal. Strictly in the next 1 month, you're not supposed to take this animal to the slaughterhouse. And if these small things we are doing, and we are not taking care to educate the farmer, to educate the pet owner on them, then therefore, these are things that will keep on affecting us. I'm told now COVID-19, one of the biggest challenges is that we do not have, we call it, a perfect antibiotic. Whatever some of the antibiotics being prescribed are so expensive, because what is available is not, the antibiotics that are available are not responding to, the bacteria are not responding to the available antibiotics purely because of resistance coming in. Next. And therefore, as a company, in following up to make sure that we make a small contribution on preventing the AMR, we continuously and consistently come up with the products that enable us, or rather enable the profession to be able to be on the forefront on preventing and not curing, not responding to the disease. And therefore, one of the products that we introduced recently is what we are calling you can go to the next slide. The vaccine for the control of prevention of those 6 strains of bacteria viruses, that is canine December, adenovirus type 2, infectious canine hepatitis, parainfluenza virus, parvovirus, and leptospirosis. Now, these are modified life vaccine, basically what the market commonly called DHLP, but ours is the DAPPLV2. The leptospirosis strain has two strains in it. The leptospirosis cancola and the leptospirosis ectohemorrhagiae. Next. Basically, is It's one of the primary vaccines for dogs. And the recommendation, I know this is something the recommendation is that you start giving it to puppies from the age of 6 weeks, and to do at least two booster vaccines, booster shots at the age of 9 weeks and 12 weeks. Then from there, you'll be doing your annual vaccinations as usual. Basically, the presentation will be in 25 dose pack. And yeah, next. So basically, why would you go for a vaccine and not another vaccine in the market? One is that whatever we are saying, the information you're giving out about the vaccine is not only supported by the serological studies from the lab, but also the field challenge studies. This is something that has been taken to the field and tried and tested. And whatever you're saying that duration of immunity is assured is something that we have gotten from the exposure of the real viruses and the real bacteria in the field. Broader protection, especially for the powerful type 2A, type 2C, and type 2B. And therefore, we are really available. You can be able to get us technical support wherever you are, wherever you need it. Next. The other thing about what I may need to also in terms of preventing is another product that you introduced like 3 years ago. And I have found that not everyone knows about it. It's a new active ingredient in the exocycline class of products. The active ingredient is fluralina. I always find a challenge pronouncing that name. I don't know whether it's me alone or not. Fluralana. The product name is called Bravecto 2. They are coming in 2 presentations, Bravecto chewable tablet for the dog and a Bravecto Spot-on for the cat, basically giving you protection, again, giving your dog protection and the cat protection for 3 months, consistently for 12 weeks. Next, for 12 weeks. The protection basically kicks off 2 hours post-administration. As I said, for the dog, it's a tablet. It's an oral tablet. So you are giving, it's a palatable oral flavory tablet that you really will not find struggle giving it up. And therefore, it is the longest acting active ingredient among the ectoparasites, giving you a protection for 3 good months. Broad spectrum of activity, taking care of ticks, fleas, and all the different types of mites in the market. And it's only one of the studies that was done some years ago was that the biggest problem with especially acaricide resistance was because of what we are calling conformity, compliance. If you are told to repeat spraying every week, people are not doing that. And therefore you find that most of the times resistance will keep being because of that. Now with Bravecto, because you're only giving 4 times a year, it's easier for you to remember. When you're doing your deworming, you also do your acaricide control. Next, because of time. Now, what are you getting, you as a vet practitioner? Of course, the client satisfaction. This is one of the products that is acting on two receptors in the system of the tick and of the flea. One is the GABA-gated receptors, and also the other one is the glutamate receptors. So apart from causing the hyperactivity of the nervous system and the tick and the flea dies, it's also blocking the breakdown of energy for the. So basically, the tick and the flea is not able to get to convert whatever it has taken to give it energy, and therefore. The issue of resistance doesn't come basically as at this stage has not come in because of those 2 ways of function. Of course, rapid onset of action. You give the client the product right now, and within the next 2 hours, he is able to see the results, and that is what every client wants. Every person wants to see such kind of a thing. To the pet owners, these are things you want to see. One is that for the guys who want to interact with their pets at a close range, this is not a chemical that the pet, the dog and the cat will keep on contaminating the environment with. Being an oral tablet, being the chemical is not, you're not being exposed to the chemical directly in any way. And also, of course, the speed of kill and the safety. This is one of the things that we really need to discuss on the safety. We are saying that Bravecto gives you times 5%, times 5 times of its clinical dose. This is what it means, that if the dog was to get 1 pill, if you give it 5 pills, still it is within the safety margin. By the time you give it 5 pills, and also you will be within the safety, the dosage that you're giving, between 25 milligrams all the way to 56 milligrams per kg of the dog. And therefore, it's also cost effective. When you look at you're giving one tablet within 3 months, when you do your maths per month, it will be more or less what, not something beyond the budget of a dog, of a cat lover. Next. So basically, Bravecto gives you an extended and enduring control over the following: fleas, ticks, mites. And in mites, we're talking about the sarcops, the odects, and the demodectic mites, and also reducing the issue of flea allergy dermatitis. Those are the different packages for the dog, depending on the weight of the dog, and also for the cat, depending on the weight of the cat. Dosage depends purely on the weight of the animal you're targeting, whether the dog or the cat. I know we'll not be able to play this because of time, and then I wish to stop at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Landa, and for keeping time. Then we'll conclude with Dr. Lilian Madai. And she's talking about one of my pet subjects, which is the role of point-of-care ultrasound in veterinary medicine. Welcome, Dr. Madai.
Good evening. Wow, being the last one on stage on a day when everyone is a bit tired. So I'll try and keep it interesting. I'm ready to go when you are. So just as they do their prep, I will be presenting on the role of point-of-care ultrasound in veterinary medicine. My name is Lilian Madai. I do not have any conflicts of interest to declare for this presentation. Next slide, please. So first of all, what is POCUS? POCUS is just, it's an abbreviation of point-of-care ultrasound. And this is, it's basically a technique that has been developed in human medicine and more recently was developed, was sort of enhanced by a vet called Gregory Lisiandro in the early 80s. And his objective was to try and bring ultrasound into a consultation room for follow-up. The most common definitions I found available for POCUS were, it's a physiological on-spot extension of the clinical exam that is unique and safe. POCUS has also been defined as a non-invasive diagnostic bedside, in this case, cage-side tool, which is fast, repeatable, accurate, and radiation-free, which is quite important for our patients. POCUS has also been defined in its use in staging of different diagnoses, especially also in stages of clinical disease, resuscitation, operation, post-operative critical care when managing sick patients. Most of these definitions have been used to define human medicine and human medical treatments. However, the point is, do we have an opportunity to take POCUS into veterinary medicine? And the answer is yes, we do. So, is it hocus pocus? I know we all know about hocus pocus. And I want to say here that POCUS is not hocus. And the reason is, as much as it is actually a standard practice in examination in most ERs, most of the intensive care units for patient evaluation and veterinary medicine. And the reason it is it's quick. It's right there next to you. You don't have to drag huge machines in. You can actually do it on very critical patients and without compromising their health in any way. The other thing is, actually, POCUS used to be called COAST. And it was basically cage-side organ assessment with sonography for trauma and now point-of-care ultrasound. So that's a new term that we're using. So where are we heading with this? So POCUS can also be abbreviated as its physiological study. It's on-spot clinical decision tool. It's very good for clinical examination. It's unique, that is for sure, and it's expanding. It's always changing and it's very dynamic. But the other thing that is most important is that it's safe and repeatable. There's no harm to a patient. There's no side effects. There's no radiation exposure. So even critical patients can actually be subjected to point-of-care ultrasound. And some of the benefits are quite vast, but I listed the most beneficial that I thought. And I think the one thing is that it's a more detailed examination. We have always dragged our stethoscopes and thermometers into consultation room. So what I'm asking is let's drag one more instrument into that consultation room. And why? We're definitely getting more information in our minimum database. We're definitely having more information to add to our master problem list, which at the end of the day, we don't really have a lot to work with, even the beginning. Our patients don't talk to us, definitely, the last I checked. And it makes our work so much harder. So when are you finding the source of pain? Where are you finding where the inflammation is coming from? What's this large swelling that you don't know about? Do I want to run chemistry that will take me, depending on the day of the week, 48, 72, sometimes even 3-4 days? Am I running labs that will come back because, and pardon me, but sometimes the pathologist is not available or something else has happened? Am I waiting for that to give an owner an answer of what's happening? And sometimes just that one quick test may actually make the difference between whether you're saving a patient or not. And to some of us, practitioners and clinicians, we know some of our patients have stopped being just pets. They're not just animals living in our houses, they're actually our companions in some cases. Some of them are actually even more than companions. We have seeing eye dogs, we have therapy dogs. So they're just more than pets. And the most important thing for us as clinicians and as practitioners, it's helping me make that decision. Do I want to go for surgery, or is this something that can wait for Monday? So the Friday evening case that comes in has just, usual dullness, paleness. Is that a bleeding spleen that has ruptured on a Friday evening where the dog was taking a walk and accidentally got bumped? Or is it just, your usual blood parasite and can wait for Monday blood work and I can enjoy my nice weekend, play golf, or whatever it is that we all do on a Saturday? So it also is helping cutting down that diagnostic report back time. Depending on what region you're coming from, if you're lucky and you're in Nairobi and Dr. Daval from Lancet is your best friend, you will get some of your tests run quickly. But sometimes the practical aspect is that we can't all have the luxury of having our tests run quickly. So we want something that's coming back now. We want something that we can actually make a difference to. So there are different types of focus. I should have actually declared that in the process of giving this presentation, I had no intention of teaching POCUS. I just need to start that conversation. And the reason I need to start that conversation is that we all need to know what we are missing. What are we missing in not having ultrasound in our consultation room? What are we missing in not even considering ultrasound as one of the techniques that should be in our examination? There are different types of focus techniques. The most common that is actually developed in human medicine is AFAST, which is abdominal focus assessment for sonographic trauma, but now has been transformed into sonographic trauma, triage, and tracking. Why triage? Every time your dog comes in, has been hit, has fallen, we need to have that quick assessment on what the patient looks like, and we need to make a quick decision on what we are doing. We also have this patient who've been in our clinics for so long, and we need to find out, are they improving or not? Is this mass getting smaller or not? Is the hematoma improving or not? So it allows you to have a track of what we need to go or where we are heading. Are we improving? If we are, well and good. If we are not, let's go either to the next thing that needs to be done or actually prepare the patient for the worst. Unfortunately, that has happened too many times. And TFAS, which is thoracic focus assessment for sonographic trauma or triage. And this basically means the assessment of lungs. Previously, when I was in college, not so long ago, Professor Kirani explained to us that ultrasound sometimes can be a hindrance when we are evaluating lung. And all of that is because that air is the #1 enemy to ultrasound. But here's the thing. When we had a pandemic for the past 2 years, what techniques are they using to evaluate lungs? The first thing they did, they looked at CT. They also looked at MRI. Nobody was looking at ultrasound because air is not really a factor. But we have several studies now that are looking at what we are calling COVID lung. And the reason is we have discovered that you can actually evaluate lung patterns. You can actually look at the different parenchyma. You can actually assess for fluid accumulation. And in some of these hospitals, there's quite a lot of research that's going into evaluating of the so-called COVID lung. So there is actually an opportunity to look at the thorax because of that. So unfortunately, Prof, things are changing since the last time we talked about the thorax and ultrasound. And that's a good thing because ultrasound is dynamic. It's always changing and it's always going to change. Nothing is constant. And the newest kid on the block, especially when it comes to POCUS, is what we are calling VetBlue. VetBlue is one of the techniques that's actually developed by Gregory Lisiandro, who is basically the father of point of care ultrasound. And this is evaluating the B lines. And that's something totally related to the patterns of air and how the lung parenchyma looks like. But that's also a tool. If I have a patient coming in respiratory distress, unfortunately, I don't have ultrasound, I don't have an oxygen chamber. I need to find out, is respiratory distress because of inflammation of the lung? Are we having a case of pneumonia? Or are we having fluid accumulation? So what do? I grab my probe, I put it on the animal, and voila, we have fluid. Common condition in cats, we always have pyorthorax. So the next thing I need to start looking at is developing protocols for drainage of that lung. But what happens if it wasn't fluid and it's just pneumonia? But sometimes we don't know, because the difference between pneumonia and the difference between pyorthorax could actually mean that patient's well-being. So why POCUS? Why look at something that looks quite out of this, out of our time at this point? Because we need to. I think it's time. What COVID has taught us is we need to adapt. We either adapt, evolve, or die. We were Uberized by COVID into having online sessions. We were Uberized to understand about online presence and also online transmission of information. And I think it's time. It's time for us to start having this conversation. We need to embrace the change. There are reimagining technologies. There are newer technologies. You always used to talk about piezoelectric crystals. Now you're talking about microchip technology that's producing ultrasound. We never thought anything else would happen. The other thing, we also need to get to a point where we're enhancing our physical examination. And the reason is our clients want more out of us. The world has become this global village. Everybody talks to each other. And therefore, you cannot sit back and say, well, this is all I know and this is all I can do, because that's not what the world says. Clients have access to information. They have access to what is a gold standard. And if you're not doing gold standard, we're not changing the world. We're not changing the standard of practice, and we're not really improving to the place we'd like to be. We're also using POCUS because we're gathering much more information that we need. We need all this important information we didn't have access to improve our outcomes, to allow us to make quick decisions that are critical sometimes to our patients. So what am I saying in conclusion? Let's bring the probe into the consultation room. Let's take the probe out of that long, big, dark room where it's been. Let's remove the covers, let's dust it off, and take it into our consultation room. That's where it needs to be. So, something we've always talked about is telehealth and telemedicine. And I think the best example of that, oh wow, look what's happening. I think I'm getting a video call and I will have to take it. Unfortunately, looks important. Sorry about that, I'm sorry. Just bear with me. Oh, hi, Odidi. So telemedicine, what are we talking about? So right now, we are looking at my screen. I hope you can all see my screen. Can you see my screen? zinaitwa hitilafu za mitambo, but we understand. Thank you to the team. You're looking at my screen. And right now, there is actually an ultrasound that's being done in one of our breakaway rooms. But the advantage of technology is, this is Odidi who's assisting me for this presentation. I can actually take over. I can actually take over control of his ultrasound machine. And give him directions on what to do. So Didi, I'd like you to rotate your probe. But because I want to look at some blood vessels, we're going to put it on Doppler mode. Oh, sorry. And I can see that looks like a nice cephalic vein. So there you go. And I can control that and take photos, make notes. And manipulate, completely take control of his probe. Thank you so much, Odidi. So that demonstration, ladies and gentlemen, is that we should not be limited by time or space. This ultrasound was actually being done in the next room. I did not need to be there to demonstrate the benefits of. So just because you are in Malindi and we need to do an ultrasound does not limit us to the fact that we can't do it at that point. So technology has actually helped. Can go back to the presentation, sorry. So this is what I mean about telehealth and telemedicine. The world has become just one small room and we can't get into any space that we want. We can talk about, we can refer cases, we can share cases, we can actually improve our case management. If I need a second opinion, I don't have to drag an animal across to Nairobi or to Kisumu or wherever. I just need to call somebody, share information. Sometimes, depending on the level of technology, I can actually do that ultrasound. Sitting in Malindi on the beach with an animal in Kisumu. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what technology has done. So, in conclusion, we can go to the last slide. Last slide. Let's scan away. It's easy, it's safe, it's possible, and that's the most important thing. And to demonstrate just how portable it is, can I borrow an iPhone? Yeah, I need to borrow an iPhone. You have yours near. Ladies and gentlemen, I've just converted his phone into an ultrasound machine by just plugging a probe onto his device. So welcome to the future, and let's get probes into the consultation room. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Madhaye. That was fascinating and just shows the fact that you shouldn't be limited by actually having to acquire some of these machines. You just need your phone and a probe. Although I'm curious as to how much that probe costs. So we'll end there as far as the presentations are concerned. I'll request the other two, which have not been presented, will be done tomorrow, bearing in mind the time. It's already 6:30. And I'll request the presenters to please come forward, and we'll limit the number of questions in the interests of time. So please have Professor Mande, Dr. Madai, Dr. Landa, Cynthia. Who else was there? Apart from Madai, Mwinde, Patrick Mwinde. And Dr. Mlai will assist me with the microphone in terms of passing it. Sure, you can start.
So now that I'm the one holding the microphone, probably I should start with a question to Professor Mande, my dean. Sometimes when I have a little time, I consult at St. Austin's Veterinary Clinic. So there's something that we have seen lately, that maybe probably, I don't know whether it's a question or a comment. You have talked about the prevalence of fractures on dogs. But there's something we have seen that I think it's what do they call it? It's new. It is what we call the high-rise syndrome. In fact, a day will not end before you see a cat that has fallen from the 4th floor. We have had cats falling from 8th floor, because now people, the middle class, are moving to buildings that are flats, and these flats they have moved there with their cats. Most of them are not allowed to keep dogs because they are noisy, but then they keep cats. And these cats, they keep falling and being brought around with these bone fractures. And some of them are lethal, they actually die. So I wonder what, because we are online, what advice you could give? And are there studies probably that will be carried out to give us that incident, because something really that is happening currently. Thank you.
The gentleman there.
Thank you. I have two questions, one for Dr. Lilian Madai and one for Prof. Mande. For Madai, I just want to ask if that gadget can work with Android, which most of us use. For Prof. Mande, similarly to what Dr. Chwanga has asked, I'm looking at the welfare perspective of the causes of fractures in road accidents. And the similar thing across the areas you have just said. Looking at the cause number 1 and number 2, it is human related at the same time, all of them are welfare. So is this calls with a human behavior change or calls with technology change? As Dr. has said, have we advanced in infrastructure and not considered other things like animal welfare and the freedom of movement? Thank you.
Thank you. This gentleman here, the one in yellow.
Thank you very much. My name is David Kehara, probably the oldest vet in the room. Professor, the Dean, Professor Mande, drawing from my experience with aflatoxicosis in the early 80s, that the first point of call was in the dogs before it was diagnosed in human beings. And along the way, whether you're talking about cancer or right now the renal problems, there's a very close proximity or reference to what happens in the dog population, maybe because of the physiology. Are you looking at it from that point of view, that the renal problems that we are experiencing have a correlation in the human population? And even on the fractures, is it the border menace on our roads that has caused an increase in the number of fractures in our dogs, as also relates to the number of fractures in the human population? Asante Lilian. you can sell a refrigerator to an Eskimo. Thank you.
That's a good compliment. Any other questions? I had a question for Cynthia, and this has to do with your diagnosis. For the case of Bella, you said the diagnosis that was genetically disposed, which I don't think is a proper diagnosis, as in there was a dog with a limp. Fine, it may have been a young dog, but the fact I'm assuming that the limp occurred sometime after birth. It wasn't born with a limp, that's the assumption. Huh? But anyway, the x-ray that you showed, what were the significant findings in that x-ray so that you arrived at your diagnosis? Yes, Dr. Mlai?
Thank you. Mine goes to Muinde. You've mentioned that we have a lot of exotic animals being used as pets. Is there a role that KWS has in terms of regulating? Because I've heard that people have been given permits to bring in certain animals, whether they're kept as pets or are they being used as a way to increase the population if they're endangered.
Okay, I think we'll have answers to those questions, and we'll have Professor Monday answer first.
Thank you very much. The high-rise syndrome is a well-established phenomenon where the animals fall. Mainly, the cat has been used as the defining species for this condition. It's a syndrome for the well. You will not see it in the village. It's really because these are people who stay in high up on the flats. And your question is whether there's a study that is been done. I know Dr. Undo just graduated on Friday, and I'm not sure that he has a coherent database that we can use to describe and define this matter. So it's definitely an area that we need to work together with Kiscover and our partners. Especially since within the city, the demographics are changing quite a bit and we need to keep pace. The way to prevent that obviously will require that even as we speak to our clients about rabies vaccination and responsible dog ownership, we must also bring in the other aspects of trauma and how to behave with vehicles. I tied this to the second question about the cost. I thought it was the cost or the cost. I can't quite capture that, but there was an aspect of welfare vis-a-vis infrastructure. Really, this is tying up to the way we behave. I know that if you are up in the village in Kirichu, I grew up on a farm myself. I don't recall us having a fractured a fracture in a dog up in the village, unless somebody really hit this pet. Usually will be cattle that slipped through on a fence or something. So it has to do again with the demographics first. And then secondly, several times, I'm sure you know this, and Jerry will tell you that most of the other culprits are the causes for this vehicle trauma inflicted on the dogs are the owners themselves, because the animal is lying on the floor, under the vehicle. This guy reverses. Sometimes if they are not reversing into their own child, usually they will be reversing into a pet. So the advisory here is that as long as you own a pet, whether you have a vehicle or not, if you have a vehicle, you must really know where this pet is before you start moving. If you stay on a flat, you must remember to tell them that the first risk you will face is in addition to not, if you don't vaccinate this pet, because I've had people argue that my pet doesn't leave my house and therefore I don't need to vaccinate. Kihara, you know that is not correct. You need to advise them to still vaccinate. The same way, they must restrict movement of their pets, especially when they are on flats. Aflatoxcosis, canine cancer, renal disease, the model for medical practice. And Kihara, you remember even the first patent ductus arteriosus surgery was performed by Dr. Harvey. And it was the veterinarian, sorry for the color, the veterinarian who was refused to go to a veterinary school, who helped him do the cardiovascular surgery. So we must always remain proud and connected with our colleagues in human medicine when we do small animal practice, because it's a much more easier model to work with and more realistic than the mouse, as it were. So yes, diabetes and all these other aspects of chronic or acute kidney disease, you can learn a lot from just how this, you know, the dieting and the disease management aspects will work around. I know Chemirmir is out, or Kitur, is it? Yeah, our guys who are also on the pharmaceutical, Billy or whoever is listening to this will need to just converse closely and understand that there is really no big deal about the differences. I'm sure you've heard people tell you that you can't use thiopental in dogs because it's a human preparation. Eh? Some of you haven't caught the joke.
Thank you. To answer your question, Prof, and thank you for the correction. Sure, the dog was not born lame, but what you asked what the significant findings were, and it was a young dog, less than 1 year, and one of the things that we found was chronic limping from 6 months, and so that's when we decided to do the X-ray, and you would see we did a hip X-ray, and at the margin of the femoral head and the acetabulum, there was areas of radiodensity. So, and also, as you know, some of these large breeds, because of the increased nutrition, they will grow quite fast, more than the joints are, and gain weight to an extent that the body is not able to bear weight on those joints because of the weight, and that would result in having you know, some of these cases of lameness in young dogs. So in such cases, we would advise the dogs not to be bred. Yeah.
So the radiodensity, what was your conclusion from the radiodensity?
Sorry?
In terms of pathology, what was your conclusion?
So because of also the other, apart from the clinical findings and the area of radiodensity, the other one was the weight. The dog was really overweight.
Okay, because it's still not clear.
I'm not getting your question clearly.
No, in terms of, because if you have lameness in one leg, weight should be distributed into both legs.
Yes.
So why one particular leg? And since you took an X-ray, and you
Yeah.
said the significant finding was increased radiodensity between the femoral head and the acetabulum.
Yes.
So what was your conclusion in terms of the cause of the lameness?
So our conclusion was more of a genetic predisposition.
Professor Mande?
Okay, she's gone into my area, orthopedics. I would like to invite you for a postgraduate course. Really, I think what happens is that these animals are growing fast. Yes, I admire rather not quite appreciate her illustration. You remember that she said that there are proteins that are hydrophilic and they take up water and bring turgidity to the cartilage. But when there is injury, the cartilage surface breaks enzymes begin to flow and they digest cartilage, and the cartilage begins to have the classic osteoarthritis. If this is not repaired properly, what happens is that then the body begins to chronic inflammation, you get fibrosis, and this fibrosis is progressing, but there is not enough calcium to deposit to make this firm. So what happens is that you have a false bone, osteophytes. So this grow, and as they keep expanding, they increase the radiopacity or the density of that joint. And therefore, that joint that was supposed, the head of the femur that was supposed to fit nicely is expanding and is going out of place, becomes lax, very painful. The joint capsule becomes thick, inflamed. Initially, you have a lot of joint fluid. This becomes thickened, and as it gets thickened, it becomes, now you begin to have bone deposits into that place. You take the X-ray, there's increased radiopacity or density, very painful. And you often have to put these animals down, because if you put them on, analgesics, these analgesics are acerogenic and they hit the kidneys, very painful. And she's right, they are born with it. Because the heritability of this condition is about 50%, 60% in males. And so you shouldn't breed from them. You castrate the parents, castrate the puppies, and spay the siblings. I hope this helps. Yeah, thanks. But you're welcome for postgraduate studies.
Thank you, Professor Mande.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. for that question. About KWS, exotic pets, and scientific use of wildlife. I'll start by saying that as an organization, we try as much as we can to have impact at scale. What you saw there, I just want to give you a picture of different regions where wildlife trade is rampant and is quite high. And currently we are engaging West African countries, first to reduce export quota, because it's one of the major trading countries in Africa, exporting reptiles to USA and other nations. About KWS and the exotic pets, yes, we know there are some people who keep exotic pets. Could be tortoises, snakes or so in the country. Or even parrots. Yes, it's happening. It's something that you have in conversation. But what you're doing currently is trying to encourage those keepers not to keep any other exotic pet after the one that they have has died. I'll try to use the example of African grey parrots. They can stay for up to 60, 70, 100 years. So you can imagine that bird, if it's caught when it's young, how many generations it will have to pass. So you try as much as you can. Those are keeping exotic pets, let that be your last exotic pet. Because even if you release it in the world, it won't survive there. It has been used to being fed in the home and all that. Scientific purposes, yes, we highly encourage science into conservation and trading wild animals for scientific purposes. That's the way to go, because we have to ensure survival of these species for future generations. And on that, connecting to KWS again, I'd like to mention the issue of cross-border is quite a big issue, whereby you have species which are not native to some countries, but they cross over our forest borders to countries where they are not native. It's quite happening, and it's something which authorities is trying as much as they can to take control of that. And of course, some of the species which are mentioned here, like scorpion, you can think it's a small species, but it takes 4 years before it gets to maturity. So you can imagine when you harvest them, how long it will take to repopulate. Tortoise, you all know they have low reproductive rates. So we are just trying as much as we can to avoid keeping exotic pets, because first, we don't know these are small animals, we don't know their population. So that's when I mentioned we can continue harvesting them to a point where we don't have. For example, a quick survey that we did about ball pythons population in West Africa. The guys mentioned 15, 20 years ago, they used to see many of them. But now to get one is hard. Just because even how they are harvesting, they dig the burrows where they hide. So already they are destroying habitats of the snakes. So yes, it's an issue, and it's happy government is hearing that concern, and is happy to work with us. Thank you, and to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Taraitich, for your question, and thank you so much, Dr. Kihara, for your compliment. I'm not selling a probe. I'm selling an idea that we need to change. That's the difference. To answer your question, actually, the probe, the particular probe I have, which I will not mention because I'm not selling it, is actually compatible with several devices. So it just happens that the one I have is only compatible with an Apple or it's iOS? No, Apple. Yeah, I'm told it's people who own Apple, it's the brand. But yes, it is actually compatible with several other devices. And most of these newer technologies that are coming in, and most of the newer ultrasound probes that are coming in are actually tied to a software and app. So the same way we have different apps to manage the different things in our lives, it's just the same thing. So long as you can download the app, you can actually convert your phone into an ultrasound machine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Madai. And thank you all of you for your patience. It's been a very long session. We're really thankful that you took the trouble to sit through it all. And we've come to the end of this session, and I'd like to hand it back to Dr. Madai.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. It is asking a lot for your patience. And this comes to the end of our session. For some of those sessions we didn't play today, we will try and play them tomorrow. But we're also asking kindly so that we can enjoy our dinner dance tomorrow. We want to finish early. So if we can try and keep time tomorrow. But thank you so much. There's tea outside, so you can still catch your cup of coffee or cup of tea. And we'll see you tomorrow. For those who are joining us from Mtandao, we'll see you tomorrow as well.